I will kill the author by night _crawler 619. Chapter 321 to 360. Chapter 321 Bar Fight 4. The group of misfits approached us, the muscular young man among them coming face to face with Amelia. Instead of stepping back, Amelia clenched her teeth and stepped forward, locking her gaze with the imposing young man. I could swear I almost saw the sparks crackle in the air between them where their gazes met. A palpable tension hung in the air, accompanied by an unsettling yet fragile silence that felt like a delicate piece of glass, moments away from shattering. Surprisingly, it wasn't the black-haired archeress or the imposing bald young man who broke the silence first. Instead, it was a slender silver-haired boy standing behind the muscular one. He pointed a trembling finger in my direction and yelled, his voice filled with accusation, "You, it's you." I arched an eyebrow and tilted my head slightly, glaring back at the silver-haired boy. Looking around, I saw everyone else was just as confused as me. Even the boy's friends didn't know what was going on. Finally, I decided to pose a question. "Do I know you?" A nerve popped up on his forehead upon hearing me. He widened his eyes, shame and fury visible in his gaze as he yelled, "I'm Jace Blackwood." I looked around, looking at the perplexed faces of everyone present around me, and shrugged puzzledly at his introduction. "Does that name supposed to remind me of something?" I asked, growing even more confused by the second. The muscular young man turned around and faced the silver-haired boy before speaking. "Jace, what are you doing?" The silver-haired boy named Jace responded, his eyes still glaring at me. "Apollos. He's that guy I told you about." Apollos frowned. "What guy?" "We were here for that girl." Ignoring the muscular young man, the guy named Jace turned to me and yelled once more, "I met you in Silversrine." For a second, at the mention of Silversrine, I felt the chill creep up my spine. Why was everyone mentioning Silversrine today? What was going on with people? But in the next moment, I calmed myself down. With a cold glare, I said, "I met a lot of people there." The silver-haired boy gritted his teeth. He stayed silent for a second before answering again, "We're broken bar were at that one casino. You beat me in poker." I didn't even know what to say to that. Blinking a couple of times, I cleared my throat and said, "I beat a lot of people and visited a lot of casinos there." My response seemed to have finally struck a nerve, prompting Jace to snap. "This guy, I will kill this fucker." As he said that, Jace started making his way toward me, but right then, the striking young woman in their group intervened. "Wait a second. Silver hair, red eyes, and that unmistakably charming face. Isn't he Lucas? Lucas Morningstar?" she exclaimed. Their entire group frowned. Even Jace Blackwood, who had been cursing me until now, stopped abruptly. It took them this long to recognize me, which meant none of them were from the West. I mused inwardly. The muscular young man named Apollos muttered more to himself than to his friends, "So he's Adele's brother." Oh, they knew Adele too? It seemed my brother had acquired some new lackeys after joining the Ethereal Academy. That also meant they were likely all from the Ethereal Academy. But why were they here? As soon as that question crossed my mind, Apollos pointed at Jace with his eyes and said, "Listen, we're both nobles too. We're Blackwood brothers." He hesitated for a moment before gesturing toward Amelia with his chin. "Our business is with that girl. Leave her here and go to the second floor. You'll find your brother there. I promise I won't hurt you if you do that." Ignoring the imposing guy, I shifted my attention to Amelia and silently inquired, "Who is this clown?" Amelia shrugged. "He wanted a drink with me. I declined, and we got into a bar fight. It was fun." "He wanted a drink, huh?" I wiggled my eyebrow. "Someone is quite popular." Amelia grinned brightly but then frowned as if she'd remembered something very important. "By the way, I've been meaning to ask something. What about me gives off the impression that I'm not a noble?" I threw my head back and chuckled for a few seconds before stepping closer to her and asking, "Why the sudden question?" Amelia slightly pouted. "Just because." I smiled. "You look too innocent to be a noble." Amelia gasped. "Huh? Excuse me? What does that mean?" Do I look naive? Before we could continue our conversation, Apollos roared, "Hey, you two, do you think we're joking here? How dare you ignore us?" "Oh, right." I clasped my hands together and nodded, turning my head to him. "You guys were here." Apollos gritted his teeth and growled like an enraged bull, but before he could speak again, I chimed in. "Listen," I said, locking eyes with the imposing young man. "I'll give you a friendly warning here, young Lord Blackwood. Kindly step aside, let us leave this bar, and I promise not to break at least one of your hands." Apollos' face reddened with anger, but he suddenly burst into hearty laughter. After a few seconds, he stopped laughing and stared directly into my eyes. "You're dead," he declared, throwing his arm at me to grab my shoulder. However, the moment his hand made contact with me, Apollos' massive body was flipped upside down. Everyone, even the patrons quietly sipping their drinks, widened their eyes in sheer astonishment. "Thwama!" exclamation mark. Apollos' hefty body crashed violently onto the hard wooden floor, causing it to splinter and crack. "Argh!" exclamation mark. The muscular young man let out a beastly scream, but I silenced him by pressing my boot onto his face. "Shut up," I ordered, summoning my spear and bringing its crimson blade down at his neck. I turned to his group and said, "You guys are his friends, right?" "Yes," the fetching young woman in the group quickly replied, "but in our defense, we only became his friends recently." I shifted my gaze to Jace and asked, "And aren't you his brother?" Jace was sweating profusely at this point. He blinked a couple of times and staggered as he shrugged. "Yes, but I always had my doubts that he was adopted." I glanced down at Apollos, my boot still covering his mouth, and said, "Tell Adele to stay out of my affairs, or he'll end up in your position next." Leaving the bar, Amelia and I made our way toward the Wolf's Den. We remained mostly silent during the walk, but as the Morningstar Manor grew closer, Amelia struggled to suppress her curiosity. Finally, with our destination just in sight, she couldn't hold back any longer. "So, what's your plan now?" she inquired. I spared a brief glance in her direction before answering, "Obviously, I'm going to confront my mother." Amelia hesitated briefly, then placed a hand on my shoulder, saying, "Lucas, please try to talk to her calmly. There might be a reason behind what she did." I jerked her hand off my shoulder and turned around, retorting, "What reason could possibly justify her blocking my memories? For all I know, she could also be the one who manipulated me." Amelia attempted to cool my temper. "That's precisely my point. Speak to her calmly and ask for her reasons before jumping to any rash decisions." Listening to her advice, I managed to regain some composure and exhaled deeply. I nodded and said, "You're right. I'll try to stay calm." With that, I resumed walking. "Now, come along," I said to her. Suddenly, a confused frown crossed the black-haired beauty's face. "Eh? What do you mean, come along?" I halted, turned round, and shot her a puzzled look. "Well, if I don't like her answer, then I might need your help to kill her." Amelia stared at me blankly for a moment before exclaiming, "Huh? What happened to staying calm?" "I said I'd try," I retorted with a shout. Exasperated, Amelia rolled her eyes and let out a deep sigh. "You're going to get us both killed, aren't you?" she said before following me inside the manor. Walking inside, a fleeting thought crossed my mind. It was regrettable that I couldn't use Enigma Sightstone on myself, but I could still use it on Amelia, right? Maybe I could use it to peer into her memories and gain insight into what Sophiana's warning truly meant. However, unfortunately, as soon as that notion occurred to me, another thought crossed my mind. If I were to use Enigma Sightstone on her, trapping her in an illusion to look into her memories, she would undoubtedly realize what I did when I'd free her. She would know that I had used a relic on her. How would I explain my actions then? No, I couldn't afford to gamble with her trust on the slim chance that a vampire's warning held truth. Coming to that conclusion, I let out a sigh and ironed my resolve. "It's fine. I'll take one step at a time. First, I will confront Yennefer and demand answers for what she did to me. I'll decide on my next course of action after that." Inside the mansion, in her office, Yennefer sat amidst a towering stack of paperwork spread across her desk. She had her silver hair tied up in a high bun. In front of her, a holographic tab and keyboard were being projected. She frequently glanced between the paperwork on the virtual screen in front of her, then tapping away on the virtual keyboard. The position of Lady of the West surely came with its advantages, but it left her no room for a moment's rest. Right then, a faint knock echoed on the door of her office. Before Yennefer could respond, the door swung open. Almost instantly, a young man with shiny silver hair rushed in, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Yennefer. Behind him, an enchanting young woman with jet black hair and eyes as vibrant as a lush forest on a sunny day followed. Following behind the duo was a flustered butler, his face drenched in cold sweat as he said, "Young Master Lucas, you can't just barge in here like this." Lady Yennefer is busier. Before the butler could complete his sentence, Yennefer raised a hand, halting him in his tracks. "It's fine," she said, motioning for the butler to leave the room. After the butler reluctantly exited her office, Yennefer turned her attention to Lucas. Her lips curled into a faint smile as she parted them to speak. "What brings you here, Lucas?" Lucas remained silent, his gaze fixed on Yennefer in a momentary silence. Before he spoke up, "Why did you do it? Was it because you favored Adil? I suppose you always preferred him over me, didn't you? You wanted him to be the heir, right?" A deep frown marred Yennefer's ageless face, her bewitching eyes clouded with confusion. "What do you mean?" she questioned, uncertainty lacing her voice. "I don't understand." Before Yennefer could complete her sentence, Lucas strode up to her desk and slammed his hands down upon it. "! Do not feign ignorance," he raged, prompting Amelia to place a calming hand on his shoulder. "Calm down," the black-haired archeress whispered to him in a hushed tone. Lucas rolled his eyes, took several deep breaths, and managed to quell his anger even for just a moment. He then dug his hands into his pockets, took a handful of crumpled paper slips, and threw them in front of Yennefer. The elven woman gave her son a quick glance, the frown on her captivating face deepening even more. "And what is this?" Lucas remained silent and kept staring at her with cold animosity. An uneasy feeling began to settle in Yennefer's heart. With heavy hands, she picked up the paper receipts and glimpsed at their contents. For a moment, her eyes slightly widened, and her heart raced within her chest, but she did a good job concealing her panic. In the next instance, with an even tone, she turned her attention to Lucas and inquired, "Where did you get this?" Lucas still kept his silence. The look of cold hatred in his eyes faltered and gave way to one of anguish. His tone, however, still remained detached as he finally answered with a question of his own. "Does it matter?" he asked. "It was you, wasn't it? You meddled with my mind and blocked my memories, didn't you?" Yennefer reclined back in her chair and undid her bun, letting her long silver hair flow down. She let out a weary sigh and nodded. "Yes," she confessed, her dull, unfocused icy eyes fixated on the ceiling. "Yes, it was me." After a brief moment of silence, Yennefer stood up from her plush chair and moved around the desk in front of her, eventually leaning against its edge and facing Lucas. She locked eyes with her son and began to speak. "Yes, I blocked your memories. I influenced your mind using arcane magic." "Yeah, why?" Lucas erupted, interrupting her as tears of fury welled up in his eyes. "What did I ever do to you? Why would you do this?" "Lucas, there are things in this world that you can't even begin to comprehend as you are right now," Yennefer explained while barely holding back her voice from breaking. "And that justifies what you did to your son?" Amelia interjected, her voice carrying the same hostility as Lucas. "You turned him into a villain in the eyes of the public. I despised him for what I thought he did, but it turns out he wasn't to blame. You were." Yennefer inhaled a shaky breath and rubbed her face wearily. "Neither of you truly understands what we're dealing with. You don't know what's at stake here, but believe me, I took the actions I did for a very good reason." "Oh, so it was for a good reason," Lucas scoffed. "Well, that explains a lot. Thank you, Mother dearest." Now tell me, did father know about this as well? Yennefer stayed silent and avoided eye contact, which Lucas took as confirmation, prompting him to scoff again. Of course, he did, Lucas snapped. He disowned me knowing it wasn't my fault. Tell me, was it so Adele could become the heir? Yennefer vigorously shook her head. I wish it were that simple and selfish, Lucas. Oh, how I wish there was another choice. There's always a choice, Lucas roared, his fists clenched. And you made yours. But what I need to know now is why. Why did you make such a choice if it wasn't to favor Adele? Yennefer shook her head once more, stumbling as she did so. I can't tell you. Not right now. Lucas frowned, regarding Yennefer with disbelief. Are you kidding me right now? You blocked my memories, manipulated me, and now you're refusing to even tell me why? Before Yennefer could respond, a gentle yet authoritative voice resonated in the office. I will tell you. All eyes in the room shifted towards the source of the voice, revealing a towering man with broad shoulders and a ripped physique standing by the door frame. It was General Reynold Morningstar, but dear upon seeing him, Yennefer quickly voiced her concerns, but Reynold shook his head at her. You are correct, Yen. It's beginning, he said before looking at Lucas. He should at least have some idea about the situation. I found myself standing in the midst of a vast underground chamber, its walls constructed from sturdy stone. Medieval-style torches were securely affixed to the walls, lit up with eerie blue flames that were casting a ghostly glow upon the underground sanctuary. At the far end of the stone chamber, I saw a colossal throne, seemingly sculpted from a single, giant slab of an ivory rock. The white splat of the ivory throne ended in the shape of a wolf's maw. 2 fiery red rubies were embedded in place of its eyes, radiating a bright crimson glow. In the ghostly glow being emitted by the eerie blue flames, I could vividly see moss and grass sporadically spread across the stone ground. Right before us, just a few meters away from the ivory throne, was a large marble basin pool. In the center of its calm waters, a giant wolf's skull rested. The condition of this underground sanctuary led me to suspect that I was inside of an ancient structure. I turned to the only other person present here with me. It was, of course, Reynold. I gave him a puzzled look and said, I didn't know there was something like this below the mansion. Yes, no one except your mother and I know about this place, Reynold replied, his gaze fixed on the ivory throne in the distance. My father brought me here a few days before you and Adele were born. Before he died, Joseph Morningstar, Reynold's father, died roughly 3 days before Adele and Lucas were born. I knew this because of Lucas' memories. While I had heard a few things about Joseph Morningstar from my master, Leo Kurogami, I didn't know much about the man. Perhaps these last few months that I spent trying to solve a myriad of mysteries had enhanced my curiosity. That's why, when Joseph's name was mentioned, my ears instantly perked up. Do you know about him? I mean, your grandfather, Reynold asked, giving me a quick glance before his eyes returned to the ivory throne again. No, I shrugged. You never told me about him. You never told me much about anything. And yet you somehow know more than I do. Reynold allowed a soft chuckle to escape his lips. I frowned at his words, before commenting in an even tone, Master do talk about him sometimes, though. Reynold raised an eyebrow and suddenly a faint smile crossed his lips. Leo? He used to spend all his vacations here. Father liked him a lot. He used to say Leo would catch up to me one day if I didn't work hard. The faint smile on his lips widened ever so slightly, and it was only now that I realized the smile he was wearing wasn't one of joy but one of regret for a time long past. He stood corrected. Reynold shrugged. Leo has indeed surpassed me. In fact, he might just be on the same level as Xavier Sinclair, the Lord Commander of the Space Defense Force. I lingered for a short span of time before saying, he told me about his duels with you, especially about the last one. The smile on Reynold's face faltered a little as he added, Leo had his demons, but now he has drowned them. He's a kind man. Do you know he's also your godfather? He told me about it, I replied. So you don't resent him? A deeply troubled expression washed away Reynolds' smile. He stayed silent for a few seconds before speaking. I never resented him. He was like a brother to me. Just a broken bar. I felt betrayed when he challenged me for the Western seat of power. You know he would never have taken your position as the overlord of the West even if he'd won, right? I frowned. Of course I know that. Reynolds gritted his teeth. But that is beyond the point. If not him, then his father would have taken the position. I merely defeated Leo by a hair's breadth. My failure back then could have been detrimental, not for just us but the entire world. The entire world, you say? I raised an eyebrow, my interest completely piqued. Why? Reynolds took a deep breath and then let out a weary sigh. Joseph Morningstar, my father, and your grandfather, was a seer. A seer? I exclaimed in shock. You mean he could see the future? Through his dreams, yes. Reynolds nodded. Whatever he said always came true. One of the things that he said to me on his dying bed, before bringing me here, was that a morning star should always be in control of the West. I turned to Reynolds and gave him a long, silent look. The air hung heavy as I began to voice my next question. One of the things? What else did he tell you? Reynolds turned to me, his bright crimson eyes looking dead into mine. Everything that's going to happen until the end of the world. I was at a loss for words. It took me a very long time to form a comprehensible sentence in my mind and voice it. The end of the world? Reynolds nodded before turning his gaze away again, this time his eyes fixated on the giant skull of the wolf resting in the calm waters encased in the marble basin right before us. Without looking at me, he continued, to prevent that future, it's important for our family to rule the West and the right family to be in charge of the North. It does not matter who is in the position of power in the East, but the South should not be under the rule of the Netoi family. Why? I staggered. Reynolds shook his head. I don't know, but I do know that ignoring the words of a seer is a foolish decision, especially considering that all the other predictions he made have already come true, while the rest are in the process of unfolding. How much do you truly know? I inquired, a sense of unease creeping over me for some unknown reason. A wry smile stretched across Reynolds' lips as he turned to face me, our eyes locking once more. I think you should take a look at hidden behind his facade of calmness. I could clearly discern a mixture of guilt, regret, anguish, anger, and countless other emotions. With slightly quivering lips, he repeated his earlier statement. As I said, I know everything. I know how I will die. I know how our entire family will meet its end. I know that the vampire monarch will awaken and destroy the whole world if not stopped. I know that the only ones capable of stopping this calamity are the three promised heroes. The promised heroes, I mumbled to myself before turning my gaze back to Reynolds. If you know all of this, then why aren't you taking action to change it? If Reynolds indeed knew all this, then why did he behave as he did in the novel? Reynolds scoffed. Not taking action to change it, you say? My son, I can't alter fate, no matter how hard I've tried. Once I became aware of the world's fate, I made every effort to change it, but all my actions only seemed to contribute to the fulfillment of the prophecies. It was as if I had no free will. I, like any other mortal, am simply a pawn of space, time, and fate. So you're saying that the world is destined for doom no matter how hard we try to save it? I pressed, not willing to accept that there was no way out. Only the three prophesied heroes can break free from the chains of fate. Reynolds sighed. I gulped, locking my gaze onto Reynolds for a fleeting moment before voicing a hesitant question. And who exactly are these three promised heroes? Reynolds wore an amused smile. You already know the answer to that question, don't you? I drew several deep breaths before shaking my head emphatically, exclaiming, but how does any of this relate to what Mother did to me? To what you did to me? Reynolds released a shaky breath. I can't tell you that. Why? I pressed, my voice rising in intensity. I simply can't tell you, Lucas. Reynolds retorted. There was not a trace of a smile on his face despite the fact that his lips were curled up. He clenched his jaw momentarily, then eased his furrowed brow as he continued, You have to trust me. We had no choice but to block your memories. I would change my actions if I could. If only I had a choice. Reynolds' voice began to falter into a hushed whisper as he went on. I'm sorry, Lucas. A father's duty is to shield his child from the world's dangers and cruelties, but I failed you. At every step of your life, I couldn't protect you, and I won't be able to in the future either. Tears welled in his crimson eyes, tracing a path down his cheek as he turned to me, his glistening eyes reflecting my pale face back at me. Your path ahead is dire and filled with challenges, Lucas. Yet, you must believe me when I say that only you can walk on it. Only you can stop the apocalypse. A tremulous breath escaped my quivering lips as I tried to calm my racing heart, biting down on my lower lip. After a brief silence, I shook my head. I still need my memories back. If I am the only one who can stop the apocalypse, I must know more about it. Reynolds subtly bobbed his head into a slow nod. He then pointed his gaze toward the marble basin pool in front of us and said, "Drink from it. It's a diluted antidote for the potion that was used to suppress your memories. Just a sip will suffice." I continued to stare at Reynolds for a moment before reluctantly shifting my focus to the marble pool and walking toward it. As I walked, Reynolds continued his long explanation. Your memories will return gradually. The process can't be instant, otherwise it could potentially break your mind. That seemed fair, I thought. If I indeed possessed memories from other timelines, then recalling everything instantly could really shatter my mental state. With that consideration in mind, I knelt by the marble basin. Cupping my hands, I dipped them into the calm, crystal clear water. Bringing a handful of water up to my mouth, I greedily drank from my cupped hands. But as I did so, my gaze fell upon the giant wolf skull resting in the center of the pool. Inside one of its empty eye sockets, I saw several lines of shimmering golden letters etched onto the back of the skull. I froze as my gaze swept across the golden letters, reading the content written there. Born in an age consumed by war, bloodshed, and darkness, 3 brave heroes pledged to return peace, serenity, and light to their strife-ridden world. The defiant echoes of their brave oath reached the King of Darkness, the Dragon God. The ebony dragon descended from the skies to burn their hope in the devouring flames of his life-draining inferno. The Dragon God made sure to obliterate their names and faces, their very existence from the mortal realm. Yet, the spark of hope they had ignited in the hearts of both gods and mortals through their brave oath remained. From my bloodline shall come a prince, destined to bear the mantle of the last hope of heavens. He is the final chance given to us by the gods, a chance to end the era of eternal darkness. Suddenly, a bitter taste flooded my mouth, causing a wave of nausea to wash over me, making me retch. My gut churned and my toes curled as an unnerving feeling settled in my heart, making me feel like I might throw up. But I didn't throw up. Instead, I forced myself to swallow the water of the pool, took a deep to steady breath, and turned to Reynolds. "What is that?" I demanded, pointing at the giant skull of the wolf. Reynolds shrugged. "That's Fafnir, the first wind wolf tamed by your great-grandfather. It was his beast companion." Before Reynolds could go on, I cut him off. "No, what's written inside it?" A knowing expression washed over Reynolds' face as he took a deep breath. "That is the memory of the oath taken by the 3 heroes long ago. The oath to dispel the darkness and restore light to the world." I shook my head in confusion. "Long ago? But the 3 heroes, no one has made an oath like that right now. And what about this ebony dragon? I thought the vampire monarch was the threat we needed to watch out for." Reynolds remained silent for a moment before turning around and walking away with slow steps. "You've taken the antidote. Your memories will begin to return soon. You'll have the answers to these questions on your own, in some time." I lay motionless on my bed, staring at the beautiful intricate patterns on the ceiling above. Amelia had already returned home by the time I came back from the underground chamber below the mansion. She left me a text, asking if I was okay and what Reynolds told me. I had yet to reply to hear a broken bar. Actually, I don't even know how I should reply. Should I tell her the truth about the prophecy? No, nonsense. I can't do that. As I said, I can't trust her to not tell Nero about it. And if Nero really is one of the 3 promised heroes, then he should not be told about the foretellings according to Kai's Book of Prophecy. But can I even trust that book? I mean, its origin is pretty elusive, but then who and what can I trust? There are obviously bigger forces at play here and I can't draw a conclusion without fully comprehending the situation. My only option left is to wait for my fractured memories to be restored so I can take a step back and look at the grand scheme of things. Fiddling with my fingers, I recalled the golden text written inside the skull of the giant wind wolf and muttered to myself, "From my blood shall come a prince." A broken bar. I couldn't deny it anymore. The prophecy was indeed about Lucas. He really is meant to be the spearman, but then, why was his fate so different in the novel? He couldn't even participate in the final struggle because he was locked up behind bars under the charges of treason. And where do I fit in all of this mess? Why did I transmigrate in Lucas' body? I mean, even if I were to believe that my earlier deduction is indeed correct and I'm actually Lucas who reincarnated on 2021 Earth and then transmigrated back to this one, the question still remains: why was I reborn? Tilda. Sarah hopped up to me and gently pecked me on my cheek before rubbing her head against the base of my chin. I smiled and pulled her into a tight embrace as I patted her head. "I'm fine, Sarah." While cuddling Sarah, I began to think back to what I saw once again. My mind raced, considering all the possibilities until my head started to ache. With an exhausted sigh, I closed my eyes and muttered under my breath, "He is the final chance given to us by the gods." What does that even mean? If the prophecy is about Lucas, then does that mean he was a chance given to this world by the gods? But does that mean the gods gave more chances to this world prior to this? Was it in the past a broken bar or perhaps other timelines? I'm leaning toward the latter. Frowning, I let out an exasperated sigh. 3 heroes, huh? After a bit of thought, I cursed, "Damn it. There are so many threads to this mystery that I could weave a burial shroud." I don't know why Lucas' fate was so different if he was destined to be one of the 3 saviors of this world, but I know one thing for sure now: a broken bar. I need to get stronger. I need to get much, much stronger than I currently am, and I need to do it fast. If the prophecies are true, which I'm now starting to believe they are, then I am sure I would be at the center of all the death and destruction. I wanted to avoid the chaos at first, but I don't think I'm going to have much of a choice in the future now. It's much better to expect the worst and prepare for it. That's right. Expecting a problem and creating a solution before it happens is my forte. Before I thought I would have Nero fight the vampire monarch, but now it's clear that the threat I should be wary of is still unknown to me. If I really have memories from alternate timelines, then I will be able to devise a solution to save the world from whatever calamity is about to befall when I recover those memories. But until that happens, I will start considering the possibility of facing the vampire monarch myself one day. If Lucas a broken bar, if I really am the last chance given to this world, then I will make this last shot worth it. Gods, I must be crazy. I still remember when I came to this world 7 months ago. I thought all I would have to do was survive. But now, all this time later, I'm actually considering the possibility of saving the world from its destruction and battling the final boss myself because, apparently, I'm one of the only 3 individuals who can do that. I let out a self-deprecating laugh and sat up straight on the bed. Sarah looked at me with confusion as I shook my head and muttered to myself, "Fate really is a bitch." Knock, knock. Knocker! As I was in the middle of ridiculing the source of all my problems, I heard a loud bang coming from my door. Rolling my eyes, I waited until a butler whirled open the door and barged in with a frightened expression. It was the same butler whom I had scolded before for knocking loudly on my door, but clearly, the guy doesn't understand. "What have I told you about not banging at my door? You'll take it off its hinges one day," I yelled. The butler, once again, performed a deep bow in apology and said, "I'm really sorry, young Master Lucas. Young Master Odell is home and he's calling for you downstairs." I raised an eyebrow. Was this about the guy I beat up in the bar? I thought for a moment and then declared in a frustrated tone, if he wants to see me then ask him to come to me, not the other way around. The butler looked at me, startled. He then spoke in a low, reluctant tone, the thing is, his lordship is also there, awaiting your arrival. TSK. I loudly clicked my tongue before answering in an exasperated tone, fine, tell him I'll be there in a minute. Leaving Sarah cocooned in the warm embrace of my cozy bed sheets, I exited my room and walked down the spiral stairway leading to the ground floor. As I came closer to the end of the stair steps, I heard the loud clamor of voices belonging to the people I was very familiar with. From the sounds of it, they were all engaged in a heated argument. After taking the last turn of the spiral staircase, several individuals suddenly came into my line of sight. I exhaled a soft sigh and spared them all a few brief glances. Come to think of it, our broken bar. I had been sighing a lot since I came to this world. Maybe I should start taking care of my mental health. Shaking my head, I stopped just before the last few steps of the stairs and slipped my hands into my pockets. I then swept a quick gaze across the hallway and looked down at the people standing before me. There stood Reynald and Adele, both dressed extravagantly in modern regal suits and adorned with opulent jewelry. Well, most of the finery belonged to Adele since Reynald's attire was very plain in comparison to his second son. To my surprise, standing among them was also the Ice Princess herself, Yelena. She was wearing the top 18 blue and white Academy uniform, suggesting that she had come here directly from the Academy. Since Yelena was a council member, she had to fulfill her vice president duties even during the break. Seeing me, all of them grew silent and momentarily stopped their argument, whatever it was about. Wouldn't you look at that? The whole family is here. I put on a wide smile and clapped my hands, then frowned. Oh, no, wait, a broken bar mother dearest is not here. I confusedly tilted my head and looked at Reynald before posing a question, where is she on such a rare occasion? But instead of replying to my question, Reynald voiced a question of his own. Lucas, he began, giving me a dubious look, did you visit the last cool bar today and assault someone there? Once again I stand corrected. Frowning, I shook my head. I did no such thing. Adele, who was quietly giving me a seething glare while gritting his teeth until now, quickly yelled out, his voice filled with accusation. Liar, he said. Father, he's lying. There were many witnesses present, you can ask anyone. The security footage should also be available. Lucas attacked Apollos. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes and regarded Adele with an amicable tone, my smile only widening. My dear little brother, I'm refuting the accusation of assaulting him. Regarding whether I attacked him a broken bar, yes, I did, but solely in self-defense after he made the first move. Reynald palmed his face. Meanwhile, Adele vehemently shook his head and yelled out in rage one more time, lies. You're lying again. Apollos only touched your shoulder. I scoffed at his words as if Adele had told a joke. Have you seen the size of that man? My shoulder would have been crushed by the sheer weight of his hand. I only acted in self-defense. Both Yelena and Adele looked at me with wide eyes and mouth agape, startled by my obvious shamelessness. They both knew I was lying. I had enough strength to flip the guy but not endure the weight of his hand on my shoulder. Yeah, right. Reynald finally uncovered his face and looked at me seriously, his expression stern. The Blackwoods are a noble family. You attacked a nobleman, he said, in self-defense. I hastily interjected, and honestly, why is it such a big deal? The Blackwoods are nobles of the Eastern Continent, right? They have no authority or purpose here in your land. As if I had stepped on a landmine, with palpable frustration present in her voice, Yelena suddenly erupted before Adele or Reynald could even have the chance to respond. That's precisely the problem. If they were Western nobility, Father would have cleaned your mess, like he usually does, but they're from the East. Thanks to you, the Eastern overlords now have one more excuse to avoid trading with us. The frown on my face turned heavy as I slowly leaned to my side on the staircase railing. What trade are you talking about? I inquired. Yelena's eyes twitched as she exclaimed, "You make me want to bash your stupid head somewhere. Do you have any idea what's going on in politics these days?" I tilted my head and regarded Yelena with half-closed eyes. "Dear sister, I can't even keep track of my own life, so I apologize if I haven't been keeping up with political affairs." Yelena smacked her forehead in defeat as I desperately suppressed my laugh. In truth, I knew all that was going on in the world. The overlords of the North, the heroic Wright family, were still defending the borders and fighting the vampires. The overlords of the West, the revered Morningstar family, were supporting the Wright family by supplying soldiers trained directly by them. The overlords of the East, the exalted Vermi, our family, were also supporting the Wright family by supplying weapons and armor. The overlords of the South, a broken bar. Now this topic is interesting. A broken bar. According to some rumors, Southern overlords are planning a coup against the central government. Some people even believe that they are accomplices of the covert organization, the Spider. Because of that, even though the head of the Nettoive is a general-ranked soldier just like Reynold, unlike my father, she isn't allowed to own a military unit under her. The Nettoive family, despite being a ruling house, holds little power even in their own territory because the central government does not trust them. Right now, a clear discord has been created between the southern overlords and the rest of the three overlords because of this mistrust. The central government is vigilant, closely monitoring not only the Nettoive family but also the other three ruling houses. They fear that if one ruling family were to turn against them, then the others might attempt to do the same in the future. This is precisely why the central government could not know of the ongoing trade between the Morningstar and the Vermi. Our families. What is this trade, one might wonder. We're supplying soldiers to the eastern continent and receiving weaponry in exchange, Reynold explained. This trade is something that the central government mustn't learn of, as it could lead them to suspect both the eastern and western ruling families of treason. In reality, the entire world is well aware of the trade transpiring between the East and West, just not its real nature. To hide the true nature of this clandestine exchange from the observant eyes of the central government and the world, it has been shown as a trade of goods and relics between the East and West, instead of weapons and soldiers. I was aware of this because, do I really need to explain? Hey, the novel. However, what I can't understand is the why behind it. What is the objective of this secret trade? The Vermi? Our house is not a military family. They are blacksmiths, exceptionally skilled ones, to be precise. Since the situation at the northern border is showing signs of escalating soon, it's understandable why a ruling family with weak military prowess would require more soldiers. Since the central government is unwilling to provide them with more troops due to their own insecurities, the Vermi RS have no choice but to engage in a trade for which they could be charged with treason. But what do the Morningstars gain from this? The Wolves of the West already have enough soldiers and weaponry. Unless they are preparing for a war. But a war against whom? I furrowed my brow, shaking my head, and shifted my gaze to Reynold. I could think about all this later. At this moment, I opened my mouth to speak. You've already disowned me. If they show any reluctance for what I did, simply tell them that I acted on my own. You're not liable for my actions. Even though I was talking to Reynold, it was Yelena who snapped at me the next moment. Oh, you don't say. Obviously, he'll say that because it's the truth. What else do you think happened? However, her voice continued to echo in the background, failing to reach my ears as my mind fixated on what I had just said. Not liable for my actions. A broken bar. My thoughts immediately returned to the conversation I once had with the former Abyssal Vampire King, Raina. She had mentioned how vampire spies kept an eye on me, believing I was the spearman mentioned in their prophecy. However, after observing me during my youth for several years, they lost interest. Could that be the reason why he disowned me? If Reynold truly knew what was going to happen, perhaps he allowed Yennefer to use arcane magic to influence my mind so that I would do what I did and give him a reason to disown me. In this way, the vampires would see no reason to continue spying on me. believing I had no talent, lacked family support, and had no conviction. In their eyes, I would be nothing more than exactly what the world thought of me, a prodigy who failed at a young age, a fallen genius. Pathetic, I muttered under my breath, casting a furious glare at Reynolds, barely keeping killing intent from slipping out. "What did you just say?" Yelena erupted, stopping whatever previous rant she was on about. "Do you have a problem, trash?" Adele also chimed in angrily. A profound silence hung in the air for a while as Reynolds' gaze locked onto mine. After several tense minutes, he said with a blend of defeat and sternness present in his voice, "Lucas, go back to your room." He then turned to look at Adele. "You too, Adele. Neither of you is allowed to leave the mansion unless you're leaving the city." Before Reynolds had even finished speaking, I spun around and ascended the stairs, making my way toward my room. Adele's voice argued with Reynolds in the background, but I paid it no attention at all. My mind was consumed by something else entirely. What they had done to me, to Lucas. It wasn't protection. They never protected him. I don't know what other choices they might have had, but I refused to believe this was protection. They had left him to suffer a broken bar alone. "This is it," I seethed. "I'm leaving this damned city." After all, I had achieved my goal. There was no longer any reason to remain in this wretched place. Gritting my teeth, I reached my room and forcefully kicked open the door with a resounding thud. "Come on, Sarah, we're getting out." But as soon as I stepped into my room, a blinding white light assaulted my eyes, prompting me to instinctively shut them. "What the question mark?" I exclaimed, taken aback before opening my eyelids in a squint. The light was blinding, yet it didn't feel violent. It felt warm, a broken bar almost familiar. Looking around the room for its source, I noticed the intense glow was originating from where my bed should have been. To be precise, where Sarah should have been, a broken bar. It has been 3 days since a broken bar. Well, since Sarah exploded into a flash of blinding light. During these past 3 days, Adele tried to get a hold of me, while Yelena continued to give me seething glares. Naturally, I had been ignoring them both. As for Reynolds and Yennefer, I had been ignoring them as well. They called me down for dinner a few times, but I flatly refused. They tried to talk to me, but I did the same. I knew that they wouldn't tell me their reasons, though I had a strong suspicion I'd guessed almost all of them on my own already. Almost, yes, they had given me the antidote for the arcane potion that Yennefer had brewed to influence my mind, but I won't thank them for it. After all, firstly, they were the very reason I needed that antidote in the first place, and secondly, I could have just used the edit pen and created an antidote myself. In short, they didn't do me any favor for which I should be showing my gratitude to them. I'd rather die anyway. To be honest, I wanted nothing more to do with this family. All I wanted was to leave this city as quickly as possible and hopefully never return here again. After all, my original objective for coming here had already been achieved. Now there was no reason to ingest torture any longer. At least, that was the case until 3 days ago, when something happened with Sarah Brokenbar and with me. Status name, Lucas Morningstar. Race, human, Phoenix gene, strength, 1050, plus 500, endurance, 1030, plus 500, speed, 1055, plus 500, stamina, 1020, plus 500, accuracy, 890, plus 500, charm, 720, plus 230, intelligence, 189, plus 1, mana capacity, 3,500 professions, spearman LVL. 3, archer LVL. 2. Techniques, weapon arts, a sense 1000 falling lightning needle strike, LVL. 1, 100%, a sense 6 movement lance style, blossom shattering blast, LVL. 3, 100%, a sense 12 movements scarlet demon devouring art, LVL. 4, 86%, combat arts, a sense soul smashing killer fist, LVL. 2, 100%, breathing technique. A-Sense breath of vitality movement art. A-Sense mirage walk, 100%. Oral A-Sense true martial oral A-Sense lightning elemental oral A-Sense fire elemental aura. Affinity, fire lightning, light. Spells, fireball, low, zap touch, low, radiant flash, low, bolt strike, mid, fire lance, high, hellfire doom, high. Blessing, mana burst. Possessions, Phoenix's embrace, semi-divine, editor's pen, divine, the bringer of lost flames, legendary, enigma sight stone, divine. Edit points, 8690. Yeah, I ascended to Gold 1 rank. I broke in the middle rankings without any effort at all. In the novel, after Nero, William was the second character who reached his highest potential. Now I know how easy it was for him. He didn't have to lift a finger. He didn't have to do anything. His mana beast, his soul-bound black cat named Rui, did all the work on his behalf. As Rui continued to grow stronger, so did he. And Sarah did precisely the same for me. She effortlessly catapulted me from the lower echelons, iron, bronze, silver, into the middle-tier ranks, gold, platinum, diamond. People often say that breaking through to a new tier is a grueling and intensely painful process for one's body. But I didn't feel anything. Well, I guess, except for the rush of mana and a surge of strength pleasantly invading my body. It was a euphoric feeling without the price of extreme pain tagging along it. So easy. Life should be easy like this sometimes. Anyhow, there was one more thing. Sarah was born in the silver rank since her birth, since her soul was linked with me, and that was my rank back then. It took her very little time to surpass me and start carrying me. In the novel, William's cat, Rui, wasn't this fast, or else he would have been the first to reach the highest rank, rather than Nero, among all the main characters. I assume it's because Sarah is a phoenix, one of the wisest creatures known to us mortals, that her rate of growth is so rapid. I couldn't even begin to fathom how powerful she might become when she reaches her peak. Lost in such thought, I exhaled a deep breath and closed my status window. I then focused on my soul link with Sarah. Suddenly, a new status window appeared in my vision, a broken bar, only this one didn't belong to me. It was Sarah's status window. After reaching the gold rank, our soul bond had grown significantly stronger, which in turn allowed me to access her status screen. Status name, Seraphina race, Phoenix, plus human form. Strength, 1050 endurance, 1030 speed, 1055 stamina, 1020 accuracy, 890 mana core potential. Mythical. Charm, 720 intelligence, 189 mana capacity, 3500. Mana core rank, Gold 1, Silver 3, mana core potential. Mythical. Affinity, fire spells, flames of divinity, high blessing, immortality. The novel didn't offer many chapters from William's parfait, perhaps around 5 or 6 at most, but I could tell that this wasn't normal. I had a strong suspicion that William never had access to Rui's status screen. So, once again, I could confidently declare that this was something that had never happened in the novel. I swear to the gods, a broken bar at this point. I think I should write my own novel. Maybe show Joe how a novel is actually written. Well, I suppose, once again, this happened because Sarah is a phoenix. If we look at the situation logically, it becomes clear. Only intelligent beings with mana are those possessing at least human level or higher intelligence can access their status window. Whatever the reason, it was undoubtedly a good thing. As I gazed at Sarah's status screen, I nodded in confirmation. Maybe Sarah accessed her status window, which then allowed me to see it too. I don't know. This theory is still a work in progress. Whatever the reason, it was undoubtedly a good thing. As I gazed at Sarah's status screen, I nodded in confirmation. However, a slight frown soon creased my face. Sarah's status mirrored mine, or perhaps it was the other way around. Maybe it was my status that was the same as hers. It was strange. In the novel, there were significant differences between Ruiz and William's stats. The most noticeable one was in their intelligence. Ruiz was intelligent but only slightly above the average for mana beasts. But here, Sarah had the same intelligence stat as me. But I guess, it shouldn't come as much of a surprise, right? Ancient elves did say that creatures like dragons and phoenixes were nearly as intelligent as, if not more so than, themselves. But even if we set her intelligence aside, the rest of her status was still very eerily similar to mine. Oh well, it's also a good thing. As I thought all this while spinning in my desk chair, I suddenly heard the sound of bed sheets rustling. It was only then that I realized I had been biting on my thumb. Startled, I pulled my head back and spun around to look at the bed. And there, comically wrapped in silky white bed sheets that matched the color of her cute pajamas, I saw a charming little girl. She appeared to be roughly around 5 or 6 years old, with a head full of silver hair that cascaded down to her shoulders, with some strands of red mixed in. Her large red eyes were currently closed as she rubbed them with her petite hands and let out a sleepy yawn. After a few moments, she adorably smacked her lips, causing her chubby cheeks to jiggle. Then, she opened her eyes and fixed her gaze upon me. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a broken bar something about this girl, something very distinct. It felt as though she didn't belong to this world. Even though she wasn't actually glowing, there was this radiance about her that almost felt heavenly. If not for the absence of an actual halo, people might mistake her for an actual angel. My daze was only broken when the girl blinked her big blood-red eyes a couple of times and excitedly spoke in an endearing tone. "Pa." The little silver-haired girl rolled to the edge of the bed, hopped down, and ran up to me with her short, chubby legs. "Pa," she chirped and wrapped her little arms around my leg. A soft smile tugged at my lips as I scooped her up and settled her on my lap. She beamed with joy as I gently patted her head and ruffled her hair, my gaze fixated on the strands of red on her head. Yes, Sarah had acquired a human form. I was confused at first, but after I talked to my master and indirectly inquired about the matter, everything fell into place. He explained that many of the ancient phoenixes and dragons possessed the ability to assume different forms. They had a transformation ability. Sarah must have unlocked this ability when she advanced into the middle-tier ranks. As for why she took a human form and not something else, it was clearly because her soul was linked to mine. Just as I had gained a phoenix gene, she had also acquired a human form as her transformation. It was a good thing, since in her base form, Sarah had grown nearly up to my height after her breakthrough. Yes, her phoenix form had become quite large now. I could not even imagine how majestic she would become after hitting her peak. "Pa," Sarah chirped once more, tugging at my t-shirt to get my attention. I glanced down at her, the gentle smile still present on my face. Meeting her gaze, I said, "Number. No, Pa. Call me big brother or uncle. Anything but Pa or Papa." Sarah pouted and vigorously shook her head in adorable defiance. "No, Pa is my Pa." "Damn it, Sarah. I'm too young and handsome to be a father," I exclaimed, covering my face with my palm as Sarah continued to shake her head like a child. Well, technically, she was a child. Letting out a resigned sigh, I relented. Okay, you can call me whatever you want." It was only then that Sarah flashed a victorious grin and ceased her adorable head shaking. With a smile, I brought my smart bracelet up to my face and opened the messaging app. It was about time I left this city behind. I needed to notify my master to either come and pick me up or arrange a different meeting point since he was going to train me throughout the rest of the break. At first, I wanted to run away, but now I understood that I needed to cultivate every ounce of power I could for the treacherous path that lay ahead in my future. I sent Leo a short text message that read, "Master, my work here is done. I'm ready to leave. So, what's the plan?" Then, I powered off the bracelet and began thinking about other things. I still had to respond to Amelia, but I was uncertain about what to say. What should I tell her? Or perhaps more importantly, how much should I reveal to her? Then there was the matter of Nero and the other main characters with him. All of them should be in Shaolin by now. The underground auction should happen in a few weeks. They should be able to get the Petal of Ambrosia without any issues, right? I mean, it's a simple task. I swear to God, if they manage to fuck this up, then I can just forget about leaving the fate of this world in their hands. I closed my eyes, feeling weary, and leaned back in my chair. Seeing this, Sarah climbed up onto my chest and pecked my cheek. I couldn't help but smile again as I opened my eyes and met her concerned gaze. She asked in a troubled tone, "Pa is worried?" "I'm fine, Sarah," I reassured her before a thought crossed my mind. I looked at her and pondered out loud. "I should get you some new clothes before we leave the city. I mean, just who knows where my deranged master will take us next for my training? A desert? A glacier? Hell, even an ancient dungeon is also possible." Sarah tilted her head, looking puzzled. "Can't Pa make more dress?" I squinted my eyes in thought. "Well, I can, but it's better to buy them with credits instead of using my edit points." The thing is, I had created a pair of pajamas and a dress for her using my edit pen on different fabrics, but that was only because I was caught off guard when she suddenly transformed and took a human form. Now, I could simply purchase whatever she desired. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I turned to Sarah, asking, "Hey, could you transform into your phoenix form for me real quick?" Wow. Sarah tilted her head in confusion, causing me to chuckle at her adorable response. "Your other form is known as a phoenix," I explained with a smile. Maybe I should tell her some folktales about phoenixes during our free time. "Oh. Okay." Sarah nodded enthusiastically, then jumped backward. She closed her large blood-red eyes and concentrated. Not long after, a radiant silver glow began to emanate from her body, as if she were engulfed in heavenly flames. Before I knew it, thin strands of silver flames burst from her body, reducing her white pajamas to ashes in an instant as the flames enveloped her in their fervent embrace. For a brief moment, the silver flames formed a cocoon around her before they began to shift and expand into the shape of a magnificent bird. As she reached her full size, the silver flames surrounding Sarah were instantly extinguished, and there she stood, a majestic bird with red feathers and silver fur around her neck, along with a gleaming golden beak and talons that looked sharp enough to cut steel. Her red eyes locked onto mine, and she let out a cheerful chirp. "Crook Tilda." I couldn't help but smile, then glanced down at the smoldering remnants of her white pajamas. While I could easily buy her new dresses, I think I should create something for her that could change its shape when she While I could easily buy her new dresses, I think I should create something for her that could change its shape when she transforms. With a nod, I said, "All right, Sarah, it's time to go shopping. Pa, dis one, and dis two." Sarah dashed around the shop, her hands landing on every dress that caught her eye. Most of them had something shiny. With a smile, I trailed behind her, picking up each dress that she touched. "Sarah, you know you'll grow soon, and then these won't fit you anymore." Sarah pouted, "But me want them." I tilted my head back slightly, chuckling at her adorable way of speaking, and nodded. "All right, how about I buy the whole shop for you? Pa can do that?" Sarah spun around to look at me, stars sparkling in her eyes. I chuckled again and shook my head. "It was just a joke, silly. Anyway, let's head back. I think we've done enough shopping for today." Before me, there was a shopping cart loaded with a tall mountain of dresses, all neatly packed in transparent boxes or sheets. Each package had a chip implanted, connected to the shop's home network, which would trigger an alert if something suddenly disappeared. This meant I couldn't simply slip anything into my smart bracelet and make it vanish, not that I had any intention to do so. The return on my investments could easily be more than enough to buy a property as big as this shop within this city. Although buying property in a more expensive city like Silversrhine was still out of my reach. While Wolfshire was expensive, it didn't quite reach the same heights of real estate pricing as Silversrhine. Yeah, even nobles cry when they have to pay a fortune to buy the expensive land in the City of Elves. I guess managing the economy of his territory was the one thing my father had been successful at, because he certainly failed at parenting for all his children. Ah, so soon? Sarah pouted, shaking me out of my ridiculing thoughts. Seeing her disappointment, I smirked and patted her head. You can have anything you want anytime, so don't be too sad. Okay. Sarah sighed, reluctantly nodding her pretty little head. With that, we left the kids' clothing section and made our way to the checkout counter. Since the place mostly catered to nobles and high-ranking upper-class citizens, we didn't attract too much attention because of my identity. Emphasis on too much. Oh, look, is that Lucas Morningstar? Nonsense, why would he come back here? And why would he come to this place? But he really looks like him. No, he doesn't. This guy. He looks a broken bar more handsome. Also, take a look at the child he's with. Morningstars don't have a daughter this young. I suppose you're right. Maybe I got confused because of the silver hair. But wow, they're both stunning. Especially the guy. Absolutely. And I can already tell his little sister will grow up to be a beauty. And then there's me and my ugly face. Life is so unfair. TSK. I feel you, girl. I feel you. Can you both please shut up and let me feast my eyes on that hottie in peace? Shaking my head, I fastened my pace. Sarah held onto my pinky finger, doing her best to follow me with her chubby little legs. That group of ladies back there thought Sarah was my younger sister. Well, logically, she did look like my little sister since she held a striking resemblance to me. Aside from a few strands of red mixed in with her lush silver hair, she appeared to be a miniature, gender-swapped version of me. But what really caught my attention was how they discussed my appearance. After noticing a significant increase in my charm stat, I looked into the uselessly big silver-plated mirror in my room. Almost instantly, I found out that my appearance had indeed undergone a significant change. Nothing about my physical features had changed. I still had crimson red eyes, silver hair, a perfectly symmetrical face, and a lean physique. However, something subtle, yet incredibly profound, had shifted in my appearance. I think you should take a look at my face. Held an otherworldly charm, akin to the temperament of a poet's verse. My bright red eyes now had a great depth to them, like two crimson stars hidden in the depth of never-ending wells of scarlet desires, and my silver hair now cascaded with an ethereal luster, much like the shimmering trails left behind by falling stars. And just when I thought I couldn't get any more perfect looking than I already was. However, I didn't think I should walk around in my true appearance, for more than one reason. When we arrived at this small complex, it was the middle of the afternoon, and there weren't many people around. Plus, I had so much on my mind that changing my appearance hadn't even crossed my thoughts. But now, as the noon hour was about to end and more people flooded the streets and the mall, I felt like I should alter my appearance. With that in mind, I entered an elevator. There was no one inside apart from Sarah and me, so I channeled mana throughout my body and activated my movement art. Instantly, the air around me wavered and distorted, as if I were standing in the midst of a scorching desert on a sunny day. Before the elevator landed and its doors parted, I had turned into a bronze-skinned young adult man with a head full of black hair, and a pair of ocean blue eyes gracing my angular face. Sarah did not seem to mind my sudden shape-shifting and continued walking with me as if everything was perfectly normal. After settling the bill at the cashier's checkpoint, I picked up the packages one by one and stored everything in the pocket space of my dimensional ring that I got from Raina. Everything I picked up turned into the rain of ethereal white sparks and flooded into my ring. The cashier lady gave me a surprised look. She was probably a mundane woman, so seeing magic technology that was only available to cadets must not be an everyday occurrence for her. Once I was done, Sarah and I exited the mall complex and made our way toward the Wolf's Den. While walking, I checked my smart bracelet to see that Master had still not replied to my message. I was not worried or anything, since I knew replying late was normal for him. He also used a lot of emojis while texting for someone his age. Hey, Oh, I thought. I was planning to pack my things and leave the city today. The only reason I stayed 3 extra days in this damned place was because of what suddenly happened with Sarah. I was confused and needed to safely check everything. I also needed to understand what and why it happened. After all, I could not risk something even more bizarre happening during the journey where I wouldn't even be able to hide it. All of my worries were out of the window now. Maybe I'll go back to the academy and see Leo personally. Just as I was musing to myself, I accidentally bumped into someone. Theodore, I'm so sorry. My focus was a broken bar. No, it was my fault. I should wait. Amelia? I quickly turned to look at the person I had collided with. To my surprise, it turned out to be the familiar black-haired Archeress. She was also looking at her smart bracelet, likely texting someone, but when I mentioned her name, she looked at me with confusion and then shifted her gaze to Sarah. After a moment, she turned her attention back to me and tilted her head, clearly puzzled. Then, her eyes suddenly lit up with recognition, and she gasped in surprise. Wait just a minute, Lucas? I reluctantly nodded, causing her jaw to drop even more. She once again jiggled her gaze between Sarah and me before speaking in a whisper. Are you kidnapping a child alone? My eyes suddenly widened as I lifted my free hand to wave in dismissal. No, a broken bar. Wait, what do you mean by alone? Anyway, I can explain. Wait, really? She just transformed into a human child? Just like that? Is that even possible? Amelia furrowed her brow and whispered in a surprised tone. I shrugged, sweeping my long black hair back. Apparently it is. I asked my master, and he said that some mythical creatures possess transformation abilities. Amelia fell into deep thought. If that's true, then I think I can understand why the central government eliminated all the mythical rank creatures. Her gaze landed on Sarah, who was clinging to my pinky finger as she flashed a bright smile back at Amelia. I nodded, a smile forming on my face. Yes, they were considered too great a threat to be left alive. Amelia's eyes briefly darkened as she continued, it's still disgusting how they drove a species to extinction just because they might have been a threat. I tilted my head, a hint of a frown creasing my disguised face. Well, not exactly. I can see their reasoning. What? Amelia widened her eyes. You can't be serious. Do you truly think it was okay to kill so many creatures just because they were more powerful than us? It's often wiser to deal with a potential threat before it becomes a danger to us, I replied, my gaze fixed on the road ahead. All those mythical creatures could have easily driven us to extinction if we hadn't acted first. Luckily, their numbers were low and they were scattered across the world, preventing them from banding together against us. But still a broken bar. Amelia seemed to want to continue arguing, but she couldn't find the words to do so. I shook my head at her naive idealism, and continued, I know it wasn't the morally right thing to do, so I won't try to defend it, but I'd rather eliminate a potential enemy before it becomes a threat. I took a deep breath and shrugged again. I think the central government did what was necessary. Besides, throughout history, humanity has driven any species that was a threat to extinction. That's how humans not only survived but also ascended to become the apex predators. As Amelia listened to my words, I went on, even in this new world, elves and dwarves fear humans, despite their magical talents and craftsmanship skills, because they are well aware of the twisted side of human nature. We might look greedy and foul from the outside, but humans know how to endure and prevail. Amelia sighed. I suppose you're right. If I didn't know you any better, I might have mistaken you for a human supremacist. I chuckled. Oh, no, not at all. I love other species. Mana beasts are fascinating and cool, especially my Sarah here. Dwarves are endearingly short and cute. What's not to like? Sarah's ears perked up when I mentioned her name, but she soon returned to looking around at her surroundings. The bustling street was now filled with people. It was a novel experience for her to be among so many people in her human form. Naturally, she was fascinated by everything around her. Amelia, on the other hand, gave me a long look before inquiring, oh, and what about elves? I took a moment to think of a response, then clenched my jaw and narrowed my eyes. After some thought, I replied, "Well, I think elves are all right. I mean, one of my friends is an elf, but in general, they can be quite haughty, and I don't particularly like people who are more arrogant than me." Amelia threw her head back and let out a hearty laugh. "So, you admit you're arrogant?" Grinning, I simply shrugged. "Rightfully so." Like that, our conversation then steered to our plans for the rest of the break. Amelia said that she was going to take a trip to the eastern continent to train at Shaolin. Naturally, it surprised me since Amelia did not do anything like that in the novel. In the story, she stayed in the western continent and trained by herself there until the end of the break. Curious, I asked her why she had chosen Shaolin, and Amelia explained that Nero and Anastasia were there. For a brief moment, my mood soured, but I quickly inquired, "But don't they just focus on polearm weapons and hand-to-hand combat in Shaolin?" "Yeah, but I'm thinking of diversifying my skill set. I mean, I can already handle close combat, but not as efficiently as I'd like." "Yeah, you're in close combat." "Excuse me? Have you seen my axe kick? That's the only impressive move you know, and it's effective mostly because you infuse your leg with wind magic." "Huh? What about the time I beat you in hand-to-hand combat? I flipped you over my shoulder and had you whimpering like a baby." "Ha, I let you win. Otherwise, I was this close to winning." "Close to winning? How? By trying to bite my leg off?" Like that, we bickered back and forth for a while until Amelia frowned and asked in a confused tone, "Hold on, if you can change your appearance, why did you go with that lame disguise for the Hideout Cafe?" "It wasn't lame," I retorted, irritated. "And besides, maintaining a disguise like this takes a lot of mana. I can't sustain this state and fight at the same time." As we conversed, we stopped by an item shop along the way. It was a cozy, wooden establishment. Inside, the shop was impeccably clean, and countless enchanted items and relics were neatly displayed on wooden shelves. The aroma of burning incense sticks and the presence of only a few patrons added an ambience to the shop's atmosphere. "I think you should take a look at." Amelia had some items she needed to buy here. I also took a look around the shop with Sarah, keeping her away from anything shiny, but didn't find anything particularly eye-catching. As I strolled around the shop, an elderly man dressed in a neat linen shirt and black pants came up to me and asked, "Are you searching for something, young man?" I turned to him, slightly puzzled. He met my gaze and offered a warm smile before introducing himself. "I'm the owner of this establishment." He then pointed toward the cashier's counter where Amelia was standing, presumably done with her shopping. Behind the counter, there was an adult woman busily preparing a receipt for whatever items Amelia had purchased. "That woman is my daughter," the elderly man continued. "She insists that I no longer need to come to the shop, but I find comfort in spending my time here." Listening to the old man's gentle, paternal tone, my expression softened, and I couldn't help but smile. "Your daughter is correct, you know. It's time to relax and enjoy your golden years." The old man's wrinkled face twisted as his lips curled up and he let out a hearty laugh. "I suppose you're right, young man, but there's something about this place that brings me peace." As I nodded with a warm smile, the old man continued, "So, what are you searching for?" "You see, I'm a diviner. Perhaps I can help you." My eyebrows shot up in surprise. "You're a diviner?" "Yes," the old man affirmed. "Don't tell me you don't believe in fortune-telling?" My mind immediately went back to the old elven lady I had met in Silversrine who had offered to reveal my future. I involuntarily swallowed and shook my head. "I used to be," I admitted with a shrug, "but lately, I'm starting to believe in it." "I see," the old man said with a smile. "Would you like me to divine something for you? I won't charge you." I paused for a moment before shaking my head again. "No, thanks. If fate is real, which I'm beginning to think it is, I'd rather not catch a glimpse of it again." The old man regarded me with a gentle gaze before nodding. "I understand. If fate is indeed real, as I know it to be, then may its threads always be in your favor." I smiled appreciatively. "Thank you," I said before spinning around. "Oh, but since you're so nice I guess I can buy something. A mirror or a watch. I don't know." "Oh, so you like mirrors?" he asked. "You know, in mysticism, mirrors are often associated with the unknown and harrowing dangers. However, in some long-forgotten cultures, the realm of reflection was also seen as a path to glimpse the divine deities." "Interesting," I remarked, "but all I see in my mirrors is a very handsome young man staring back at me." The old man and I locked eyes, staring at each other seriously, before bursting into laughter. Good one, young man." After Amelia settled her bill, I bid farewell to the old man and exited the shop. As we walked through a quiet street, I asked Sarah to transform into her phoenix form and soar through the skies. I planned to call her into my room later or meet up with her outside the mansion after I had packed my things. Sarah did as I told her. She transformed into her phoenix form. Her dress didn't burn this time. Instead, it turned into a collar around her neck as she changed forms before soaring high into the clear blue sky. After that, Amelia and I continued on our way to the Wolf's Den, engaged in casual conversation along the way. "So, where will you be heading?" asked Amelia. "First, I'll go back to the academy and find out where the Hellmaster is," I replied. "Then, he'll train me until I'm at death's door." Amelia chuckled. "What's it like having Leo Kurogami as your master, though?" "Well," I began, "unless he's training me, it's actually quite good." And besides, a bit before I could finish my sentence, a sharp, irritating voice interrupted me. "Finally, you're here." I instantly recognized that voice. Letting out a sigh, I looked ahead and noticed that we were right in front of the Wolf's Den. I saw Adele and Yelena standing near the gates of the Morningstar mansion as if they were waiting for someone. Adele stood there in front of the guarded gates of the Morningstar mansion, wearing a light t-shirt and joggers. His silver jewelry like chains, piercings, and rings, perfectly complemented his pale skin and golden locks. Beside him was Yelena, dressed in a simple yet elegant long embroidered regal tunic in shades of blue, paired with white leggings. She looked just as cold and stunningly beautiful as ever. Their crimson eyes locked with Lucas and the air grew heavy with palpable intensity. Amelia, who stood nearby Lucas, could almost swear she saw sparks in the air where their gazes met. Right then, a rush of evening wind swept by them, carrying the scent of late summer and promising the imminent arrival of a beautiful autumn. The hem of Yelena's tunic fluttered forward as Lucas's neck-long silver hair was swept back by the breeze. Adele, with his eyes devoid of emotion, only expressed his frustration before asking in a vexed tone, "Where were you?" Yelena swiftly chipped in as she tucked a few strands of her silver hair behind her long ears, which did nothing to hide her half-elven heritage. "Father specifically instructed you to remain in your room and not venture out, didn't he?" she asked with a hint of anger before she looked over Lucas' shoulder and noticed Amelia. Adele's attention also quickly shifted to the black-haired beauty accompanying Lucas, a sly smile crossing on his face. Well, sister, look at this unexpected reunion. I never thought I'd see this duo together again." Of course, Yelena already knew that the falling out between Lucas and Amelia had been salvaged, so she wasn't surprised. Her gaze once again jiggled between Amelia and Lucas as she appeared even more irritated now. She turned her gaze to Lucas and yelled, "I don't care what you do at the academy, but I don't want you seeing her in our city." Even after all these years, some people still remember the deed that a Morningstar did and went unpunished for it. Rolling his eyes, Lucas let out a low, self-deprecating chuckle. "Oh, for the love of God, dear sister, I've been punished enough. You have no idea. So, spare me this noble and honorable charade and make way. I'll take my things and leave immediately so you won't have to endure my presence, and I won't have to look at your face for another minute." Yelena's expression soured, but before she could form a reply, Adele interjected, "Leaving so soon?" He sneered mockingly, "But I can't allow that, not before you kneel down, lower your nose to the ground before me, and apologize." Lucas arched an eyebrow. "Apologize for what?" for not eating you in the womb and sparing the world from your existence? Or perhaps for stealing all the good genetics and leaving you with that ugly thing you call face? Even from that distance, Lucas clearly saw a vein popping on Adele's forehead as his eyebrow quivered uncontrollably. "Apologize for what you did to my friend, for what you just said, and, in fact, for sharing the same birth date as me," Adele raged, letting his bloodlust ooze out. Oh? He must indeed be a proficient warrior if he can use already bloodlust. Lucas inwardly acknowledged. More than once, Lucas had entertained the idea of killing Adele, but he wasn't a professional assassin, and Morningstar had several resources to trace the crime back to him. Besides, Lucas didn't actually want to kill him. Despite Adele's issues like his young master syndrome and unresolved inferiority complex, he held the potential to be a great pawn in the final battle. "Okay, I can't kill him, but maybe I can still break an arm or two in an act of complete self-defense." Lucas shrugged. "All right, buddy, I won't be apologizing for a single thing, especially not for that last part, not just because you sound utterly stupid, but because, let's face it, you're quite ugly." "I don't talk to ugly people." Lucas cocked his head casually. "I think you should take a look at Adele." Drew a deep breath to calm himself down and clenched his fists. After a while, he took one more breath and said, "Either you and the girl with you apologize to me right now, or I will draw my spear." Amelia widened her eyes in surprise and pressed a finger against her chest, pointing at herself. "Who, me? Oh, number. You better draw your spear because that's not going to happen." Adele stood motionless for a second before bursting out in a burst of erratic laughter. "Ha ha, they are dead. I'll kill them both. I'll kill them." However, before Adele could summon his spear, Yelena jumped in front of him and grabbed his arm. "Adele, calm down. Don't draw your weapon. That's what he wants you to do." By this point, Yelena had a pretty good understanding of Lucas' battle prowess. She had seen him in mock war. She hadn't, but she knew he somehow defeated Quinn, and she also saw him during the King's tournament. Hell, Lucas was one of the cadets who not only survived the vampire ambush on the night of the last game in the tournament, but he also killed a lot of vampires. Norman cadets aren't usually that powerful and strong. Lucas proved himself on every occasion. However, Adele knew about all that since Yelena always talked to him, but he was not there to see it all. He had never seen Lucas fight. In all honesty, Yelena knew that if they both were to fight, Adele would emerge victorious over Lucas, especially when she was present there to aid him. However, she just had this feeling that something was amiss. A broken bar. Aside from fighting against Nero in the King's tournament, Lucas never fought a losing battle. Would he truly lose here then? Yelena had a bad feeling. She knew the young wolf could have an ace up his sleeve. Adele, however, seemed to be having none of it. He continued to yell curses directed at both Lucas and Amelia, his face slowly reddening from rising blood pressure. "He's triggered," Amelia commented in a whisper, positioning herself behind Lucas. "Totally," Lucas replied, stifling his laughter. "Just look at how red his face is. If only he could see himself in a mirror right now." Amelia broke into a smile. "Aren't you worried? I can handle him. It would purely be in self-defense." "Of course," Lucas chuckled. "I swear, between the two of us, he must have been blessed by the heavens." Suddenly, Lucas fell silent. His expression froze as if something had just clicked in his head. "But?" Amelia prodded Lucas to continue, but he remained frozen in place. At that moment, Yelena turned to them and shouted, "For the love of God, Lucas, just apologize and get this over with already." The silver-haired boy, however, continued to stand there frozen like a statue. It was as if he were a lifeless mannequin. Inside his mind, his thoughts were in disarray. Mirror, a broken bar? God, heavens, a broken bar? Suddenly, the conversation he had with the old man back at the relic store echoed in his head. In some long-forgotten cultures, the realm of reflection was also seen as a path to glimpse the divine deities. Ha ha! Lucas finally exhaled, his shoulders trembling as he released a shaky, self-deprecating sigh. I must be an idiot. Indeed, he should have realized this sooner. But since arriving in this city, Lucas had not been in the best state of mind. Most of the time, he struggled to make sense of things and didn't know what to think. His head was in such a mess that even such an obvious thing had slipped his mind. "Lucas, are you listening?" Just a broken bar. Yelena's voice faded into the background as my sudden realization struck. Instantly, I bit my lower lip and turned to face Amelia. "Lucas, what's going on?" I interrupted her before she could voice her concerns, saying, "I have to go inside, to my room. I want you to stall these two until I come out." With that, I gestured toward Yelena and Adele. The silver-haired elf had her hands stretched out in front of the golden wolf. From the looks of it, Yelena didn't want a fight to break out between us. A very good choice. At the very least, she still had some sense left in her. Adele was too arrogant to notice, but Yelena seemed to understand that if we were to fight right now, I would prevail. I shifted my attention back to Amelia and said, "Just trust me on this one." The black-haired archeress was momentarily at a loss for words. However, in the end, she managed to bob her in a reluctant nod. Just as she agreed, I spun around and quickly strode toward the mansion gates. "Hey, how dare he? Stop him, Lucas. We aren't done talking to you," both Adele and Yelena shouted at me as I headed for the giant black gates of the wolf's den. But I didn't stop. Seeing that, they rushed at me. It didn't even take them a second to intercept my path as they came to stand right in front of me. Yelena reached for me, trying to grab my shoulder, while Adele began summoning his spear by channeling mana into his dimensional ring. But before either of them could complete their actions, I locked my gaze with each of them one by one. As soon as our eyes met, a mesmerizing violet glint sparked in my left eye, and my pupil suddenly became intricately complex like an ethereal maze. In an instant, both Yelena and Adele froze in their tracks, as if their bodies had turned to lead. Both of them were instantly ensnared in a deliberately crafted illusion. I passed between their frozen bodies with Amelia closely following me behind. As we reached the gates, the guards exchanged confused with one another, their eyes darting between me and my two siblings, who stood in the middle of the street like two stone statues. I turned to one of the guards who was giving us a questioning look and asked, "Well, are you going to open the gates?" The guard hesitantly complied, moving to open the colossal black gates and granting us entry into the mansion. Meanwhile, several other guards quickly rushed to check up on Adele and Yelena. That went smoothly. I had thought I'd need to ensnare them all back there. As we crossed the main garden, Amelia couldn't contain her curiosity for much longer and spoke up, "Did you use that relic you got from the cafe?" Glancing at her over my shoulder, I slowly nodded without slowing down my pace. At that moment, I suddenly felt something warm trickle down my left eye. Instinctively, I touched my face with the back of my palm and examined my hand, only to see that it was stained with blood. "Blood, huh?" The relic was straining my eyes. "Are you okay?" Amelia asked with concern, noticing the blood. "Is it because of the relic?" Once again, I nodded, and she posed another question. "How come the vampire at the cafe was able to trap so many people in her illusions then?" I took a deep breath, wiped the blood from my face, and replied, "That vampire not only had much more mana than me, but she also knew how to use the sight stone better than me." After a brief pause, I added, "With enough mana and practice, in the future, I also will be able to ensnare more people. But a broken bar for now, 4 to 5 would be my limit." "I see." Amelia nodded in understanding as we reached the entrance of the mansion. Right then, I turned around and locked eyes with Amelia. She didn't shy away from my gaze. I couldn't help but be surprised. If I were facing someone who could trap me in an illusion and peer into my memories by just locking eyes with me, I would have definitely averted my gaze. However, I didn't have much time to think about all this. Quickly, I gave Amelia a stern look and stated, "I'm going to do something in my room. I will be in a vulnerable state, so whatever happens, don't let those two near my room. Fend them off for at least 10 minutes using whatever means necessary." Amelia frowned. "Aren't they trapped in your illusion?" "They are for now," I nodded, but they will be released once I can't keep the relic active anymore. So, stall them. I think you should take a look at Amelia gritted her teeth. She was strong, but keeping the current queen of the global city at bay for 10 minutes was a tall order, even for her, and that was especially the case when another warrior was present there to assist her, making it a 2-against-1 situation for Amelia. However, in the end, the black-haired beauty only nodded in agreement. Fine, but I'm charging you extra for this. Sure, wait, a broken bar? What? You're charging me? I asked, dumbfounded. Amelia shrugged. I had to compensate for my fight in that bar. Then I paid Minerva. I may be well off, but I'm not filthy rich like you, your majesty. Fine. At a loss for words, I shook my head and exclaimed before heading into the mansion. It took me a minute or two to reach my room. My gaze hurriedly swept across the lavish chamber, pausing only when my eyes landed on the giant silver-plated mirror. Exhaling deeply, I approached the mirror and touched it, hoping to access its status screen, a broken bar if it had won, and lo and behold, a blue holographic screen instantly appeared in my vision. I was right, I muttered to myself. Yes, once again, I stood corrected. The mirror was indeed a relic. Item, mirror, relic, rank, mythical name, heavenly site description. When an offering of blood is made upon this mirror's silver surface as a symbol of devotion and sacrifice, it grants a fleeting glimpse into the heavenly realm, allowing the user to catch a glimpse of the King of Gods himself, compelling him to answer 5 of the user's questions. This mirror's ornate frame is adorned with celestial designs, making it a mesmerizing and enigmatic piece of art and mysticism. The mirror can only be used thrice. Well, I'll be damned, I scoffed upon reading the description of the relic before me. So, to activate it, I needed to splatter blood on the mirror's surface. I should have guessed this earlier, I said to myself while meticulously inspecting the surface of the silver-plated ornate mirror. The last time I used this mirror was to look at myself when I was binding the Enigma Site stone to myself. Naturally, when I stabbed my eye open, more than a few drops of blood spurted out onto the mirror's surface. However, the next time I glanced at the mirror, there was no blood smeared on it. I didn't have maids or butlers cleaning my room, and I certainly didn't bother to clean the mirror myself. So, who cleaned the blood off this mirror? The answer was clear, and no one did. The mirror must have absorbed the blood as part of the offering ritual and opened a pathway for me to see the King of Gods. Joe didn't bring me there. He lied. I was the one who unknowingly entered Arcadia, the heavenly realm. He didn't even kill me. If he had, my soul link to Sarah would have been severed momentarily, and she would have shown concern, but she did no such thing. Well played, Joe. I would never have suspected a relic like this existed if I hadn't met that old man, but even then, it was a long shot. For all I knew, I could have been wrong, but when have I ever been wrong? I mused to myself and took out a stiletto knife from the pocket space of my dimensional ring. I grabbed the blade of the knife using my left hand and forcefully slashed it out of my grip. A deep wound opened up in my left palm, blood gushing out of it. I jerked my hand in an arc in front of the mirror, splattering my blood on its surface. As soon as I did that, the blood started to vanish, gradually being absorbed by the mirror. Ha! A smirk crossed my lips. I felt dizzy the more blood the mirror absorbed. Finally, after a few minutes, I was on the verge of passing out as I staggered back and fell back first onto my bed, closing my eyes. When I opened my eyes, I was instantly assaulted by a brilliant burst of white light. It felt like the divine radiance of a graceful halo that could only be emitted from a celestial being. I had to squint in mild discomfort until my eyes adjusted to its brilliance. Before me was a towering throne, crafted out of a pristine white material untouched by the impurities of the mundane world. Well, it was obvious since I wasn't present in the mundane world anymore. All around me were colossal racks that shelved thick books with leather covers of different colors. Everything, from the shelves to the ground I stood upon, looked as if it was made from the same immaculate white material as the grand throne. Right in front of me was a pool, its tranquil waters mirroring the beautiful scenery above. The ceiling above was open, allowing me to look at the serene view of cotton-white clouds drifting through the vast, boundless expanse of the clear blue sky. I craned my neck upward and fixed my gaze upon the figure, or rather, the god, seated atop the Harai's throne. He wore eagle-white robes that matched perfectly with the color of the clouds in his backdrop. Once more, all my senses were suppressed the moment I laid my eyes on that celestial being. Once again, I was reminded that I was indeed in the presence of a heavenly being, a true god. Once again, his presence defied all my beliefs in explanation, logic, and science. The god's graceful silhouette was surrounded by divine radiance and unholy darkness. It was an aura that seemed to be a mixture of both the pure and the profane. His skin shimmered like the orange-brown halo of the twilight sun. His black eyes, deep and enigmatic, held all kinds of cosmic secrets that a mortal like me would never comprehend. His long, snowy white hair cascaded as if it possessed a life of its own. I gulped, instinctively taking a step back. In my heart, I felt both reverence and fear for the being before me. I wanted to speak, but my heart was stuck in my throat. But these feelings, I knew these feelings weren't mine. They did not belong to me. Last time, I couldn't see it, our broken bar couldn't grasp it, but it was Jovarian's heavenly aura that ignited these feelings of worship and fear within me, the aura of a god. This time, I could discern it only thanks to the Enigma Sight Stone, but it still did not matter. I was still powerless to do anything against his godly aura. Even if I closed my eyes, these feelings would remain. So just as I had done before, I steeled my resolve. Taking control of my scattered emotions, I gathered the courage and spoke. Jovarian's eyes came into focus as if he had only just noticed my insignificant presence. He looked at me with a cold indifference that sent shivers down my spine. Despite my best efforts to remain calm and composed, I resisted the urge to lower my eyes and drop my head as Jovarian finally spoke again. Once again, his voice was a like paradox. It sounded both soothing and unsettling, a broken bar pleasing and revolting, a broken bar correct and wrong, a broken bar beautiful and terrifying, a broken bar pure and impure, a broken bar divine and unholy, a broken bar Lucas Morningstar. Joe clicked his tongue after uttering my name. So, you finally found out about the heavenly sight. You lied to me. I raised my voice. You didn't bring me here last time. I came on my own on accident. Joe's lips curled into a smirk. Yes, I lied. The heavenly sight only states that I must answer 5 of your questions. It does not say that I have to answer them truthfully, does it? Right. The King of Gods was indeed obligated to answer 5 of the user's questions. But wait a minute. I almost brought my hand up to stroke my chin as my mind began to race. I recalled the previous conversation I had with Joe here in this very throne room. Surprisingly, after a very long time, I didn't have to strain my head to recall an event. I easily dug into my memories and replayed our conversation down to every last vivid detail. It felt like I was rewatching a scene from a movie, but only within my mind. Yes, finally, my near-perfect memory was working as it should. It was a familiar sensation to remember everything so easily. I didn't know if it was due to the antidote, but I wholeheartedly welcomed this pleasant change. After I was done recalling my conversation with the so-called true god of knowledge, wisdom, and fate, a smirk tugged at my lips. I shifted my gaze back to Jovarian and stated, "You are right, but you did answer far more than just 5 questions. My guess is that you have to answer at least 5 of my questions truthfully." Jovarian let out a condescending scoff. "I don't have to do anything, you foolish little thing. I am a god. I could just simply kill you again and send you back. Perhaps to your real world this time. Tell me, Noah, how would you like to wake up to your plain, monotonous life again?" As Jovarian mentioned this possibility, a broken bar or other issued a threat. My eyes widened. It was indeed a threat. In the early days of my transmigration, I often thought that I would wake in the real world if I slept in my reality. I feared that thought. Jovarian, of course, knew about this fear. After a brief pause, the King of Gods tilted his head, rested one arm on the throne's armrest, and supported his chin. times. In the end, it will be up to you to decide which of my answers you'd want to trust. The only reason I won't do that is because I made a promise to the creator of that mirror. I gave her my word that I would answer the questions of any mortal who'd seek me out. And I do like to honor my promises." My lips twitched into a smirk once more, albeit looking a bit feeble this time. What a coincidence. I don't go back on my words either. "So, I think you're ready to answer my questions." I did my absolute best to avoid ending any of my sentences in questions. Out of all the people in the world, I knew better than most how words in a promise could be twisted. Jovarian clearly noticed what I was doing, and the smirk on his face widened even more. He regarded me with an amused gaze and said, "I will answer 10 questions, but you can only ask true or false questions. I will lie 5 times. In the end, it will be up to you to decide which of my answers you'd want to trust." A frown formed on my face as I narrowed my eyes at him. The damned bastard was toying with me. Of course, he was. This was his form of entertainment. Unfortunately, however, before I could decide to decline his offer, Jovarian's voice echoed within this heavenly library. "Before you reject my proposal, know this: I can keep you here for all eternity. Slowly but surely, you will start to lose your mind and choose to accept my terms in favor of your own sanity. It would be wiser to make the choice right now rather than later." I remained silent as the frown on my face deepened into the resented scowl after hearing yet another threat from him. Grinding my teeth, I grunted out my reply, "Fine, let's play your foolish game." A pleasant grin graced Joe's face, and I took a deep breath to calm my nerves. After a few more calming breaths, I turned my gaze back to him and asked my first question. "The mirror in my room, I brought it there. True or false?" I had a brilliant strategy. By asking 5 absolute true or false questions initially, I could force Jovarian to expend his lies or truths right away. This way, no matter how he answered my last 5 questions, I would be able to know if he was being honest or not. In simple words, here's an example. I could just ask, "You are a man, true or false?" If he chose to lie and said false, I would follow up with another absolute question like, "Earth is round, true or false?" This would force him to lie again or tell the truth. If he continued to lie and replied with false, he would have used 2 of his 5 lies. Just like this, if he decided to be truthful and answer those questions as true, I would know he had used up 2 of his 5 truths. Yes, I know that it would be a little challenging since I'd need to keep track of all his truths and lies, but I think I could lead him to a checkmate. But like every other strategy, there was a way out. What if he doesn't straight up use 5 lies or 5 truths to answer my first 5 absolute questions? What if he lies and tells the truth alternately? If he does that, he could still deceive me when I ask him my last 5 questions, but that problem was still salvageable. I could bend my words in a way where he'd have no choice but to be transparent about his lies and truths. However, all of that would be the best case scenario. In the worst case, my attempt to outsmart him could just anger him. In my childhood, I once read somewhere that gods don't like to be tested, so I don't think it would be wise to put his patience to the test when he could just kill me as easily with a swipe of his finger. Yeah, no, thank you. I'd rather stick to the rules than have my head severed from my body again. Noticing my honest approach, Joe couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as the smirk on his face widened to the point where he was practically grinning. "Good choice," he said. "If you had tried to pull something, just know that it wouldn't have ended well for you." I resisted the urge to click my tongue. God or not, this guy infuriates me to no end. After a moment of thought, Jovarian finally responded, "True. It was indeed you who discovered the heavenly sight and brought it into your room." A broken bar. I believe he's telling the truth. I thought internally, inspecting the god on the throne with my eyes. Taking a deep breath, I waited for a brief moment before posing another question. "I've always been Lucas. In one of the past timelines, I died and reincarnated on 2021 Earth. In that universe, you killed me and I transmigrated here. True or false? Jovarian closed his eyes as if he was not interested in my questions. False. You are Noah. You insulted my creation. You will be punished for your blasphemy until you entertain me. Stop searching for meaning in your pathetic existence. TSK. I clicked my tongue. Was he lying? I believed he was, but what if he wasn't? No, I was convinced it had to be a lie. With a heavy sigh, I presented one more question. Lucas knew that I would transmigrate into his body. He also knew of the future, as he somehow retained memories from other timelines. Is this true? Jovarian opened his eyes, a somber shock visible in his deep, dark eyes. That is true. Lucas was aware of everything. But how? I burst out. How could he have known I was going to transmigrate when I hadn't even been killed at that point? A delighted smirk crept onto Jovarian's lips. Remember, only true or false questions. I clenched my fists, teeth bared in frustration. I entertained the idea of casting my strongest spell upon him, but I knew it wouldn't even scratch him. In the end, I could only ask another question, stating, the vampire monarch is the only threat I need to watch out for, correct? False. Jovarian shook his head slightly, his hand still propping up his chin while his enigmatic eyes locked with mine. I swallowed hard, an unsettling sensation gripping my heart. The ebony dragon. Is it the final threat? Must I defeat it to stop the apocalypse? False. Jovarian sighed, not explaining any further than that. My eyes quivered as I voiced another question. There is a way to save this world. I will be able to save it, correct? This time, Jovarian didn't reply immediately. He held on to the answer for a while before finally responding. False. No, no, that had to be a lie. It must be a lie, right? I was one of the prophesied heroes. I was. Wasn't I? With trembling lips and a heavy heart, I asked, I'm one of the 3 promised heroes destined to save the world, am I not? Jovarian looked at me expressionlessly for several moments before throwing his head back and erupting into hearty laughter, as though he'd just heard the most amusing joke of his life. After several long minutes, as I stood there in silence, observing the King of Gods with a startled expression, his laughter died down, and he gave me an amused smile. You? He scoffed sarcastically, his voice condescending. You actually think you're one of the 3 heroes? Have you perhaps forgotten that you're not the protagonist of this world, Lucas? Jovarian raised his voice until the traces of amusement in his tone were replaced by something different, a broken bar, a hint of sadness. I stood there, bewildered, as the King of Gods continued. False. You are not the protagonist. Remember who you are, Lucas Morningstar. Remember that you are nothing. Jovarian rose from his heavenly throne, his voice thundering down upon me. You are pitiful, feeble, and unstable. Your very existence is a continuous cycle of failure and downfall. You are a disgrace. So, no, Lucas, you are not destined to save this world. I looked up at Jovarian, a deep furrow forming on my brow, my jaw clenched, and my eyes distant. Strangely, I didn't feel anger toward him. No, instead, I felt an overwhelming sense of pity for him. Yes, I was pitying a god, and not just any god, but the one who had killed me before. After a long silence, I posed my 8th question. There is a way to reach a happy ending. True or false? False. Jovarian instantly replied, as if he had been waiting for me to ask this question from the start. Drawing in a deep breath, I finally voiced the question I had been wanting to voice since the start too. Are the prophecies all true? False. Jovarian silently shook his head. The prophecies are all false, crafted by someone to deceive the entire world. Past, present, and future. At this point, I was uncertain, unsure of what to believe. This could be a lie, or just as easily it could be the truth. A defeated sigh escaped my lips as I posed my 10th and final question. At first, I wanted to ask him about my future, but since I could only ask true and false questions, I settled for the next best option. I thought about all the future choices I would someday have to make and stated, The way to reach the ending, whether it be happy or tragic, is as follows. I join the Space Defense Force after graduation, leaving the vampires in the north for the protagonists to handle. I eliminate the space threat before returning to Earth. I then participate in the War of Union and bring it to an end. Finally, I face the ultimate war, defeating the vampire monarch with the help of other heroes. After that, I'll be prepared for any future threats. True or false? Jove-Irian once again closed his eyes, but this time, he nodded. He placed his hands behind his back and spoke. There will be unforeseen obstacles, but for the most part, true. That is one way to reach the ending. After a brief pause, Jove-Irian sighed and extended an open palm in my direction. Now, it's time to send you back. Instead of resisting as I had done the last time, I nodded and took a moment before speaking again. Oh, and before I forget, I will make you a promise now. Jove-Irian's lips curled into a slight grin as he inquired, and what might that be? I waited a few seconds before returning a bright smile. One day, I will kill you. As soon as I said that, suddenly, red chains erupted from the ground and enveloped me, shackling me in place. Thwoosha, and with that, in the next moment, my head was once again severed from my body. Opening his eyes, the first thing that Lucas saw was the intricately designed beautiful ceiling which he had grown familiar with over the span of the past few days. Involuntarily, a deep somber sigh escaped Lucas' lips. He wanted to see the King of Gods to get answers to his questions, but all he got was a jumbled mess in return. Still, at least, Lucas was certain about one thing. It was that the last answer that Joe gave him was indeed true. He was willing to bet on it. I guess it's settled then. The silver-haired boy let out another sigh. He often wondered what he was going to do after graduating from the academy. By then, the War of Union was going to start, but he was unwilling to participate in such a long war from the start. He had two options: he could either join the Northern Defense Force or he could enlist in the Space Defense Force. After contemplating over the matter for a very long time, Lucas came to the decision of joining the Space Defense Force. In the novel, Nero, other main characters, and the United Military were efficient in dealing with the vampires Broken Bar well, at least until the vampire monarch woke up. Oh, how things went south after that. Anyway, the problem the United Military faced was in dealing with the Callis. Right before the vampire monarch awakened, Callis had begun their final invasion. The last effort. It took the United Military somewhere around a year or so to thwart their final invasion and then another 6 to 7 long months to exterminate the Kali race. A year and a half was too long of a time in that situation, since the War of Union had just ended on Earth and Vampire Monarch was starting to wake up. It was a mess. A chaos. That was the very reason why Lucas was leaning toward joining the Space Defense Force. He would be able to, hopefully, help fasten the process of defeating the Callis. After confirming with Jove-Irian, the god of fate himself, Lucas knew that this path was the most ideal. Suddenly, Lucas touched his chin and sat in an upright position on his bed. It read that I could use the mirror 3 times, right? Wonder what I should ask the next time I see Joe. Right then, as if fate itself was mocking him, Lucas heard the loud cracking sound of the breaking glass. Eyes widened, he shifted his focus toward the colossal silver-plated ornate mirror in the middle of his room. He froze when he saw that a net of cracks had appeared on the mirror's surface. In the next moment, the shards of broken pieces of glass fell down from its silver frame. The relic was broken. It was only then did Lucas realize that his last use of the relic was the third and final one. Someone, perhaps he himself, had used the heavenly sight before him. His guy feeling was pointing at himself. It was possible that before being exiled out of his home, Lucas used the mirror. Yeah, it was definitely possible. Interesting, Lucas muttered, stroking his chin. The piling mysteries did not even bother him anymore. He knew that one day or another, today or tomorrow, he would unearth them all. He knew he was close. He could physically feel all the answers creeping toward him. The certainty of knowing everything soon was the reason why he wasn't worried now. If anything, he was kind of looking forward to it. I can see why people like the mystery genre now, Lucas mused out loud to himself. The anticipation of payoff is thrilling. As a smirk crossed his lips, a loud boom followed by a roar of a thunderous explosion reached his ears. Thwooma! Soon after, a shockwave rolled over his room as the whole mansion trembled, almost toppling him over his bed. What the fucker? As Lucas was about to curse out, he suddenly made a guess of what the cause of all this chaos could be. Ah, I forgot about them. Lucas quickly jumped down his bed and took a quick glance at his watch. However, once again, he was frozen in place as soon as Lucas looked at his watch. Barely 4 minutes had passed since he fell asleep. That's also the same amount he spent thinking over things after he woke up. So, it meant a broken bar. No time had passed at all? Wait, a broken bar? Wait, what? A frown wrinkled Lucas' face as he realized the fact that maybe time flowed differently between heaven and earth. Maybe Arcadia was in a realm above the dimension of space and time, so it did not follow the law of general physics. Interesting, Lucas mused again. A place above the authority of time and space, huh? Kaboom! Unfortunately, just as Lucas thought about delving deeper into the topic, once again a resounding explosion thundered across the world, its shockwaves rippling through the ground beneath his feet. Ugh, come on! Lucas let out a frustrated groan and rushed to exit his room, making his way toward the mansion's first garden. After descending the spiral stairway and crossing the main hallway, Lucas neared the main door and opened it. The servants didn't stop him since they themselves were in a state of complete disarray and panic, running around everywhere inside the mansion to find a safe place to cover their heads. As soon as the doors parted and opened outward, a murderously chilling cold breeze greeted Lucas' face. Outside he saw a world frozen of ice. From the trees in the main garden to the water in the fountains, everything was frozen. Amidst this frozen world, Lucas spotted 3 figures engaged in combat. Nearest to him was a black-haired girl. Her back was facing the main doors as if she was trying to let the other 2 not cross past her to get inside. In her hand was a black wooden warbow and her lithe figure was clad in lustrous metal armor with beautiful yet complex patterns of enchantments engraved on them. Facing her were 2 individuals, one a golden-haired young man and another a silver-haired young woman. Adele's whole figure was engulfed in brilliantly glowing golden flames, making him look as if he was enveloped in a sun. Yelena, on the other hand, looked paler than ever. Her body was clad in ice armor. In one hand she held a long sword and a large kite shield in the other. As soon as Lucas arrived on the scene, he saw Amelia stagger a few steps and fall to one knee. It was only now that he noticed the jagged cracks on her lustrous armor. Damn, I knew Yelena and Adele were stronger broken bar, but to think they would bring a main character down to her knees in only 5 minutes or so is insane. Lucas remarked inwardly. Well, that was to be expected from the reigning queen of the Global Academy and the Golden Wolf chosen to be the next patriarch of the Morning Star family. As Adele and Yelena neared the kneeling archeress, Amelia grunted frustratingly and attempted to pull herself up. Okay, enough. But right then, noticing Lucas' presence as his authoritative voice echoed through the frozen world, Yelena and Adele turned their eyes to him. The silver-haired boy took slow steps and walked in front of Amelia, saying, "Good job." But instead of thanking him, that girl had the audacity to reply with a shameless, "I had it under control." Lucas' eyebrow twitched as he entertained the thought of turning around and leaving her to finish this fight, but he shook his head. Behind him, Amelia pulled herself up and turned around. Without even bothering to turn back around, she waved a hand and said while walking away, "Okay, I'll be right over there by that tree spectating this with popcorn." She brought popcorn? Lucas raised his eyebrows. I don't know whether to be proud or not. Once again shaking his head, he gazed up at the front, locking his eyes with his siblings as he said, "Any chance we could settle all this over a cup of tea like the civilized people that we are? Or our broken bar, you know, we could just play any game, like chess. Remember how I used to beat you 2 all the time?" Before Lucas could stall them any further, Yelena spoke up. What was that illusion? How did you do it? If it was a relic, then where did you get it? Tell me its name and I will confirm with the military police myself." Obviously, she was angry. Lucas had shown him a life where she was the one being shunned by her family. After all, she was also curious, since a relic that was capable of breaking through her mental fortitude and subduing her so easily could at the very least be of legendary or divine rank. But Lucas couldn't just tell her the name of the relic. If she were to confirm it with the military police, then they would know he got it by killing Sofiana in the hideout cafe. Although the relic was now bound to him, he could still be punished and charged for stealing something that could have been military police's property. Yeah, that definitely was not a favorable outcome, so he had to refuse. "I can't tell a broken bar. I won't tell you anything." Hearing her reply, a nerve popped up on Yelena's forehead. Right then, Adele quickly chipped in with a furious remark. "See that arrogance of his, sister? I had been telling you from the start to put him down in his place." Yelena let out a sigh and posed one last warning. "Final chance, tell me the name of the relic, a broken bar or else." Lucas rolled his eyes. Since Reynold and Yennefer were out, his initial goal was to just stall his siblings until their parents returned. But now it was impossible. Yelena, the smarter one among her and Adele, had seemed to lose her cool after not only being humiliated like that but also seeing that illusion. She was ready to escalate this confrontation into a physical fight. It was clearly evident from the madness in her eyes. As for Adele, well, he had been ready to put some humbleness into Lucas since the moment he saw him back in the city. Lucas shook his head before shrugging slightly. Just right then, a brilliant burst of scarlet flame submerged his body. From the flames, a dazzling red and golden armor materialized over his clothes around the shape of his upper torso, enveloping the silver-haired boy in its protective embrace. Tilting his head, Lucas sighed. "I refuse." His words of defiance were akin to a declaration of war, both for and against Yelena. She clenched her teeth and glanced back at Lucas, who was now clad in resplendent golden and red armor, shimmering brilliantly under the evening sun's radiance. "So be it," she muttered and rushed toward Lucas. "If you won't tell me willingly, I'll just have to resort to force." Lucas remained unfazed by the approaching threat as he summoned his gleaming crimson spear. "Nice strategy," he remarked as he rushed toward the approaching silver-haired elf. "But I don't think you'll be able to force me." As soon as the silver-haired siblings entered striking range, they swung their weapons at each other. Clanger! Lucas expertly blocked Yelena's long sword, which was enveloped in an azure glow, causing her to grit her teeth and say, "Your arrogance has grown too much. Remember that you are in the presence of a queen." Lucas twirled his spear around the blade of Yelena's sword and attempted a straight thrust. However, Yelena swiftly hopped back a few steps to safety in the nick of time. Lucas smirked and replied, "A queen who needs to remind people of her regal presence is not a true queen." Before Yelena could retort, Adele, with his body still engulfed in radiant golden flames, jumped at Lucas from his left side, looking as if he were ablaze. Lucas' left ribs were exposed and vulnerable. Adele thought about exploiting the opening in the silver-haired boy's defense, but unfortunately, he had underestimated his twin brother a bit too much. Yes, it was a trap. The opening in Lucas' defense was intentional. Lucas had cleverly lured Adele right where he wanted him to be. The moment Adele entered his striking range, Lucas swiftly brought down the butt of his spear, striking Adele's skull with the rear end of his weapon. "Ugh!" The golden wolf let out a pained cry, stumbling back a few steps as he was rendered utterly disoriented. Without granting him a moment of respite, Lucas closed in on Adele, executing a sweeping kick with his left foot, striking the golden-haired boy on the side of his chin. The force of Lucas' kick sent Adele flying several meters to the side, and he tumbled along the ground before finally coming to a halt. What the question mark? However, as soon as his kick connected, Lucas' left foot ignited in flames. Adele's body was still enveloped in golden flames, which was likely an application of his elemental aura. Touching him right now would set anyone on fire. Close combat with Adele was difficult. Unfortunately for Adele, Lucas had the nigh-invincible protection of his Phoenix's embrace. Only a handful of things in the world could hurt him by breaching his defense. Without waiting for a heartbeat, Lucas jerked his left leg to extinguish the flames, which failed to leave even a single burn mark. But in the midst of this distraction, he nearly forgot about Yelena, a mistake for which he instantly paid. The moment Lucas looked up, he saw a massive ice spike hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. By this point, he had no time to evade or destroy the ice spike. All he could do was cross his arms over his chest. The colossal crystal spike of clear ice struck him with the force of a speeding truck, throwing him back into the air. He remained airborne for several moments before gravity exerted its pull on him, bringing him back to the ground. Like a flat stone skipping across water, Lucas' body skidded along the ground a few times. Then, recovering his breath, Lucas performed a graceful backflip and regained his footing. He plunged his spear into the ground to kill the momentum pushing him back. By now, the wind would have been knocked out of Lucas' lungs if not for his armor's protective embrace. The massive ice spike plummeted and fell a short distance away from him, to his side. He stole a quick glance at it before shifting his gaze to focus back on Yelena. The silver-haired half-elf had already begun chanting another incantation under her breath. 5 more enormous ice spikes materialized above her head, hovering in the air menacingly. With a mere mental command, Yelena sent the colossal ice spikes hurtling toward the silver-haired boy at the speed of a bullet, intending to squash him. Is she trying to actually kill me? Lucas widened his eyes, and in the next instant, he conjured 5 colossal javelins forged entirely from crimson flames. The fire javelins shot forward like devastating missiles locked onto their target, colliding fiercely with the cold ice spikes. Upon impact, when the fire and ice clashed, a detonation of mist and white smoke billowed forth, and tremors rippled through the ground. Did I get him? Yelena squinted her eyes, trying to notice any movement within the thick white mist. Lucas had been dangerously close to the explosion, so the impact must have been extremely forceful on him. Just as she thought of that, Yelena saw something move in the mist, stirring the white smoke. However, in the very next moment, her eyes widened as a crimson spear thrust through the white smoke and shot in her direction. Yelena lifted her huge kite shield in hopes of tanking the hit, but as the spear crashed against her shield, the force of the impact sent her reeling back a few steps. The spear fell to the ground with a clatter, and Yelena lowered her shield. She looked at Adele, who had come to stand beside her, and said, "Do not look into his eyes. I am not sure, but I think that's how he trapped us in that illusion." Adele nodded. He had also noticed the bright violet glint in Lucas' eyes earlier. It was kind of scary to think he could just render them immobile with a single look. Even though their exchange was short and quick, it was more than enough time for Lucas to unleash his most destructive spell, a Hellfire Doom. The ground trembled, and the mist obstructing their view dispersed, allowing Yelena and Adele to see their silver-haired brother. Lucas was down on one knee, one of his fists striking the ground. Yelena quickly widened her eyes. She had seen Lucas use this spell before in the King's Tournament. Unfortunately for her, this realization came way too late. Fissures formed, and cracks appeared on the ground all around them. The frozen ice broke as pillars of immolating flames burst out of the cracks like geysers of fire from the depths of hell. One after another, these blazing pillars surged forward, closing in on the 2 Morningstar siblings. Yelena acted quickly and pushed Adele away by running into him with her kite shield. By the time Adele was thrown back into the air, fire pillars erupted around Yelena, as if imprisoning her within a cage of flames. Yelena quickly deployed a barrier spell. A colossal ice orb materialized around her, cocooning her figure. At that very moment, from directly beneath her, an incinerating blast of fire detonated. Kaboom! Thick plumes of black smoke rose from the epicenter of the massive explosion, and dust filled the air. Adele, who had just crash-landed onto the ground, fixed his gaze on the heart of the rising pillar of black smoke, where his sister should have been. A strange, alien sensation invaded Adele's heart and took root there. Cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead as a chill crept up his spine. Adele turned his head and shifted his gaze to Lucas, only to see him standing up. As their eyes locked, the Golden Wolf calmed himself down and prepared to clash with his brother. No, this was good. Adele was surprised by his brother's newfound strength, but it was indeed an ideal situation. Ever since Adele had ascended to the position of the Morningstar family heir, he had been plagued by self-doubt at every step of his life. Adele knew that Lucas was right. He knew he had obtained his position through sheer luck. He understood that everything he had now was originally meant for his twin brother. He was just a replacement. Throughout his life, he had often thought about whether he was a better heir than his brother. Adele knew that he wasn't smarter than Lucas. But he had always wondered which of them would be the stronger contender in a serious clash or battle to death. Lucas had been hailed as an angelic prodigy in his childhood. He excelled in combat as well as in intellect. However, by the time they grew up and sparred seriously, Lucas had ceased his training. Defeating him was too easy because he never tried. All he did was cry, whine, and throw tantrums like a brat. But now they were finally facing off against each other earnestly. And now, Adele would settle this once and for all. He was going to defeat Lucas and claim his rightful place as the strongest Morningstar of their generation. Finally deciding to get more serious, Adele extended his hand and summoned a silver spear into his grasp. Golden flames ignited and engulfed his weapon as he assumed his stance. Lucas let out a sigh and summoned his bow. Pulling the bowstring, he conjured a bright azure arrow made entirely of mana on the taut string. The Golden Wolf wasted no time, rushing towards Lucas with an incredible burst of speed. His speed made him look like a golden blur, impossible for a mundane human to track with the naked eye. But unfortunately for him, Lucas was far from a mundane human. He held the same rank as Adele at this moment, and thus, Lucas' eyes easily matched Adele's speed as he released his grip on the bowstring. The azure arrow shot forward, splitting into 10 mana darts that rained down upon Adele. The Golden Wolf's eyes widened, but he didn't slow down. He continued to charge forward while skillfully evading the mana darts and leaving a trail of golden flames behind. Thwoosh, thwoosh, thwoosh. None of Lucas' arrows managed to hinder Adele as he closed in on the silver-haired boy. Lucas had no time to draw his bow again since Adele was nearly upon him, and as Adele stepped into striking range, he thrust his spear toward Lucas' head, aiming to pierce his skull. Stunned by Adele's killing intent, Lucas managed to raise his bow in time, using it as a shield to block his twin brother's spear. Thwooma! Exclamation mark. Unfortunately, his bow didn't survive the clash against Adele's fiery spear and quickly exploded into smoldering splinters. However, it gave him more than enough time to evade Adele's attack. Lucas hopped a few steps back to safety and moved his gaze on the remains of his shattered Yumi bow. With regret, he threw away the broken remnants of his bow and assumed an unarmed combat stance by raising his arms and clenching his fists, accumulating mana in them. In the blink of an eye, Adele was once again right in front of Lucas. He pushed the head of his spear at Lucas, this time targeting his ribs. Lucas swatted Adele's spear away with his right hand and swiftly threw his left leg in an arc, executing a perfect roundhouse kick. Whoosh! But his kick swept right above Adele's head as his twin brother dropped to his knees at the last possible moment. Why the fuck is he so fast? Eh? Was what Adele thought as he barely evaded Lucas' attack by crouching in the nick of time, feeling the violent wind sweeping above his head. But since his kick missed, Lucas was left off balance. It was the perfect moment for Adele to strike. With that thought in mind, he lunged forward with his spear, aiming for Lucas' chest this time. Yet, before the shimmering silver blade of Adele's spear could even touch Lucas, the silver-haired boy had already jumped back several meters. Once again, Adele found himself stunned by Lucas's speed. He had little time to marvel at it, though, as he immediately rushed after his twin brother. Lucas, on the other hand, nodded in determination. He had decided that it was finally time to go on the offensive. Huh? But as soon as he tried to act on his thoughts, he realized that he couldn't move. His legs felt anchored to the ground, making him unable to take even a single step. Quickly shifting his gaze downward, he immediately noticed spikes of crystal clear ice protruding from the ground around his feet, effectively immobilizing him. Involuntarily, he shifted his attention to look for a certain silver-haired half-elf. He easily spotted Yelena weakly standing up on her feet on the exact spot where his Hellfire Doom spell had hit her. Thin wisps of black smoke rose round her as she continued to cough violently with blood smearing her lips. From the looks of it, her ice barrier spell had protected her from the immolating fire of the explosion, but the shockwave had still taken a clear toll on her. She struggled to remain standing, but her ability to cast spells was intact, as she had just used one to render Lucas immobile. "Now, Adele," she cried out, giving her brother the signal. "Ugh!" Adele wasted no time. He let out a loud, primal roar and jumped over Lucas before bringing his spear down in a swift slash as he descended toward him. Lucas clicked his tongue again, raising his hands to block the incoming attack from above his head. Thwam! The impact of Adele's attack sent Lucas crashing down to his knees. Lucas quickly recovered and tried to conjure the flame lances. What? But to his surprise, as soon as his mana permeated the atmosphere to manifest his spell into reality, it was instantly absorbed by an invisible force. It was Adele. Realizing this, Lucas looked up just in time to see a foot approaching his face. Thwack! A solid kick squarely landed on Lucas' face, throwing him several meters back as the ice spikes restraining his legs shattered under the tremendous force. Without granting him a moment to catch his breath, Adele rushed toward Lucas as soon as he crashed to the ground. Lucas, however, rolled and managed to pull himself up to his knees. As Adele closed in on him, he bellowed, "Mana burst!" But at that precise moment, almost in synchrony, Adele triggered his gift again by shouting, "Mana drain!" And just like before, Lucas felt the mana he had used to empower his gift being drained by an invisible force. This was Adele's gift, eh? The ability to steal mana from spells and gifts that required it to replenish his own mana core. He was the perfect example of an ideal soldier. He could keep fighting as long as his enemies kept using mana. His gift was almost as broken as Leo's symphony technique. Almost. There was still a way to defeat Adele. Actually, there were two ways. One of the ways was to refrain from using any spells or techniques that needed one to flood their mana into the atmosphere. In simpler terms, employing elemental aura, martial aura, artillery spells, aura spells was entirely off the table. Lucas could only rely on using his weapon arts and internal mana channeling to fortify his body. The second way was to simply surpass the maximum amount of mana Adele could feasibly absorb. His gift essentially turned him into a battery, and like any battery, he had its limits when it came to how much mana he could hold. That limit was his gold-ranked mana. "Your spells won't work on me," Adele raged as rushed forward and he swung his spear at the kneeling figure of his twin brother once again. Thwam! But this time, Lucas didn't even try to defend himself. He just let the silver spear struck him while getting up on his feet as if nothing had happened. What the hell? Adele's eyes widened as pulled back his spear and swung its shimmering silver blade at Lucas' shoulder. Thwam! Once again, his spear connected but failed to cut through Lucas' golden armor. Adele gulped and pulled back his spear once again with trembling hands. Ugh! He let out a raging battle cry and unleashed a fury of spear thrusts at Lucas. This time, the silver-haired boy stepped in closer to Adele to get inside the reach of his spear. Adele tried to move back but his twin brother was just too fast. "Stay back, what?" Adele was about to curse as a heavy kick landed on his chest and the wind was knocked out of his lungs. His spear jerked from his grip as he was thrown back from the force of the impact. But despite his inferiority complex concerning Lucas, Adele had exceptional combat skills. He ignored the pain and raised his hands, taking a bare-handed combat stance. Lucas leapt in, launching an onslaught of attacks, kicks, punches, palm strikes, each seamlessly flowing into another. Adele was no slouch in hand-to-hand combat. In fact, it was his forte. However, facing his twin brother in this moment, he found himself unable to do anything but take the abuse. Lucas was too swift, too precise, and simply flawless. His defense revealed no openings, and there were no flaws to his technique. Not to mention, he was strong, exceptionally strong. Adele felt like he was being hit by a hurricane of adamantine sledgehammers, each hit making his bone tremble and groan in pain even when he managed to block them. What kind of monster am I fighting? Eh? Adele couldn't help but think, his panic growing evident. Not long after, Adele's panic began to seep into his technique and hindered him. He started leaving openings and received damage in return. Lucas never missed an opportunity to capitalize on these mistakes and punish his twin brother. Usually, in close combat, Adele's opponents had to always think twice before engaging him. They had to be wary of the danger posed by his fire elemental aura. After all, if they touch his golden flames, they could be set on fire instantly. However, this time, his opponent was not an ordinary cadet but Lucas, who, thanks to the protection of his armor, had no concern about taking damage. Actually, on second thought, even without the near-invincible protection of his armor, Lucas was insane enough to set himself ablaze if it meant harming his opponent. Adele clenched his teeth as blow after blow struck his vulnerable areas. He gasped, grunted, and cried out in pain, but Lucas, like a vengeful demon, showed no hint of mercy. And why should he show mercy? He had given them a chance to back down. He did not start this fight, they did. This wasn't punishment, but a consequence. Thwack, thwack, thwack. By now, Adele had been reduced to a mere punching bag. He was unable to find any openings for a counterattack. All he could do now was just stand there and take the unbearable beating and humiliation. Fortunately, just as Lucas was about to land a blow on Adele's solar plexus and cut off his mana supply, Yelena intervened. She jumped between the brothers and swung the blade of her longsword at Lucas. As her blade traced an azure arc in the air, Lucas stopped Yelena's downward slash with his bare hands and grabbed the blade of her sword. Mana burst, he yelled, igniting an azure explosion in his grip. Thwoo! The silver sword in his tight grasp shattered as though it was made of glass, its sharp shards falling to the ground. Thwack! Before Yelena could even comprehend what had happened, Lucas slammed his head against hers, sending her staggering backward. Right at that moment, after finally catching his breath, Adele decided to exploit the momentary opening after Lucas head-butted Yelena and quickly lunged forward with a front kick. However, Lucas was obviously aware of the attack. He merely sidestepped and allowed Adele's kick to meet nothing but her. From his side, Lucas lifted his leg and spun in Adele's direction, ramming his knee into the golden wolf's abdomen. Q-whack! Adele gasped and buckled, collapsing to his knees. The golden flames that had once enveloped his body now extinguished just like his willpower to continue the fight. But right then, Yelena used the chance to rush Lucas. She leapt over his head and descended while spinning like a vortex before unleashing a tornado kick on her brother. Lucas grabbed Adele by the head and, as a display of strength, hoisted him up to use him as a shield. Thwack! Yelena's attack landed on the golden wolf's back, drawing another grunt of pain. Ugh, you coward! Yelena yelled as she landed back on the ground a few steps away. Lucas tossed Adele aside as if he was nothing but a mere ragdoll and turned his gaze back to his sister. You know, Yelena, Lucas began, a cold indifference present in his crimson eyes. You've always infuriated me. Yelena clenched her teeth and glanced at Adele, who was struggling to rise back to his knees. By now, she understood that her spells would not be able to break through Lucas' armor, while his attacks would inevitably wear her down. Fighting Lucas felt like courting imminent and inevitable defeat. She was well aware that she would lose alone. So, she decided to stall Lucas until Adele recovered. She knew with Adele's gift and her devastating spells, they would emerge victorious even when Lucas' defense was nigh invincible. Oh, yeah? She asked. And just why is that? How dare you act so high and mighty after what you did to me? Lucas spat, a slight sense of anger evident in his tone. Hearing you speak about nobility and honor sickens me to my core. A pang of pain tugged at Yelena's heart, but she suppressed it. Lucas, I am sorry for what I did. You know I am. Are you? Lucas raised an eyebrow. I can tell that you are. You are sorry for what you did, but you don't feel bad for never trying to stop Adele or never sticking by my side, do you? Yelena remained silent. Her silence, in a way, was her answer. She felt disgusted with herself. No matter how hard she tried to hide it, she knew how shallow she had been. She had left Lucas because of how inferior she felt compared to him. Adele wasn't the only one happy on the day when their father made Lucas step down from the position of his heir. No, she too had felt joy that day, and that feeling disgusted her. You, or any of the Morning Star for that matter, don't have any right to talk about honor and nobility, Lucas declared. Keep our family out of this. Yelena gritted a whisper. Oh, did I offend the Snow Wolf? Lucas scoffed. That's what they call you, right? The Snow Wolf. You don't deserve that name. Wolves don't leave their kin behind. Oh, and you do, young wolf? Yelena spat back. What do you know about being a Morning Star anyway? You weren't even with us for the most part. And just who pushed me away? Lucas erupted but quickly shook his head after calming himself down. You know what? I don't care, Yelena. It's not your fault. You and Adele were just kids. All the attention I got made you both feel like you were always out of the spotlight. Yelena listened quietly, her fists tightened and her jaw clenched. As she was about to speak in an attempt to try and make peace with him, Lucas spoke up again. And it's not your fault that I'm about to prove to you that no matter how many years have passed, no matter how strong you both may have grown, you both will always be inferior to me. Baring her teeth, Yelena extended her hand and pointed an open palm at Lucas. Behind Lucas, Adele had also stood up and pointed an open palm at him before he began to recite a chant. Unfazed, Lucas smirked mockingly. So, do whatever is in your power to try to stop me. And watch as I demolish your pack. In an instant, the evening sky burst into brilliant light as several stars ignited above. As they drew nearer, it became apparent that they were massive spheres of golden flames hurtling toward the earth. Meanwhile, the ground beneath him trembled as sharp ice obelisks erupted from the earth's surface. The fireballs collided with the ground like meteors, setting off a chain of explosive conflagrations, while crystalline ice spikes littered the terrain, tearing apart anything in their path. The whole garden of the Morning Star Mansion was destroyed in an instant. Even the guards outside the gates had to move away to protect themselves from the shockwaves that rippled in the aftermath. Yet none of the attacks managed to land on Lucas. He gracefully evaded them all and moved with blurring speed, his body looking like a crimson flash. Thwoom. And when an attack did finally connect with Lucas, his body rippled and wavered like a mirage. Noticing this, Yelena's eyes widened once more. She had seen Lucas use this technique before. It was the Mirage Walk, a signature movement art used by the god of war, Leo Kurogami himself. TCH, damn it. Yelena cursed and shifted her gaze to Adele. It's Mirage Walk. He can create illusions of himself, camouflage his appearance, and even turn invisible, so? Ugh. Yelena's warning was abruptly cut short as she let out a pain cry. She glanced at her shoulder only to find a stiletto knife embedded there, blood gushing out her wound. Gripping the hilt of the stiletto knife was a silver-haired boy, his face twisting in a maniacal grin. Erihavan. Yelena quickly chanted in High Elven, and immediately, a wall of ice erupted from beneath the ground, forcing Lucas to jump back. Yelena clutched her wounded shoulder and rushed to Adele's side. Coming to stand beside him, she said, Adele, activate your fire elemental aura. I'm going to unleash 0. Adele's eyes widened, but he didn't protest. In fact, he knew that this was their only option. Their spells and attacks had proven futile against Lucas. Not even their most destructive spells left a scratch on him. His armor was simply too impervious. There was only one way to defeat Lucas, and that was for Yelena to unleash her strongest area of effect spell. Following the same line of thought, Yelena raised her hand, and a long sword made entirely of ice materialized in her grasp almost instantaneously. She whispered an incantation under her breath, causing the tip of her sword to glow with a brilliant azure hue, like a solitary star in the darkest night. As if waiting for that cue, the temperature of their surroundings plummeted dangerously, chilling the air in an instant. Suddenly, the world was encased in ice once more, frozen. But this time, it wasn't just that. In the heart of the frozen world, a deadly snow blizzard billowed forth, engulfing everything in murderous cold within a 50-meter radius. In the eye of the swirling snow tempest stood Yelena, her sword raised toward the sky, radiating a dull azure glow as he looked like a knightly princess from a fairy tale. Beside her, Adele was enveloped in golden flames, making him appear like a pure, radiant deity who reincarnated into the mortal realm. Somewhere in the distance, away from the fantasy-like duo, the air rippled and Luca's figure gradually materialized, becoming visible again. Adele couldn't help but smirk as he noticed that, yes, elemental damage alone couldn't harm Lucas, especially since Yelena's 0-point spell was not nearly as strong as their mother's, but it would still be exceptionally difficult for Lucas to breathe. Within minutes, his lungs would likely succumb to the cold and he would fall unconscious. If he were to use his fire elemental aura or any fire-based spells, Adele would drain the mana from those spells, negating them and forcing Lucas to endure murderous cold. The only downside to this plan was that Yelena could not move for a few minutes, forcing Adele to confront Lucas on his own. But this time, Adele held the upper hand. The Morning Star Mansion, which is usually seen as a symbol of peace, justice, and security, was now a scene of utter destruction. Its front walls were caved in multiple spots, while other spots were cracked beyond repair. The front garden, once a place of lush beauty, bore deep craters, fissures, and unsightly cracks, marring the landscape. The once majestic trees had been reduced to charred or shattered remnants by fire and frost. Fountains and pools now lay shattered, their tranquil waters spilling and spurting out in disarray. Several wisps of smoke rose, but the most attention-grabbing was an enormous black mushroom cloud which was a result of one of Lucas' explosions. And, like a menacing vengeful demon, Lucas stood at the heart of a deep crater, firmly gripping a silver-haired half-elf by the throat. Beneath his right foot, Adele's defeated body lay sprawled, his once gleaming golden hair now muddied and disheveled, his clothes reduced to tatters. Lucas himself stood topless, his lean upper body exposed to the world. At some point during the intense battle, he had shed his armor in favor of embraced discard. Despite the destruction around him, not a single scratch marred his flawless skin. His unyielding grip on Yelena's throat caused her to squirm and writhe in a desperate attempt to break free, but the more she struggled, the tighter his grip became. At one point, he lifted her off the ground as she clawed at his arm, digging her nails into his skin and drawing blood in futile efforts. Yes, it was indeed futile. Fighting him was futile. No matter what they did, every spell that they cast, every tactic that they employed, even their techniques were rendered useless in front of him. Fighting him felt like fighting an opponent who could look into the future. How could you ever defeat someone who knows what you're going to do in advance? Well, there was a way, imposing strength. Yes, the only path to defeat such an opponent lies in overpowering them with sheer strength. That should have been easy since Adele was at the same rank as Lucas while Yelena was a rank above them both. She was currently on Diamond 1, with both of their strengths combined and with the aid of Adele's gift, they should have been able to suppress Lucas. But the moment the young wolf shed his armor, their hopes were crushed. They had no choice but to submit to his superior power and flawless technique. Even Yelena's 0-point wasn't able to slow down Lucas after he removed his armor. Adele lasted exactly 3 minutes, and that was only because Lucas was sadistically toying with him, like a prey playing with his food. After her youngest brother was defeated, Yelena cancelled her 0-point spell and recited the Ice Golem magic chant. As soon as she completed her incantation, several giant humanoid golems made of ice rose from under the frozen ground and attacked Lucas. Lucas, in response, spammed his flame lance spell and rained down countless fiery javelins on the ice golems like a barrage of destructive missiles. Using that chance, Yelena rushed in and tried to contest him in close combat again with her ice sword. Lucas, meanwhile, picked up Adele's silver spear and utterly obliterated his elder sister. They exchanged precisely 45 clashes before she was defeated. The funny thing was that, by the end, Yelena tried to use Morningstar's secret weapon art, the Dawnbreaker, to defeat Lucas, but before she could do that, Lucas ended her with Scarlet Demon Devouring Art, shattering her sword again and bringing her down to her knees. Broken bar, get off. Right now, Yelena was struggling to escape Lucas' grip of death. She feared he would actually kill her. Looking up at her, Lucas spoke in a dangerously low voice, "You enjoy looking down on me, don't you? How does it feel now? Are you enjoying the look from above?" Yelena paddled her feet, trying to touch the ground, but her attempts to struggle grew weak with each passing second. Meanwhile, beneath his foot, Adele grunted and tried to rise up, only to have his face bashed into the ground as Lucas stomped down on him one more time. "Stay down," he said, looking down at him before moving his eyes to gaze back into the deep crimson eyes belonging to Yelena. Usually, all he would find was arrogance and condescension there, but right now, hidden deep behind the facade of cold animosity in her eyes was primal, instinctive fear. "Kaka!" "Ik!" Yelena let out a shrill howl of agony as Lucas drove a thin stiletto knife into her uninjured shoulder. A twisted grin contorted his face as Lucas uttered, "Don't heal the scar that'll be left by this wound. Let it serve as a reminder of your inferiority to me, Snow Wolf." Tears welled up in Yelena's eyes as she gazed down at Lucas. In an instant, a river of memories flooded her mind. She remembered the joy she felt on the day Lucas and Adele were born. Though her memories were blurred since she was only 2 at the time, the happiness of getting not 1 but 2 brothers remained vivid in her mind even until now. Adele was always slow, so Lucas was the first to learn to speak. She could still recall the giddy feeling she had when he called her Big Sis for the first time. She could remember how Lucas used to pluck lilies and roses from the mansion's garden using his small hands and bring them to her. Almost every day, they played together. They shared laughter and tears during story time, and the fierce competitiveness when she in her memory taught him chess for the first time. All their warm moments echoed in her memory. But then, slowly but surely, everything changed. Lucas was hailed as an angelic prodigy who was destined to lead the West one day. His parents showered him with attention, relegating her and her youngest brother to the background. Even Lucas himself began to change slowly. He started growing distant. His focus was always elsewhere, as if he bore the weight of the world on his shoulders. She understood the reasons behind it. Of course, he was the heir, so he had to go through grueling training and deal with other matters as their father mentored him. But the growing disconnection in their conversations left Yelena and Adele feeling isolated. He never had any time to talk to them, and it wasn't like they had many things to talk to him about. Yelena was the big sister, but she always felt so little in front of him. She knew he did not mean it, but it felt like he was intentionally flaunting his golden child status, a constant reminder of his superiority, into their faces. It felt like Broken Bar he alone was the chosen one. As she remembered all of this, Yelena's efforts to hold back her emotions crumbled. Tears fell and streamed down her flushed cheeks. She released her grip on Lucas' arm, allowing her hands to fall freely. With a swirling mix of emotions ranging from sorrow, regret, resignation, contempt, and seething fury present in her eyes, she fixed her gaze upon her younger brother and uttered, "I may have abandoned you, but you left me first." The moment those words escaped her lips, Yelena dissolved into a mess of sobs, gasps, and hiccups, breaking down and letting go of her overwhelming emotions. As he witnessed her breakdown, the smirk that had adorned Lucas' face slowly faded, replaced by a somber expression. He took in a deep breath, loosening his grip on Yelena and allowing her to fall to the ground, her tears still flowing freely as she coughed and gasped violently. "That's why I told you to settle this over a cup of tea." "Idiot," Lucas murmured. His gaze darkened, his words laced with irony, devoid of any humor. He then stepped away from Adele, eliciting another pained grunt from him. "Lucas," a pleasant, almost soothing voice called out to him from behind, jolting him from his daze. Finally snapping out of it, he turned to look at Amelia, who had come to stand at his side, holding the crimson spear that he had thrown at Yelena earlier during the fight. But along with her, he also noticed the approaching guards. They rushed toward him and formed a circle, their weapons drawn from their sheaths as they quickly surrounded Lucas. "Get away from the young lord and young lady. This is your first and final warning," one of the guards barked. Lucas couldn't help but scoff inwardly. These guards were nowhere to be seen when he was on the receiving end of his siblings' assault. They only decided to intervene after their young lord and young lady were defeated and in danger. He shook his head and was about to comply with the guard's warning, but just at that moment, a bright streak of crimson light flashed in the air, forming a spider web-like pattern. "Thwam, bwam, clanger!" In an instant, as if a vortex of invisible blades had swept through the area, every weapon wielded by the guards, whether it be a spear, sword, or shield, was sliced into tiny shards, leaving them with only hilts and handles in their grasp. "What the broken bar? We're under attack. We're under attack. Nonsense." None of the security alarms went off. What's happening? Panic quickly spread among their ranks, but out of all the bewildered guards, a few appeared even paler than their comrades. They were the ones who knew what had just happened, and though Lucas himself knew it, he could hardly believe what he had just witnessed. That technique. It was unmistakably the work of Hisa. "How dare you all direct your blades at my disciple? Do you not fear death? Do you fear no god? Do you not bleed? If not, then prepare to now." His master. As soon as the overwhelming authoritative voice boomed throughout the mansion's garden like a strike of thunder, an eerie silence enveloped the area. All eyes turned to search the source of this commanding voice as everyone craned their heads upward to the sky. Descending from above was a crimson blur that hurtled down and landed on the ground just a few steps before Lucas, carving yet another crater into the earth. A dull shockwave rolled through the surroundings before the rising dust finally settled and the figure of the man who had plummeted like a meteoroid became visible. He was a tall man with a lean build and broad shoulders. He wore a snug plain black t-shirt that did little to conceal the sculpted muscles rolling like steel wires beneath his skin, and black jeans. A long red military trench coat, adorned with black fur, was casually draped over his shoulders, and clasped at his waist was a slender katana resting in its sheath, adding an aura of restrained lethality to the man. A mane of long crimson hair cascaded down to his neck and a pair of matching, deep scarlet eyes adorned his chiseled face, which looked as if it was sculpted by the gods themselves. A long scar was running down his left cheek, a minor imperfection that, instead of hindering his appearance, only seemed to magnify his captivating charm. However, the most riveting and terrifying thing about this man was that he had sent some of the guards present here trembling uncontrollably just from a mere glance. But they weren't just trembling out of fear. No, it was as if they had seen a deity in the flesh. Fear and reverence both were present in their eyes. As they looked at this man they believed they had no right to lay their eyes upon. Even Yelena calmed herself and wiped her tears before she cast a confused gaze at the newly arrived guest. Only poor Adele remained unable to lift himself from the ground and look around. Right then, the first one to break the palpable silence was Lucas. "Master, you cut your hair." Leo's lips twitched until a slight smile graced his face. He turned to face his silver-haired disciple and said, "You ruined the cool dialogue I was going to follow up with." Lucas shook his head with a smile. "Yeah, my bad." Leo sighed. "Indeed, I've cut my hair. It was about time for a new look." True. Lucas nodded in affirmation, but before they could exchange further banter, One of the ignorant guards present drew a sword from his dimensional ring and barked, "Hey, hands in the air where I can see them, you are trespassing into a private noble property. I don't care if you are a soldier." Before the foolish guard could finish his futile warning, Leo placed a hand on his katana's hilt and released a crushing bloodlust that instantly suffocated everyone present. Only Lucas, Adele, and Yelena were spared. Ugh! An older guard quickly smacked the back of the head of the foolish guard who had spoken earlier and bowed deeply in front of Leo as if he were worshipping a god. Seeing this, Leo finally removed his hand from his katana and retracted the crushing bloodlust, allowing the older guard to speak. "Please forgive him, sir. He's a new young recruit and doesn't know about you. I beg you, please don't draw your katana and spare our lives." The older guard spoke in an apologetic tone. The other guard who had spoken earlier scowled and looked at his superior. "What are you saying? He's an intruder, and we should not back down from our duty." Once again, a slap landed on the back of his head before he could finish speaking whatever nonsense he was about to spout. The older guard yelled at the youngster, "Are you an idiot? How could you not recognize the god of war himself? He's Leo Kurogami." The color instantly drained from the faces of the young guard and all the other guards who seemed clueless until now. Silence. Absolute silence filled the air until the young guard widened his eyes and began speaking in a whispering tone through his trembling lips. A broken bar. I didn't a broken bar. I didn't know a broken bar. I've only seen him in pictures. A broken bar. I didn't know he would look so different. A broken bar." The guard quivered and staggered. The poor guard couldn't be blamed. Leo often wore his traditional dress, a kimono, and tied his waist-long hair into a braid whenever he had to pose for a picture. Right now, in modern attire and with neck-length hair, Leo indeed looked very different from his usual appearance. If not for the fact that some of the guards here had once served under him when Leo worked with the Morning Stars, even they would have had trouble recognizing him instantly. Leo, unaffected by the fearful and reverent looks he was receiving, turned his gaze to the older guard and said in a calm voice that held a dangerous undertone, "You all pointed your weapons at my disciple, whether knowingly or not, thus challenging my pride and reputation. How should I deal with you all?" "Sir Leo, we were merely carrying out our duties." Cadet Lucas appeared as if he was about to kill them. Leo raised an eyebrow, an erratic grin crossing his lips. "Surely you're not accusing my disciple of intending to commit a crime, are you? I'm at a loss for words here. Do you think the person I put my utmost trust in would ever do such a thing? Are you also challenging my trust?" The guard gulped and darted his eyes around as if begging someone to help him. On the verge of tears, he tried to mumble an answer, but his words soon became incomprehensible under Leo's fierce glare. I know a broken bar. Yes, a broken bar. I have a little wife and one daughter. A broken bar. Little daughter and one wifey. A broken bar." Sweating profusely, the guard was just seconds away from falling to his knees and crying like a toddler, when a booming voice echoed through the area. "Leo!" Instantly, all moved toward the gates only to find a muscular man with golden hair and crimson eyes heading in their direction. Behind him followed an alluring woman of elven heritage with long flowing silver hair and eyes as cold and frigid as ice. It was a scene that looked as if it was taken right out of some kind of a movie. Lucas even compared it to a scene in one of the web novels he had read in his past life where two protagonists met each other. Yeah, that description would fit best for what was happening right now. Two old protagonists finally coming face to face with one another after a very long time. They have had their differences in the past and maybe they do even now after all these years. However, they had a long and hard journey and now they are changed men. The underdog is now one of the strongest men alive while the previous strongest one of the two is now a wise guardian of the mysteries. The air was palpable and tension was intense as the wolf came face to face with the god. Everyone present there to witness this spectacle couldn't hold their anticipation. Their mouths hung agape and their eyes widened. None of them dared to blink for even a second, afraid to miss something important that could very well go down in history. Leo Kurogami, Reynold uttered, standing tall before arguably one of the strongest men to ever live. I could never have imagined I would see you back here in the Western continent ever again." Leo looked back at Reynold with distant eyes before casting an indifferent gaze at Yennefer, who stood right behind her husband. Meanwhile, following behind Yennefer inside the gates of the mansion were several platoons of heavily armed and armored soldiers. Both Yennefer and Reynold were also clad in combat attire, suggesting they had been on a military mission inside their territory. The mission must have been something big since it required the presence of not one but two general-ranked soldiers. Yes, that's right. Yennefer Morningstar also held the rank of general. It was part of the reason why Morningstars were given full freedom to deploy their troops as they see fit. Noticing this, he shifted his focus back to Reynold and spoke in an even tone. "And I could never have imagined the security of the mansion to be so lax. I easily got past your mansion gates. Did things fall so low after I left?" Reynold's lips curled up into a grin as he said with a scoff, "Don't make me laugh. I could present you with the best security defense system in the world, and you'd break past it like it's nothing." "Yeah, and..." Leo was about to speak before a deep frown etched onto his face. "Wait, are you insulting me or applauding me?" The grin on Reynold's face widened, but it soon faded into a somber look. "So, may I ask why you're here, terrorizing my guards, instead of acting like a proper guest?" Reynold emphasized the word guest to assert Leo's status and remind everyone who was actually in charge here. It was a power move. Leo half closed his eyes, showing complete disinterest in power politics like always, as he replied, "I was here to fetch my dear disciple, but when I arrived, I saw that your guards were pointing their blades at him. They're lucky that I didn't cut off their hands for that blasphemy." Reynold furrowed his brow in confusion and cast a questioning gaze at his guards. He then looked at Lucas and everyone around him. Yelena was on her knees, her head dropped and her eyes reddened as if she had just stopped crying. Blood stains visible on her tunic, and several wounds were present on her body. Adele lay spread-eagled face flat on the ground, occasionally groaning and grunting in pain as he struggled to pull himself up. He had clearly broken a few bones. Lucas himself stood topless a few steps behind his master, flexing his mesmerizing lean body, but not a single wound marred his flawless skin. Standing beside him was an alluring black-haired girl who watched everything with great interest, holding a packet of popcorn in her hand. All of this, combined with the current condition in which the mansion walls were in and the ruined surroundings, made it clear that the three siblings had just been in a brutal brawl. Since they were all mana users, this brawl must have involved artillery spells and, from the looks of it, area of effect spells, relics, and martial arts. It was truly a miracle that the entire mansion hadn't collapsed. Thwam! Just as Reynold was lost in the midst of his thoughts, the front wall of the mansion, which was already littered with cracks and fissures, came crumbling down. Okay, still, at least the rest of the mansion was still intact. Reynold waited a few minutes until nothing happened this time after he raised a flag, and let out a sigh of relief. He then turned to Leo and said, "You can see why they needed to intervene, right? The children were fighting, Lucas won, and they thought he would harm them." "Fighting?" Leo scoffed. "I would call this playing, at best." Reynold looked at the imposing figure before him with a deadpan expression and shook his head. Yennefer tried to suppress a smile from appearing on her face. The last time a fight had broken out here, this lavish mansion ended up in complete ruins. Obviously, it was Reynold and Leo who had fought. When Yelena confronted them, Leo had replied, "We were just playing." Truly, this guy had not changed at all. Reynold let out another somber sigh, reminiscing about the old times, the simple times, and said in a calmest possible tone, "Look, I will discipline my guards. You can drop the matter here." They locked eyes for a few long minutes in complete silence before Leo nodded. "The next time, if there ever will be a next time, I will kill them all myself." Normally, even for a high-ranking soldier, it would be a crime to take lives, and it would be considered treason to even discuss such matters, let alone issue a warning to the head of a ruling family like Leo just did. But who would punish him for such a petty crime? The government would have to deploy a large portion of the military and arm the troops with all kinds of high-end weapons and relics if they wished to eliminate Leo, and even then, so many lives would be wasted, since Leo was bound to resist. It was a very real possibility that he would wipe out the army sent to bring him in. The government would then have to dispatch another army. In short, it would be a monumental task to eliminate someone like him, and that's why the government had willingly offered immunity to some of their strongest soldiers. Reynold let out a sigh and nodded. "You can do whatever you want. Who can stop you?" Leo gritted his teeth. This exact quote was something he had once said to Reynold when he was still chasing after him, trying to surpass him. Now, when he had finally surpassed him, when he had finally grown much, much stronger than him, the feeling of conquest did not taste as sweet as he had once thought it would. He walked past Reynold and Yennefer, heading toward the gates, and yelled, "Lucas, stop munching on popcorn and follow me." Lucas, who had grabbed a handful of popcorn from Amelia's bag, was startled as he quickly followed behind his master, leaving the den of the wolves behind. "That was so intense," Amelia commented, "and I don't even mean the last part. Leo-sensei and your father's confrontation was thrilling, yeah, but your fight was even more exciting." A smug smile crossed my lips as I nodded. "Ha, true. The dialogues, the dramatics, the action, oh, everything was so perfect." Amelia's smile shrank a little as she gave me a silent look and said, "So, you weren't the one who, you weren't to blame for anything. You could go public with your findings, right?" I shook my head. "The public will lose faith in the Morning Stars. Not to mention, there will be a thorough inspection of the whole family and everything related to us. That also meant they would search the underground throne room. I didn't know if it was the right move, letting the world be exposed to the prophecies." "So?" Amelia shrugged furiously. "Lucas, your parents almost ruined your life. They pushed you so far. What if you had gone off the deep end? Not only do they deserve punishment, but you deserve justice." I stayed silent for a moment before shaking my head slowly one more time. I knew she was right, and I wanted to hurt them too. But if what Reynold showed me was true, if the vision my grandfather promised is about to come, if the three heroes are real, and I'm one of them, then his other warnings are bound to be true. The Morning Stars must stay in a position of power in the Western continent. I could not possibly take any risks to threaten their position. Seeing my dull and distant reaction, Amelia creased her forehead into a gentle frown and asked, "Is this because of the talk you had with your father?" Instead of denying her, I sighed and nodded my head slowly. Noticing my lack of willingness, she didn't pry further into the topic, only saying, "You can't talk to me." "Yeah, I don't think I would, though. Especially not about anything related to the prophecies or the fate of the world." Again, it wasn't like I did not trust her. I just did not trust her enough to not tell Nero or Anastasia about it. Changing the topic, I looked around and asked, "So, you'll be heading to Shaolin?" "Yes," Amelia nodded before adding, "in a few days. I talked to Nero and Anastasia, and apparently they are." Amelia quickly looked to her left and then to her right. After ensuring that the street was relatively empty and no one was near us, she resumed, "And apparently they are going to raid that underground auction you told them about either tomorrow night or the one after." I looked at Amelia with a deadpan smile devoid of any humor and shook my head inwardly. Did they tell her about it? I specifically asked Nero not to tell anyone aside from the Shaolin sect's officials about it. Well, I guess he needed help from Chase and Anastasia, so he had to tell them. But what use did he have telling Amelia about it? That's exactly the reason why I don't want to tell Amelia about the prophecies. I just know in my gut she would let all the other main characters know about it. Gah, these main characters and their precious bonds with each other. Wait, Amelia blinked, realizing something. Was Nero not supposed to tell me that? No, but it's fine, I waved a hand dismissively. I knew he would tell you, William, Elijah, Chase, and Anastasia. You guys have a great bond, and you all belong to the same group. In the novel, these people, along with Asta, whom I failed to mention, were known as Nero's faction. They were later officially dubbed as peacekeepers for their great cooperation in the War of Union. We are not a group. Amelia frowned, prompting me to give her a look. She then hesitated for a few seconds before sighing. Okay, I guess you can call it a group. But before I could speak up, she quickly added with a teasing smile, but don't be jealous, Lucas. I'm sure you can get a spot. Nero seems to have started to like you now. Please. I rolled my eyes with a scoff. Not only was I part of a secret organization with its head member directly working with me, but I was also on the path to creating a covert task force. Yes, my group was better than theirs. So what if we didn't have their close bonds and meaningful friendship? We were much cooler. Amelia chuckled. Anyway, so I'll go there after 5 to 6 days. What about you? Where are you going to go? I looked to my left and pointed at the building on the side of the street. It was a tall skyscraper, and a teleportation gate was situated on top of it. Leo was waiting for me on the roof, as he had given us time to bid goodbyes. Master hasn't told me yet, I sighed. But wherever I'm going with him, I believe I'll be experiencing hell. Amelia chortled again before I took a deep breath and added, and that's exactly why I wanted to ask you for a favor. The black-haired beauty raised an eyebrow with a bright smile plastered on her face. Oh, another favor? You know it'll be the third one. You're counting? I exclaimed before shaking my head. Anyway, it's just that I want you to take care of Sarah. Amelia lingered for a few moments before nodding. Ultimately, she decided to voice her confusion. But why haven't you told your master about her yet? I shrugged. I trust him, but he's a soldier, you know? I mean, he was part of the very force tasked with eradicating the mythical beasts. And he's a member of Spider. Of course, I had my suspicions related to Amelia as well, but that's exactly why leaving Sarah with her was a good idea. She could keep a close eye on Amelia and later report anything suspicious to me when we meet. Hearing my reasoning, Amelia nodded. I guess you are right. Okay, don't worry, I'll take care of her. After talking about a few more things, we said our goodbyes and parted ways. I had already informed Sarah about my arrangement with Amelia, so she was going to follow her. As for me, I took an elevator and reached the terrace of the skyscraper. There, I saw my master and a dutiful security personnel guarding the large rectangular metal frame of the teleportation gate. Ready? Seeing me, Leo posed a question. Believe me, you'll love our new venue for training. I highly doubted that. Eh? I lampooned inwardly with a shake of my head but finally replied, yeah, let's go. Struggling to catch my breath, as I huffed and puffed, I used my weak knees to push me uphill, taking one slow and steady step at a time. The mountain path ahead of me was steep, twisted, narrow, and cloaked in a blanket of knee-deep snow. A single misstep and I would fall into the deep, dark valley below, lost in the chasm forever. Chilly winds assailed, threatening to push climbers toward the precipice, but I held on to my dear life. I was wearing a thick, black windbreaker to fight the cold and boots specialized for snow trekking. Yet, each step I took was a dangerous gamble between life and death since the possibility of slipping from here into a fatal descent was very real. Okay, maybe the situation wasn't that dramatic. I knew my master would save me in the nick of time if I were to fall. But still, the narrow mountain path was undeniably scary, especially since the snow had made it slippery. Why, just why must we always come to these treacherous mountains for training, Master? I couldn't help but complain, my legs sinking deep into the snow with every laborious step. By this point, my legs were so cold that they had gone numb. I could hardly feel them. Dear disciple, if I remember correctly, I once took you to a desert, Leo countered with a casual shrug, resisting the urge to shake my head, not out of disrespect but out of sheer concern that even a slight fluctuation in my focus might send me tumbling. I continued to trek uphill cautiously. And besides, do you even know where we are right now? Leo asked with an amused tone. Wait, was he enjoying my misery? Well, of course he was. In fact, if I ever were to take in a disciple, which was highly unlikely, I too would likely relish in their misery. With a resigned sigh, I slowly shook my head. I don't know, so enlighten me, my wise master. Where in the world are we? We are in the northern continent, Leo revealed with a knowing smile. Huh? Leo's words echoed in my ears for a few moments, leaving me standing stunned in my position like a statue. Gradually, I roused myself from my daze, and my trembling lips barely managed to stammer out a few words. And north. What? Northern continent? You mean the very continent that serves as the first line of defense against vampires? Leo chuckled and extended a finger, pointing straight ahead. Just a bit over 243,290 square kilometers from here lies the first operational line of the Northern Defense Force. His words drained the color from my face, making me shudder violently, not from the cold but from sheer panic. Master, what the hell? I finally burst out. Did you bring me here to throw me into the border war under the guise of training? You'd last less than 5 minutes there. Leo shook his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. I brought you here to train in the best sect I've ever been a part of. Fuck. Suddenly, everything fell into place. Something clicked in my head as I finally understood Leo's motive for bringing me here. He wanted me to train in arguably the best martial arts sect. Nestled somewhere on this treacherous, snow-covered mountain range that guarded the flank of the northern continent stood one of the world's 3 major sects, the Mount Hua sect. Honestly, Mount Hua had been the name of a martial arts sect that had appeared in countless cultivation web novels over the years. Yet, much like the Shaolin and Southern Edge Blade sects, Mount Hua was depicted quite differently in the novel Legend of the Legendary Heroes. How much do you know about sects? Leo inquired as he continued to walk up with remarkable ease, as though he was walking on a plain road. His voice snapped me out of my daze, and I resumed walking, trailing closely behind him. After fulfilling their mandatory military service, some people follow their passions, changing professions as they see fit. Some remain as soldiers and pledge allegiance to one of the 4 ruling families or continue serving the United Military. Then there are those who join a sect to continue growing stronger. A sect is a place for people who pursue strength, but that's not all it is. In a sense, these sects are akin to private mercenary groups rather than martial arts schools. They work with the ruling families of their respective continents and undertake covered missions that regular soldiers couldn't or shouldn't take. Of course, at their heart, they remain true to their core mission of imparting martial arts to those who sought their teachings. Everything did seem rather nice up until this point, didn't it? Well, I wish life was that easy. After trudging for a few more minutes beneath the warm, orange glow of the setting sun, I noticed the narrow mountain path gradually broadening, forming a vast plain. In the distance, my eyes fixed upon 2 colossal wooden gates adorned with some kind of strange, glowing symbols likely high elven enchantments engraved into their surface. Above these gates, an arched signboard read, "Welcome to Mount Hua," its letters inscribed in vivid crimson ink. Walking toward those giant wooden gates, Leo broke the silence and let out an affirmative sigh. Yes, you are mostly right about things, but above all, a sect is a wellspring of resources. And resources equal power. I wanted to argue that power is simply equal to power, but I could see Leo's perspective. I guess he wasn't entirely wrong. A sect could provide me with a diverse array of martial arts manuals, weaponry, and invaluable connections. As we drew nearer to the colossal gates, amidst the cold gusts of icy wind, a gentle breeze wafted over me, carrying the scent of a fervent spring. More precisely, it was the scent of blooming plum blossoms. You're going to love it here. Leo beamed with excitement, but my own expression remained grim and devoid of any humor. Yes, under normal circumstances, I might have actually enjoyed coming to a real-life martial arts sect even though I don't like the Murim genre. However, there was a problem. Inside this sect, inside Mount Hua, was someone who could be deemed the most wanted criminal in the history of the world. I could still make a run for it if I try, but how would I outrun my master and where would I even go? Besides, and perhaps most importantly, I didn't want to descend after climbing up so arduously. Cree. Just as I was in the middle of thinking about non-existent escape plans, a sharp ear-piercing screech shattered the silence. My gaze snapped to the source of the sound, and I saw the massive wooden gates slowly creaking open before me. The delicate fragrance of blossoming spring intensified, washing over us until I felt as if I was standing amidst a vast field of 1,000 plum blossoms. But before I could completely take in the scent of fervent spring in the midst of a snowy mountain, a spectacle in itself, the wooden gates in front of us completely opened, revealing a figure emerging from within. The individual who came to stand before us was an elderly man who oozed off an otherworldly aura like that of a stern and noble warrior. His age could not hide the lethal presence he carried. In fact, if anything, it seemed to have only sharpened it to the razor's edge over the years. He had a tall and robust stature and a head full of white hair that flowed down to his waist, perfectly complementing the thin moustache adorning his lips. Draped over his shoulder was a red fur coat that contrasted sharply with the light red and black robes he was wearing. Although his back was slightly hunching, his sharp, decisive movements clearly showed that he was still a deadly warrior. Coming face to face with us, the man looked at us with a piercing gaze, as if measuring us in his mind. I felt a chill run down the length of my spine as I stood there, stunned. His deep black eyes had a maniacal glint to them. It felt like he was thinking of ways to kill us in the most efficient ways. After an unusually long moment of tense, spine-chilling silence, the old man finally broke into an amicable smile. "Leo, my boy, how have you been, Master?" "I'm well, and it seems you still haven't kicked the bucket, eh? How dare you? I won't shuffle off this mortal coil until I've reached the ripe old age of 2 centuries. Just 5 more years to go. Ha ha ha. Right, this year you'll be 196. Indeed, indeed. Wait, what? This old man was how old again? 196. What on earth? He barely appeared to be in his 60s, late 50s at most. My goodness, and what was that way of talking? Shuffle off this mortal coil? He sounded like one of those wise old men from Muram novels, the ones always ready to shout, courting death. But then again, given where I was standing right now, maybe I shouldn't have found it all that unusual, right? After exchanging greetings, the old man moved his deep black eyes to look at me with a curious gaze. "And who might this seemingly delicate young man be, accompanying you?" "Dada. Delicate, what? Not everyone aspires to be jacked like you, old man." Leo chuckled, his response laced with a touch of pride. "He is Lucas Morningstar, my disciple." The old man widened his eyes, scoffing. "Disciple? Ha! Has the sun moved from its place or has the earth plunged into the abyss? Is the apocalypse already upon us?" Leo visibly rolled his eyes. "Quit being so dramatic, Master. Your face has begun to show some wrinkles." The old man gasped as if he had just heard the most blasphemous statement in his entire life. "How dare you, disciple? Do you no longer love your life?" They exchanged glances, their expressions growing slightly serious before the both of them burst into heartfelt laughter. Meanwhile, I kept standing there with a blank expression, thinking over every life choice I made that had led me to this point in time. After a while, they composed themselves, and Leo smiled at the old man. "Anyway, I'd like Lucas to train at Mount Hua." "Fine." The old man shrugged. Leo frowned. "That's it? That's all it took? I thought you'd refuse, ask Lucas to prove his worth to even enter Mount Hua, and only accept him when he defeats your top student. Seriously, Master? Have you been reading those third-rate Muram novels too? I won't blame you, they are addicting." The old man chuckled. "Who are we to deny a request from the god of war, Leo Kurogami? Besides, what's stopping you from obliterating this entire sect if we refuse you?" After a brief pause, he continued, "And also, if he's your disciple, I'm sure he'll be exceptional. Even if he does look a bit delicate." "Oh, come on." Leo grinned in response to that statement and gave a nod. "Good. because I have one more favor to ask of you. I want you to personally train him. I'll be here, of course, but I want you to lay the foundation for his sword skills." The old man sighed as if faced with a troublesome request, but he didn't object. "I don't have an issue with it, but is your disciple prepared?" At that moment, both Leo and the old man turned their intense gazes on me. Their fierce glares forced me to nod in agreement before I could fully understand what I was even agreeing to. "Excellent." The old man clapped his hands together. "Then brace yourself. The next 5 months of your life are going to be extremely hellish for you, little one." Suddenly, I froze, blinking a couple of times before stammering, 5 months." The old man nodded firmly. 5 months. I turned to Leo in complete panic. "I can't stay here for 5 months, Master. What about my classes, my assignments? I'll fail this year." Leo waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry, I'll submit your leave of absence application. You'll just have to catch up on your course when you return. You can easily catch up to 5 months worth of work in a single month, right?" Huh? I was about to protest, but then a sudden realization struck me. I wanted to grow stronger, didn't I? This was my chance, a golden opportunity that might never come again. Besides, it wasn't as if I had much of a choice at this point anyway. I had already agreed to this. TSK. Letting out a long, resigned sigh, I nodded. "Fine, let me just inform my friends." But before I could tap on the screen of my smart bracelet, the old man swiftly moved toward me, his palm slashing at my wrist. Cack. And instantly, my smart bracelet shattered into a million shards, as if it had been struck by multiple blades. My eyes widened in shock, and I couldn't help but exclaim, what have you done?" "That was assigned to me by the Academy. You can't just break someone else's belongings at your whim like that." The old man laughed as if I had told him a joke. He turned away, heading inside the massive wooden gates, and said without turning back to me, "Will you be saying the same when I'm breaking your bones?" Huh? I turned to my master with a sense of urgency. "He won't actually do it, will he? He won't really break my bones, right?" Leo also chuckled before making his way through the gates. "All I can say is that he once broke my ribs just because I wasn't paying attention during his lecture." As I watched both of them disappear inside, the thought of making a run for it crossed my mind once more. I'm definitely going to die, aren't I? My name is Ifar Zenith. I was the former head of the Mount Hua sect in the United Military. Before my retirement, I held the rank of Deputy Commander. From this day forward, you shall address me only as Grand Master." I nodded in solemn agreement with every word left from the old man's mouth, as if there were a spring attached to my neck. Master Leo had gone off to greet some of his old friends from this place, leaving me in the kind care of my new Grand Master. The sight around me was breathtaking. The surroundings seemed like they were plucked straight from a Chinese martial arts novel. Towering ancient trees, their branches stretching towards the sky, cast dappled shadows on the moss-covered ground. The air was crisp and carried a faint scent of pine, invigorating and pure. Ahead of me, the cobblestone-covered path going upward with intricately carved stone lanterns by the side. As we ascended, the view only became more captivating. The mountain revealed its true beauty, with mist-covered peaks that seemed to touch the sky. Since the path wasn't covered in snow and was made of cobblestone instead, climbing was easy, and as we climbed higher, the path slowly began to widen until it looked as if we had entered a bustling little city. Wooden housing structures surrounded us, a thick layer of snow piling on their roofs. The street lamps cast a soft, welcoming glow that pushed back the encroaching darkness of the coming night as people filled up the street. Almost everyone was dressed in the distinctive red and black robes of Mount Hua, and all of them carried a variety of weapons, mostly a jian or a tangdao. One thing I noticed was that wherever the old man went, people bowed their heads in reverence, a zealous spark appearing in their eyes as if they had seen their idol. As we walked deeper into the settlement, the old man informed me that we were entering what he called the training district. There were training halls nestled among the mountain's natural beauty here. It was an awe-inspiring sight. They were constructed from dark wood and adorned with intricate carvings that told stories of legendary battles and revered masters. The sound of swords clashing and the hum of mana filling the air, as disciples honed their skills in the ancient arts, was like a beautiful symphony. "Isn't this place just beautiful?" The old man put on a smug smile and gave me a proud look over his shoulder as if he were the one who made everything here. "It's all right," I replied with a nonchalant shrug, trying to look as disinterested as possible. The old man chuckled. "You'll come to appreciate it during your stay here, little one." "Little one? I'm not little." "Eh?" was what I wanted to retort with, but then I realized that this old man was a giant. Even Leo had to crane his neck to meet the old man's gaze, and I found myself doing the same. My master and I weren't short, so this old man had to be around 6'10" to 6'11". Yeah, scratch that. To him, everyone in this world probably did seem like a little one. With a resigned sigh, I followed the old man as he led us to a particular training hall. This one was larger than the others in the vicinity, and there wasn't a single person training in sight. Like the rest of the halls, this one was also crafted from dark wood, strengthened by elven magic runes to ensure that even the most formidable mana users couldn't crack its floors or walls during practice. Also, much like the rest of the halls, intricate carvings covered its walls on which a variety of weapons hung, from swords and spears to staffs and shields. "This is my private hall. Only my disciples are allowed to step foot in here," the old man told me. "It's empty," I remarked. "Exactly," the old man affirmed with a nod. "You'll be my first disciple in 10 years, and also my last." For some inexplicable reason, a heavy feeling settled in my heart the moment the old man uttered those words. The old man removed the coat draped over his shoulder and hung it on a clothes hanger by the entrance as he continued, "A long time ago, I made a promise to train 50 disciples in my lifetime. So far, I've trained 49, including your master, the god of war, Leo Kurogami." He paused briefly, taking a deep breath, then selected 2 sheathed swords from the wall and tossed one in my direction. As I caught it, the old man added, "Each of my disciples has left their mark on the pages of history." He pointed to the engravings on the wall and continued, "These are the tales of their heroic deeds. If you look closely, you'll see your master's name appears more often than any other. He was the most exceptional and driven of everyone I've taught. And I expect nothing less from you." "Great, no pressure at all. Now, take out your sword and attack me using martial aura. I believe your master taught you that?" the old man instructed. I glanced at the Tangdao gripped in my hand before turning my gaze back to the old man. "He did. But I'm not proficient with swords." "Then you've already disappointed me once." The old man grinned and enveloped his sword in a thick layer of azure mana. The mana coalesced around the blade of his Tangdao, enhancing its sharpness and strength. It was definitely true martial aura. Quish, swish. My eyes widened, but before I could voice my hesitation, the old man disappeared into thin air and reappeared right in front of me the next moment. His sword was pulled back as if he was about to thrust it at me, but I didn't give him an opportunity to attack. "What the?" I quickly unsheathed my sword and swung it towards the old man in one fluid motion, aiming for his neck without a moment's hesitation. Thud. Huh? Thwam. But before my sword could connect with the old man, my world turned upside down in an instant. It took me a split second to realize that I had been flipped, and in the next second, I crashed violently onto the unforgiving ground, landing on my neck. "Ugh!" I groaned as I rolled around, clutching my neck. It didn't feel like I had broken a bone, but it was so painful. After a few moments, I understood what had happened. While my focus was on his sword, the old man had deftly used his leg to sweep me off my feet. Not only did he misdirect me, but his movements were so precise that I didn't even realize what was happening until it was too late. And above all, the speed at which he moved. That speed reminded me of Leo. The old man looked at me with an amused smile. "Get up, little one. I'm going to enjoy this. Tch. It seemed that his speed wasn't the only thing he shared with Leo. His sadistic streak was the same as well. Huh? You are good, the old man praised, wearing a satisfied smile. I was lying flat on the ground, my face and body covered in black and blue bruises as my chest heaved up and down in sheer exhaustion. My sword was a few meters away from my reach and agonizing jolts of excruciating pain were coursing through my body each time I tried to move. Just as I was mustering up my courage to brace the pain and move to stand back up, the old man's voice reached my ears. You almost had me this time. Liar. I never almost had him. This devious old man had seen through all my attacks from a mile away. Yes, I was calling him devious now. Earlier, when I saw him, I had thought of him as a noble and stern warrior. Well, forget that. He was devious, through and through. You couldn't trust a single thing he said or did. His technique might have been impeccable, but his true mastery lay in deceit and misdirection. No, to be broken by his swordplay was astonishing, utterly breathtaking, but it was almost as if I couldn't trust his sword. If his sword seemed to be coming at me from the right, the attack would arrive from the left, and when I prepared to block a strike from the left, expecting an attack from the right, he'd surprise me by actually striking from the left. Then, when he swung his sword to the left, I was ready to block it and also braced myself for a hit from the right, but this time, he kicked me square inches the chest. In layman's terms, what he was doing was called executing feint attacks, and normally, I could handle these kinds of feints. After all, staying on guard and anticipating the unexpected was the first thing Leo had ever taught me. However, something about the old man's sword was different. Something felt eerily out of place. It was as if his sword itself couldn't be trusted. And to make matters worse, just like Leo, he could also read my moves. He almost always knew what I was about to do. It was almost like I was fighting against someone who could predict the future. Damn it. Now I understood how my opponents must feel when I see through them. Poor souls. All right, get up, the old man instructed. I clenched my teeth and protested, no, I'm not getting up. Why not? The old man asked with a hint of amusement. What's the point when you're just going to knock me down again? I whined, I'd rather stay right here on the floor. The old man silently looked at me for a few moments before bursting into laughter. You're just like your master, he remarked between chuckles. Don't worry, we won't spar anymore. It's getting late, and you've had a long journey. It's best if you turn in for the night. The old man walked up to me, grabbed my collar, and lifted me to my feet as if picking up a wooden stick from the ground. He then handed me a slip of paper and said, "This estate will be your residence for the next few months. You can choose any room you like, except for the one that's locked." I took the slip from his hand and glanced at it. Written on it was what appeared to be an address. Raising an eyebrow, I turned back to the old man and quipped, "What's inside the locked room? Ghosts?" The old man chuckled. "Funny, it's actually my great-granddaughter's room. She's quite the angel. Anyway, she hasn't returned home yet. I expect her back in 2 or 3 days." "I see," I shrugged, placing the paper slip in my pocket. Letting out a sigh, I gave the old man a slight bow and headed for the exit of the training hall. As soon as I stepped out of the training hall, a familiar tall man with neck-long red hair came into view, approaching me. "Whoa," Leo chortled as he came to stand before me and looked at my condition. "He hasn't even started the training, and you already look like a zombie." I shot Leo a stare that was a mix of fury and helplessness. "I swear to God, if he kills me, I will haunt you for all eternity." Leo chuckled. "Oh, by the way, I have something to tell you. I'll be heading to the Eastern Continent tomorrow or the day after and might only be back in a week or 2. I sighed, nodding in response. All right, Leo frowned. "Aren't you going to ask where I'm going?" "No, I already knew." He was going to the Eastern Continent because Spider had its eyes set on the underground auction that was about to take place there. In the novel, by the time Spider arrived to heist the underground auction, the local authorities had already confiscated most of the items. The auction hosts tried to escape with the remaining relics, but Spider hunted them down and took whatever was left in their possessions. This time wouldn't be any different. The auction was set to run for 3 weeks, but according to Amelia, Nero had already gathered allies. He planned to strike within the span of 2 nights, so when Spider was going to arrive there, they would find nothing but the aftermath. Or perhaps, it was also possible that Nero's group had to face off with Master and his squad. Oh, man, that would be so epic. A broken bar. But what did any of that have to do with me? Even if a showdown between Leo and Nero were to happen, I'd be stuck here. Training. TSK. Sometimes being a side character was a drag. Shaking my head, I responded, I guess that since you didn't tell me, it's a personal matter. A faint smile graced Leo's lips as he nodded, saying, yes, it's somewhat personal. A few thieves stole some things from me and my friends. I'm going to take it all back. What did that mean? Before I could ask for more details, the voice of the old man echoed from the training hall behind me. You're still here, little one? Want to spar some more? A shiver ran down my spine as I glanced at Leo and offered him a polite smile. All right, catch you later, I said before disappearing from the scene as if I had never been there. As Leo and I watched the comical sight of Lucas running away, they both erupted into uncontrollable laughter. You really traumatized him on the very first day, Master, Leo exclaimed between fits of laughter, wiping tears from the corners of his eyes. Remember, you acted the same. I chortled, holding his aching stomach as he continued to chuckle. After a while, their laughter subsided as Leo took a deep breath and asked, so, how is he? I massaged his forehead, where faint wrinkles were barely visible. You've done an excellent job refining his technique. I couldn't spot a single mistake in his movements, even when he was using an unfamiliar weapon. Leo shrugged. That's nothing. You'll be amazed by his ability to learn. He can absorb knowledge like a sponge soaking up water. A rare quality in noble children, I remarked. Leo nodded before furrowing his brow. Huh? What do you mean? I was also a noble when I came to you. I stand by my point, I replied with a nonchalant shrug. The master and disciple exchanged a serious glance before bursting into laughter once more. After their laughter subsided once more, Leo posed another question. So, where is she? Where is Selena? I furrowed his brow, wearing a confused expression. Don't tell me you haven't met her yet? She should be back at the mansion right now. But then his lips curled up into a knowing smile as he continued, thinking of finally proposing to her, are you? Leo rolled his eyes and began walking toward the mansion. Please, I've told you 1,000 times that we're just friends, Master. I followed him closely behind. You might think that, but it's quite clear that she has feelings for you. Have you seen the way she looks at you? You, I insisted. Master, Leo exclaimed in exasperation. I think old age is finally arrogantly, Leo retorted. Like she looks at everyone beneath her. Okay, fair point, but behind that facade of arrogance is love, for you, I insisted. Master, Leo exclaimed in exasperation. I think old age is finally catching up to you. We're just friends. Leo wasn't lying. He genuinely thought of Selena as a friend. Besides, he wasn't going to the mansion to propose to Hera Broken Bar but to receive his orders. I rolled his eyes and turned around as he began to walk away. Okay, fine. Ignore the advice of this old man, just like everyone else does these days. Leo watched I leave and shook his head. He's still playing matchmaker even at this age, he scoffed before proceeding toward the mansion. After running away from the training hall, I fished out the paper slip that the old man had given me from my pocket and began searching for the address written in it. Finding the address proved more challenging than I thought. No, I was kidding. With my sense of direction, I knew it would be difficult. As such, I started asking a few passers-by for directions. One of the people I asked for directions was a very familiar-looking young man who appeared to be my age, perhaps a year older, with short silver hair and eyes of a matching dull hue. His porcelain skin was as immaculate as the finest of jade, and his entire demeanor exuded an air of haughtiness, as if he was some kind of a prince. At first, it looked as if he was about to ignore me and continue on his way, but when I showed him the paper slip, something clicked in his mind. He stopped and inspected the address written on the slip with a furrowed brow. After a long, uncomfortable silence, the young man shifted his dull silver gaze to meet mine and posed a question. "Why are you going to this place?" I furrowed my brow in return, clearly confused. "The owner of this place offered to let me stay there for a few months." The young man curled his upper lip in what could only be described as a look of distaste and voiced another query. "Wait, are you that Morning Star boy?" The frown creasing my forehead deepened as I responded with a question. "You know me?" "Hardly," the young man scoffed, muttering to himself as he passed by me, deliberately bumping his shoulder against mine. "That old fucker would teach the trash and an outsider but not me." "Huh? Fool," I overheard him mutter under his breath as he walked away. Observing his retreating figure, I couldn't help but voice my thoughts. Now, what's his problem? But suddenly, in the midst of speaking, a realization dawned upon me. I clapped my hands together and exclaimed, "Oh, wait, that guy. It was Alpha Zenith. Alpha Zenith. He was the one of the many participants of the King's tournament. So, what made him so different? Well, he won his triple threat match against Amelia and Alberto but lost De Niro in the semi-finals. That was why I found his face lost a broken bar more than 3 times a broken bar before arriving at my destination. I had to ask directions from a couple of people even after running familiar. Yes, I remember him now, I mumbled to myself. He's also the head of the disciplinary committee. If I remember correctly, he once scolded me for not wearing my uniform correctly. Judging by his reaction, it seemed like he knew me as well. Oh, well, I shrugged again and resumed my search for the address. To my utter surprise, I managed to find my way without getting lost a broken bar more than 3 times a broken bar before arriving at my destination. I had to ask directions from a couple of people even after running into Alpha, but in the end, I did it. It took me around half an hour to reach an estate that could very well be described as a small manor. The manor, much like the other building and housing structures on Mount Hua, was constructed from dark wood. The manor itself was very luxurious. It had a sizable porch, 3 balconies facing different directions, 2 entrances, one main and one at the back, and a lush garden filled with blooming plum blossoms in the middle of this cold snowy mountain. If it was spring right now. I walked up to the main doors after crossing the porch, and to my surprise, the doorknob turned easily. The doors were unlocked. With a casual shrug, I swung open the main entrance and stepped inside the manor. The interior was filled with furniture crafted from the most expensive rosewood. I curiously wandered around, exploring the space. The layout of the manor was elegant and plain. A gallery extended from the entrance, leading into the main hall. To the right of the main hall, there was a kitchen, while on the left, 2 more galleries branched off into various rooms. At the end of each gallery was a lavish bathroom, and by the side of the main entrance, a staircase led to the floor above. The second floor also had a layout similar to the first floor, just not the kitchen and entrance. This place is pretty good. Yes, the manor was indeed good, but the layer of dust covering surfaces of all the furniture and appliances told me that no one had been using it for the past 6 or 7 months. The old man only said that his great-granddaughter lived here, but after looking at how big the manor was, I thought there were more people living here. It turned out I was wrong. So she lives alone in such a big mansion? Doesn't she get lonely? Well, with modern entertainment options, living alone wasn't necessarily boring, and some people even liked solitude, so I shouldn't judge anyone. In fact, in my previous life, I myself liked to live alone. I didn't even move in with my girl. A broken bar. Damn, a broken bar. Suddenly, as I was remembering my past life, a wave of nostalgia struck me. Just how long has it been since I died? My parents, my siblings, my girlfriend, my friends. A broken bar. They must be doing fine without me, right? Huh. Normally I wasn't the type of person to get all emotional, but when it hit me that this was the first time I was remembering my parents, siblings, friends, and girlfriend in months, I couldn't help but feel a little hollow inside. I forgot about all of them so easily. Only a few months had passed, but at this point it felt like my old life was just a dream. Perhaps a broken bar. In a few years I will start thinking of it as just a dream. However, letting out a sigh, I walked around, took an unlocked room, and immediately set to work. I was exhausted, so I shouldn't think of all this stuff right now. I had to clean, set up my room, and rest. I brought my wrist to my face and looked at a black band there. Yes, it was my smart bracelet, but its screen was shattered. I could maybe fix it with my edit pen later, but for now I needed to get my things. I inspected it and saw that all the magical enhancements engraved on the band were still intact. I could still use the dimensional storage function of my smart bracelet. Nodding, I willed mana into it, and just like I thought, the engravings began to shine in a bright violet hue. A cascade of ethereal light sparks flowed into my hand and coalesced there, instantly materializing into a set of clean clothes. Okay, let's get to work. It's been 2 days since my arrival at Mount Hua. This place, as the internet reviews said, is truly beautiful. The old man had yet to start my training. For now, he was educating me on martial arts and the history of combat in general. However, at some point, he trailed off from the topic and started ranting about how swords were the greatest weapon of all. Throughout the countless eons of human existence, can you name mankind's most remarkable invention? I furrowed my brow for a moment before replying with some reservations. Fire? Wrong. The old man declared. Our most remarkable invention has been weaponry. What good is fire if you don't live to see the night to use it? I found that statement flawed on many fundamental levels, but I kept my mouth shut like I was instructed to do at the start of the lecture. Yes, I had been instructed to speak only when spoken to and pay close attention to whatever he says, or the consequences would be broken by dire. In the early stages of human history, blunt weapons were favored by our ancestors, but as our civilization evolved, we started leaning for sharp weapons. We started favoring technique over strength. I guess that's true until the era of firearms, but in this current age, firearms had been on a decline and the era of cold weapons had returned, completing the circle. And do you know what the greatest, most magnificent, and exceptional weapon ever created is, little one? I thought over the question for a few seconds before taking a guess. The spear? The old man gave me a pitiful look and shook his head in somber denial. I find your lack of intelligence concerning, little one. Huh? I'm sorry, my lack of what? It's not the spear. The spear reigns as the general of all weapons because of how easy and quick it is to master. It doesn't require extensive expertise, making it suitable to be taught to a large number of people inexperienced in combat during wartime. I squinted my eyes at his statement. What did he mean? Spears were quick and easy to master. I, myself, had completely mastered the art of spearmanship in under a year when I started learning it. All right, fine, so the old man was a genius. I mean, sure, I could see his point. Teaching the use of a spear could indeed be quick. At its core, a basic spear only involved 3 movements: say thrust, block, and parry. However, achieving mastery in the spear was nearly as challenging as mastering any other weapon, maybe even more so. And no, I wasn't being partial here. Right, of course, the old man was a sword supremacist. Who would have guessed? Not me. Let me tell you the correct answer. The greatest weapon ever created is the sword. It's hailed as the king of all weapons for several reasons. A sword can be employed in any position and offers a diverse range of attack options. Right, of course, the old man was a sword supremacist. Who would have guessed? Not me. Why do you think your master, who is renowned as a master of all weapons throughout the entire world, chooses to wield a sword? Because the way of the sword reigns supreme above all else. Rolling my eyes, I slipped my hand into my pocket and started staring out the window, ignoring the old man's passionate speech about the king of weapons. And that's not all, little one. Mastering the way of the sword also allows you to become very proficient in every other weapon because, in my belief, sword techniques were the first weapon arts to arise before every other weapon arts a broken bar. Outside the window of the training hall, a group of young disciples dressed in red and black robes of Mount Hua were passing through. Among them, a particular individual caught my attention. It was a young boy around the age of 12 or 13, with a head full of long black hair that fell down to his shoulders. The boy wasn't thin but he was extremely slender. He had a well-toned body with defined muscles but his stature was small. He looked like someone who had recently recovered from malnourishment. Although I didn't get a glimpse of the boy's face, it felt like I had seen him somewhere before. Strange, little one. At that moment, a voice called out to me from right in front of me. My eyes widened as I swiftly turned my head in that direction. The old man's imposing figure came into view, but before I could even utter a word a broken bath whacker exclamation mark. The old man thrust his palm into my ribs, and it felt as though I'd been struck by a speeding boulder. Whack. The wind was knocked out of my lungs, causing me to buckle and crash down to my knees, mouth agape as I gasped in pain and shock. My thoughts were scattered, but amid the chaos, I managed to recall the old man's 2 rules. Speak only when spoken to and pay complete attention to whatever he was saying. The old man towered over me while I remained on my knees as he clicked his tongue in sheer disappointment. What did I tell you? You shouldn't put your hands in your pockets, little one. Huh? He hit me because my hands were in my pockets, not because I wasn't paying attention to him. A warrior must always be ready to defend their bodies and strike back, the old man explained. You couldn't defend yourself right now because you were relaxed and your hands were in your pockets. After taking some deep breaths and forcefully subsiding my pain, I shot a fierce glare at the old man and yelled, "Yes, I wasn't on guard because you were teaching me something!" But before I could finish my sentence, the old man thrust his leg forward, slamming his knee into my chest. Thwack! The force of the impact sent me flying back several meters as my body unceremoniously rolled across the wooden floor before coming to a stop. Ugh! Groaning in pain, I gritted my teeth and struggled to stand back up. My furious gaze shifted to the old man, who was smiling in amusement. "Remember the second rule? Don't speak unless spoken to," he said with a bright smile, seemingly enjoying himself. "You are speaking to me, old man," I yelled and instantly summoned the silver flames beneath my clothes to begin healing my injuries. Seeing my vigorous outburst and the faint silver glow under my black hoodie, the old man furrowed his brows in slight confusion. "You know a self-healing spell? Nice," he grinned. "Come on, let's spar. Show me what else you have. No holds barred. Go all out." For a moment, I was taken aback, but after a few seconds, a crooked grin spread across my face as I responded, "Fine, don't mind if I do." As I uttered those words, a silver spear materialized in my hand from my dimensional ring. Item, spear, relic, rank, diamond name, the Sun's Grace description. A long time ago, a knight was torn between following his duties or doing what was right. The sun guided him with its loving grace and showed him the right path. The knight took the grace of the sun and requested his dwarven wife to craft a weapon using it. This spear, containing the grace of the guiding sun, grants its users the power to summon fire and fuel the flames with their willpower alone. The stronger the will of the wielder, the brighter and more immolating the flames of the spear would be. In an instant, the silver spear in my hand ignited with bright golden flames. Seeing this, the old man smirked and raised his bare hands, prepared to clash. Ugh! My cries of pain agonizingly echoed within the wooden walls of the training hall. I lay sprawled, limbs askew on the ground, devoid of the strength to move. The old man continued to grin, standing a few steps away from me, seemingly quite pleased with himself. What kind of sadistic monster was he? I had tried everything, I did, but I lost. The old man defeated me with his bare hands. Damn, it was so embarrassing. Yet, what pained me more than my wounded pride were my broken bones. I was sure that I had broken a few ribs and, at the very least, fractured an arm. Tears of pain streamed down my cheeks as the old man finally opened his mouth to speak. You could have won if you'd used a sword. Shut up, shut up, shut up. I don't think weapons are the problem here, I cried out. Why are you so damn swift and agile for someone your age? The old man raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by someone my age? I'm only 196 years old. I am still young. I stared at the old man blankly before starting to cry again. Aga, okay, little one, stop crying. The old man walked up to me and handed me a small vial filled with light blue liquid. It's a high-grade healing potion. Drink it and get up. I won't get up, I protested. The old man sighed while suppressing a smile and said, Don't worry, I won't bully or spar with you anymore. Wait, did he say bully? I want you to accompany me to the teleportation gate, he added. We are going to pick up my great-granddaughter. The northern continent is enclosed by two mountain ranges at the left and the right, making flanking the continent nearly impossible. The whole left mountain range comes under the Wright family's jurisdiction and thus it's their duty to guard it, while the right range is home to Mount Hua. Vampires, who reside beyond the northern continent, are left with no choice but to assail from the front because of this unique topography. Naturally, the front is shielded by an army force, known as the Northern Defense Force, or NDF for short. They are the most seasoned and formidable army unit within the United Military. For 7 centuries, they had been guarding the North under the command of a Wright family member. Every cadet serves a term there after their graduation from the military academies. In any case, the northern continent is composed of exactly 55 states and, at least, thousands of cities. The administrative capital of the northern continent is known as the Lion's Keep. This city serves not only as the political center but it's also the home to the House of Lions, the Wright family, and the seat of power for the northern continent. Right now, the old man and I were strolling through the bustling streets of the Lion's Keep. What caught my attention was that the architectural style of this continent was strikingly different to that of the western continent. Instead of towering high-rises and skyscrapers, the buildings here were small and compact. In place of traditional wood and concrete, metal was used in the construction of the building structures here, making the whole cityscape appear in somber shades of black and gray. Tall watchtowers, mounted with energy turrets and bright spotlights, were dotted across the city. Since the buildings around them were small, each one of them was easy to spot. Soldiers patrolled the streets, carrying unsheathed weapons as if they were ready to channel mana and take fighting position at any given moment. Robust tanks and heavy-duty vehicles, armed with even more energy turrets and mounted machine guns, moved through the city streets at a gazing speed. Actually, the whole city appeared more like a fortified fortress for soldiers than a welcoming place for civilians. Scarcely any business establishments such as bars or cafes were visible. The few that did exist, subtly blended among the other buildings. However, vendors and street merchants were present almost everywhere, selling everyday items and a variety of goods. The city's residential population was a diverse mix of humans, elves, and dwarves, but humans appeared to be the majority. However, instead of lively sparks and cheerful glints, their eyes appeared dull and almost lifeless. Some seemed sleep-deprived, evident by the baggy black circles beneath their eyes, while others displayed clear signs of stress and panic. I had been to this city just 4 days ago with my master when we were en route to Mount Hua, since the only teleportation gate available was located in the capital. Last time during our travels, I couldn't help but notice that this city indeed had a somewhat gloomy atmosphere. Of course, back then, I had no idea we were in the northern continent, so I didn't pay much mind to it. Observing the confused look on my face as I watched the pedestrians walk by, the old man gave a reassuring pat on my shoulder. In a solemn tone, he explained, "There was a vampire terrorist attack in this city 2 days ago." A frown creased my brow as I questioned, "An attack? I don't understand." How did vampires manage to get past our border? The old man simply shrugged. It happens more often than you'd think, sometimes due to mistakes made by lookout soldiers, and other times because of spies or those enthralled by vampires' mind control. But the news never reports any breaches in our defenses, I retorted before instantly realizing how naive I sounded. Propaganda, propaganda, the old man echoed, as if reading my thoughts. The government has to keep up appearances, even if half the world knows the truth. Running a hand through my now neck-length silver hair, I sighed, realizing I really should get a haircut one of these days, and then I posed another question. How frequently does it happen? When I was last here, people didn't seem to be in any better shape. As I mentioned, it happens quite often. On average, there are around 5 to 6 terrorist attacks every year. So that's why the entire city looked like a battle-ready fortress. But if the capital is in such a state, then what about the other cities? I asked. The old man sighed. The closer you get to the border, the more intense and frequent the vampire attacks become. The cities at the far end of the continent's border are relatively safe. So, what you're trying to tell me is that it's happening all across the continent? I summarized. The old man shrugged. Pretty much. People can't even freely express their fears. They are not allowed to leave their cities without a letter of leave from one of the rights, and even then, they have to sign a non-disclosure agreement contract. I don't have much internet presence, but I still know that whatever they say online about the situation is also shadow banned. I see. No wonder they seemed so stressed out. The mere fact that their own government and overlords had stripped their freedom of speech must be terrifying. Not only could they not share their opinions and voice their fears, but they also had to worry about their safety each time they left their homes. Yeah, it must indeed be incredibly stressful. Of course, the military and government were aware of their problems, but they all were already doing everything they could. To be honest, the cities near the border are in an even worse state. Sometimes, the military conscripts children and the elderly from orphanages and nursing homes for support roles. A look of utter disgust crossed the old man's face as he spoke. I studied him for a moment before answering with a question. But the military doesn't force them, right? They do compensate them, I heard. They do compensate them, and yes, they don't conscript anyone without their own or their guardian's consent. But it still doesn't change how twisted it all is. To be honest, support duties aren't all that dangerous. It involve relatively safer tasks like disassembling firearms and cleaning weapons and barracks. Mundans, those who can't sense mana and aren't forced to serve in the military, are typically hired for these roles. But the thing is, no mundane person would willingly choose to go to the border, no matter how safe the job is. This is why the military covertly conscripts the elderly and children who have nowhere else to go, assigning them these duties so that the soldiers can focus on the missions assigned to them instead of menial labor. Quinn was one of those children thrust into the border by the military for support services. He was so young when he was forced to live at the border camps, and when the military discovered his power of perfect necromancy, they began using him as a tool in warfare strategies. Ultimately, he survived and even earned a reputation. The perfect necromancer and calamity bringer is what they now call him. But, as the old man said just now, nothing can excuse how messed up all of this is. Children forced to live at the border, terrorist attacks, propaganda to protect what little order is remained among the masses. Shaking my head, I trailed behind the old man. In my mind, I recalled the oath I had sworn to Quinn: I will bring peace to this messed up world, no matter the cost. But the promise I made to myself echoed louder in my head, a broken bar: I will survive. As we walked through, I noticed some people casting a few distasteful glares in our direction. Seeing that, the frown on my face deepened into a scowl. What's their problem? I asked, genuinely curious. Don't mind them, said the old man, putting his hands inside the sleeves of his robes. Damn, that looked cool. Some people here don't like our sect. A few months back, the Wright family and their knights were battling a vampire terrorist group that had infiltrated our defenses. It was a brutal fight, But since the Wright family and their Night Order were outnumbered, they suffered a lot of casualties and many civilians lost their lives. I see, I responded, somewhat puzzled. But what does Mount Hua have to do with any of this? The old man sighed. Before going dark, the Night Order of the Wright family sent a distress call to us, and I raised my brows. And we declined their call. Naturally, since that day, some civilian groups have started to resent us. I see now, I nodded in understanding. But why, though? Aren't sects and ruling families supposed to collaborate? Under normal circumstances, yes, the old man affirmed, but for reasons entirely unknown to me. Selena Zenith, the current leader of the sect, refused to answer their call for help. Is that so? I exhaled deeply. The name, Selena Zenith, it was definitely her name. She wasn't mentioned much in the story, but her name did appear quite a few times within the pages of the novel. It was her other persona that was more famous in the world of Legend of the Legendary Heroes. Whatever, I muttered softly to myself. Right now, I didn't need to deal with her, and in truth, I hoped I'd never have to. But of course, even I knew that facing her someday was inevitable. The old man perked up his ears and turned to me. What did you say? Nothing. I shook my head, following him inside the building where the gate was situated. Usually, teleportation gates were set on the terraces of hotels or hospitals, all run by the government, but this city's gate was located by the main train station to make travel quick in case of an emergency. Walking up to a giant rectangular metal frame barricaded by steel bars and an iron gate, a guard signaled for us to stop right where we stood. His comrade approached us to check our IDs, and only then did they relax. But by that time, their supervisor had arrived. Are you two idiots? He scolded the two guards, as though berating misbehaving children. Then he turned to the old man and dropped his head. I apologize, Sir Zenith, he said. These two are new recruits. Calm down, the old man chuckled. They're just doing their job, no need for theatrics. The supervisor released a relieved sigh and nodded. By the way, why are you here this late afternoon? Wait, don't tell me, are you going to Silvzerion for gambling again? What if your great-granddaughter catches you again? The old man coughed loudly and shot the supervisor a fierce glare, sending shivers down his spine. Oh, dear me, I just remembered that I had some urgent business that I needed to attend to, the supervisor exclaimed and instantly vanished from our sight. The old man turned to me, twirling his thin mustache. I don't gamble. He was just spouting nonsense. In fact, I think that no one should gamble. I gave the old man a deadpan look before inquiring, so, blackjack or poker, which one do you prefer? Poker. The old man blurted out instantly, then immediately realized that he had slipped. Damn it, he cursed before placing his huge hands on my shoulders. Remember, little one, if you tell my sweet angel that I still gamble, rest assured I'll take extra care of you throughout the rest of your stay here. A wicked grin curled up on my lips as I said, are you sure that threatening the person who knows your secret is the best way to avoid a blackmail situation? Damn it, he cursed again before using his best card, begging desperately. Oh, little one, please, please don't tell her. I do not fear bloodsuckers. I do not fear aliens, but you know what I do fear? Her, my sweet little angel. I fear disappointing her. I rolled my eyes. The old man had quite the talent for emotional manipulation. Huh? Who would have guessed? Fine, I sighed. I won't tell anyone. And just right then, the teleportation gate lit up in an azure glow as the very fabric of space distorted inside its metal frame. A dull metallic hum was heard throughout the area, and in the next moment, a feminine silhouette walked out from the portal created within the metal frame of the teleportation gate. It was a young woman with a lithe yet athletic figure, so captivating to turn heads of anyone fortunate enough to lay eyes on her. She had flowing silver hair that looked like molten strands of silver, cascading down to her slender waist. Her perfect doll-like face was adorned with a pair of dull silver eyes, an angular nose, and thin lips. She wore an off-the-shoulder top and jeans that left a portion of her waist exposed, showcasing her porcelain, jade-like skin. While others were enchanted by her beauty, I was just confused. I knew this girl. It was Trish Zenith. How did I not make this connection sooner? Zenith was a prominent clan name, so it was common for people, even outsiders, to share the same family name who belonged to Mount Hua. The old man was Ifar Zenith, once the head of Mount Hua. Selena Zenith was one of his granddaughters. Trish Zenith, Selena's niece, was often referred to as the Princess of Mount Hua. I should have realized this earlier. They were related. Rolling my eyes at my oversight, I inwardly applauded my genius-level intellect and sighed in resignation. Meanwhile, as Trish walked up to us, a surprised expression formed on her doll-like face. L. Lucas Morningstar? She uttered in a soft, surprised tone, then turned to her grandfather, who was grinning like a fool, seeking an explanation. Oh, you two know each other? The old man chimed in through his grin, obviously feigning ignorance. A broken bar, this damned old man. He was definitely acting. He knew. He must have seen the King's tournament, but if he knew that we had met each other before, then why hadn't he said anything to me? What was this guy up to? I narrowed my eyes at the old man as his grin grew wider before he turned to his sweet little angel. Anyway, it's good that you two know each other. Trish, Lucas is my 50th and final disciple. Huh? Just as Trish was processing that information with a dumbstruck look, the old man dropped another bombshell. Oh, and he's your roommate? Well, perhaps housemate is a more fitting term? Yes, housemate it is. The journey back to Mount Hua was, for the lack of better words, hella awkward and mostly silent. Well, as silent as it could be. While we rode the train to go back to the right mountain range, the grandfather and granddaughter duo engaged in hushed conversations. Since they both were sitting right beside me, the old man to my left and Trish by his side, it was hard to ignore the content of their conversation. Grandpa, what are you doing? Trish nearly whimpered. The old man suppressed a chuckle. What do you mean, Angel? Trish clenched her fists. You know what? What do you mean he's going to be my housemate? And you knew about him since I told you after the tournament, so don't pretend you didn't know. Ifar Zenith grinned teasingly. All right, fine. I wanted to surprise you. What do you mean surprise? Trish began to frantically tap her foot on the train's metal floor. The old man shrugged, his grin growing widened by the second. Well, since you spoke about him so passionately, I thought you'd like to befriend him. Upon hearing that, the silver-haired girl's face flushed, and her eyes widened in panic. I was talking about his technique, not him specifically. Once again, the old man wore a teasing smile and chimed in. Of course, I'm talking about the same thing. You can learn from him, and he can learn from you too. What else were you thinking? Trish remained silent for a moment, giving her great-grandfather a deadpan stare before letting out a resigned sigh. You're the worst. Hey, that I am, the old man responded with a snug sense of satisfaction. But you know, if you have an issue letting him stay with you, I could simply place him in one of the boarding houses. Trish's eyes widened momentarily before she coughed dryly. I suppose it's fine, since you're insisting so much. The old man silently relished his victory with a grin, clearly amused that whatever shenanigan he was pulling had already begun to show results. Meanwhile, I kept my gaze narrowed on him. I didn't know precisely what he was up to, but I didn't trust him for a second. Indeed, he was a devious old man. Since yesterday, after returning to Mount Hua, the old man left us with a sly grin etched on his barely wrinkled face. Trish and I made our way to the manor in silence. On our way back, Trish seemed to want to say something as she opened and closed her mouth several times but chose to remain quiet in the end. I had told myself not to judge people too quickly before, but she came across as shy to me. A far cry from the girl I had fought in the King's tournament. I couldn't help but wonder what was the matter with her. I think you should take a look at anyway. When we reached the manor, we exchanged a few words and went inside our respective rooms. Since the kitchen was shared, I saw her again only in the morning when I went there to make my breakfast. It wasn't until the afternoon that I saw her once more as we made our way to the old man's training hall. Currently, we stood at the center of the training hall, with Ifar Zenith fixing us with a stern gaze. Today was the official start of my sword training under him. To be honest, I wasn't entirely sure why I needed to learn swordsmanship, but Leo had mentioned that the path of the sword was a gateway to mastering other weapon arts as well. Coincidentally, a tilde sense or nota sense, the old man had also said a similar thing to me a few days ago, which made me think they might be telling the truth. I mean, the old man had a point. Even Leo Kurogami, who was renowned as a master of all weapons, had to have a reason to opt for the sword as his main weapon. But enough about swords, let's get back to the present. Ifar nodded his head satisfactorily and walked over to a weapon rack, picking up 2 sheathed tangdos before tossing them in our direction. As we caught the swords, he turned to me, his usual playful humor now replaced by a serious expression as he began to speak. Before we start your training in sword arts, it's important for you to first refine your sword handling skills. Of course, the easiest and safest way to do that is through sparring, Ifar explained. Oh, I can see where this is heading, a tilde sense, I thought to myself. Meanwhile, Trish's eyes suddenly lit up in sparkles as if she was a child who had just received her most wanted Christmas gift. I couldn't help but frown. One moment, she was timid and reserved, and the next, she was brimming with excitement. To be honest, I don't get her at all. In the meantime, the old man continued without pause. So, let's start this session with a light sparring match. I'll give you both guidance and corrections wherever you make a mistake. Soon, we will move on to learning the sword arts. With that, we assumed combat positions. Trish circled a few steps away and came to stand a few meters from me, her gaze resolute. Suddenly, her whole demeanor shifted, and her aura turned cold and razor-sharp. The girl from a few moments ago was nowhere to be seen now. It was as if she had been possessed. Right, that's the Trish Zenith I knew. You can use mana to fortify yourself and your weapon, but casting any kind of spell is not allowed. Martial aura is also not allowed. Killing each other is. Well, not allowed. The old man stated the obvious. Now, commence. A lovely smile bloomed on Trish's doll-like face as she spoke in a soft tone that now sounded a little dangerous. Get ready, Morning Star. I smiled back in reply, unsheathing my single-edged sword as a metallic ring hummed through the air. There's really no need to announce your attack, Miss Zenith. Unfortunately, I didn't get to finish my sentence. Suddenly, the silver-haired swordswoman was beside me, her sword falling down on me like the blade of a guillotine. One moment she was calmly standing a dozen meters away from me, the next she was already there, her sword moving in a blur as her blade neared my temple. Yes, Trish moved faster, broken bar, but not nearly fast enough. Compared to Leo and Nero, she was a turtle. My eyes were easily able to track her as she delivered her downward cut. Not only had I expected such a display of speed, but I was also prepared for this attack. Quickly sidestepping, I raised my tangdao to intercept Trish's blade. Our blades clashed and bit into each other, connected into a bind as both of us refused to back down a broken bar, or so I thought. Apparently, Trish had led me into a trap, something that was hard for me to believe. Instead of trying to push her way through my blade with brute force, Trish twirled her sword and delivered a slash over my blade. Swoosh or exclamation mark. Fuck, I cursed as I hopped a step back to safety, barely avoiding Trish's slash that was about to cut down my eye. But I didn't just play on the defensive. Thwack exclamation mark. While jumping back, I shot my leg forward and thrashed my foot into Trish's abdomen with force, causing her to stagger back in sudden pain. And with this, the momentum of this spar was now on my side. I rushed forward and rammed her with my shoulder. Trish was thrown back before her back from the impact before she crashed on the hard wooden floor and rolled a couple of times, finally coming to a stop. Without wasting any time at all, She pulled herself to her knees and raised her sword in an attempt to block whatever attack I was going to throw at her. However, my blade never came for her, a broken bar at least, not from the direction she was looking in. I had used the moment while she was off balance to swiftly circle around her, positioning myself to her side. Trish finally turned her head to look at me as she noticed my presence, but now it was far too late. My victory was already secured. From her side, I stomped my foot on the ground to acquire proper footing and then threw my blade forward in an arc, aiming for her throat. Hey, but right at that moment, the startled expression that had been on her face from earlier dissipated into a triumphant grin, giving off a snug sense of victory. It was almost as if she felt that she had already won, and it was only then that I realized I had been led into yet another trap. Before my blade could make contact with her throat, Trish, who was still on her knees, rolled forward in my direction. Like a bowling ball striking a pin, she collided with me, sweeping me off my feet. My loss of balance sent me sprawling face first onto the unforgiving wooden floor, while Trish effortlessly rolled to her knees behind me. It was a bad position. She was already on her knees, whereas I was lying on the floor, belly down. Even if I somehow managed to get up quickly, my back would be turned to her, leaving me wide open. No matter how I looked at it, it was indeed a checkmate for me. A broken bar, or was it? Trish swiftly rose to her feet and charged forward as I was in the middle of pulling myself up onto my knees. Before I could even spin around to face her or do anything against her follow-up attacks, Trish brought down the cold, metallic edge of her sword to my neck. Usually, in a sparring match with real swords, placing the blade's edge against your opponent's vital organ would result in a technical victory. That was why, with her sword's edge resting at my throat, it was clear she had won. Both of us stopped our movements, awaiting the official declaration of the outcome. As if awaiting that cue, the old man loudly cleared his throat as if wanting to gain our attention and proclaimed, "The match has ended in a broken bar, a draw." Suddenly furrowed her brows in shock and cast a questioning gaze toward her great-grandfather. Trish, who had a bright smile on her pretty face up until now, suddenly furrowed her brows in shock and cast a questioning gaze toward her great-grandfather. Huh? She exclaimed. "No, it's clearly my victory." The old man stayed silent and only gestured for his great-granddaughter to glance downward. Perplexed, Trish followed his gaze and looked down to see a sight that made her widen her eyes. I knelt on the ground, my back turned to her, with her sword resting at my throat, but at the same time, I held my sword in a reverse grip as it was thrust backward. Right now, my blade was mere inches away from piercing her liver. Trish took in this scene with her mouth agape, her dull silver eyes quivering with astonishment. "But when?" she asked through trembling lips. I withdrew my blade and rose to my feet as she did the same. "Right before you were about to end the match. The best moment to play a final gambit is when your opponent is sure of their victory." Trish listened to me attentively, her eyes wide. As I turned to face her, she took a deep breath and composed herself. "I don't like gambling," she said in a soft tone, returning to her reserved and timid self. I shrugged. I wanted to mention that a gambit wasn't only used in gambling, it was also a strategic tactic used in logical games like chess to secure positional advantage, but in the end, I chose to remain silent instead. "All right, let's continue this discussion outside, where we can also go over what both of you could have done differently," said the old man. Trish nodded and took the lead, exiting the training hall first, leaving the old man and me to follow behind her. However, before the old man could even take a single step, I reached out and grabbed his arm, causing him to turn toward me and give me an inquiring look. "What's on your mind, little one?" he asked with a smile. Taking a deep breath, I posed my question. "Tell me the true reason you agreed to teach me, and I don't want any of that nonsense about doing it for my master." The old man was completely stumped for a fleeting moment. A broken bar, but only for a moment. Almost instantly, he gave me a reassuring smile and responded, "What do you mean, little one?" I shook my head slightly, not buying his act. Don't feign ignorance, I retorted. I met the one they call the Prince of Mount Hua, Alpha Zenith. The old man's expression soured for a split second, but he quickly managed to regain his composure and wear a smile back on his nearly unwrinkled face. He said some interesting words when he met me, I continued, trying to stifle a chuckle. The old man quipped, let me take a guess. He said something like that old fucker is ready to teach that trash and an outsider but not me. Whoa. He nailed it word for word. Not knowing how to respond, I simply nodded and admitted, yeah. The smile on the old man's face widened into a grin before he burst out in a hearty laughter. He palmed his face before regaining his composure. Once he did, he looked at me, the humor in his eyes fading slightly. After a brief silence, he added, everything he does is to earn his father's recognition. He yearns for his father's validation and lacks a will. He began in a solemn tone, what can I say about that boy? He lacks drive. He wants training but not to become the strongest. He desires to fight but not to win. He views the entire world as his enemy but he has none. After a brief silence, he added, everything he does is to earn his father's recognition. He yearns for his father's validation and lacks a will of his own. The old man sighed in a somewhat dejected manner, his tone filled with disappointment. I have no interest in training a disciple who doesn't aspire to claim the title of the world's strongest. He may have talent, but you, little one, have drive, a broken bar and talent. I waited for a brief moment before narrowing my eyes at him. I sense an end coming. And a broken bar, he added with a wry grin. I rolled my eyes and muttered with a hint of self-deprecation, there it is, a broken bar, in an almost inaudible tone. The old man continued, I may or may not have wanted a sparring partner for my little Angela Broken Bar, but that was only secondary. My brow furrowed in confusion. Trish? She doesn't have a sparring partner? Why not? Trish was undoubtedly one of the most skilled fighters I had ever fought, and I was saying that after facing opponents like Quinn, Nero, and Kai, while Trish's attack potency might not be superior to theirs, her technique was just impeccable. So, it was confusing to hear that she didn't have a sparring partner. With her skills, I thought she'd be pretty famous. The old man lamented over something he thought and sighed once more, this time with a touch of pity visible in his eyes. During Trish's birth, her mother, who was then the leader of Mount Hua and known as the Star of Fortune, passed away. A myriad of emotions flickered in the old man's eyes, ranging from sorrow to regret, but he continued on with his story. The Zenith clan had always considered Trish's birth to be an omen. Her own father abandoned her at birth after the love of his life died, and as the years passed, even her brother began to share the same feelings. Soon, Mount Hua's members shunned her like a plague. The so-called wise elders said that because she extinguished the Star of Fortune at her birth, it was a sign that she would bring destruction to Mount Hua. The frown on my face deepened into a scowl. I wanted to retort, voice my opinion and tell him how much of a nonsense it was. It wasn't her fault that her mother died while birthing her, but of course, just the fact that he was telling me this meant that he knew that. I let out a sigh, and suddenly a sudden part of the story flashed in my mind. In the novel, Mount Hua was indeed destroyed. At the start of the final war, when Nero and Quinn were fighting for the final time, the vampires also began their final invasion. To stop them, the government first deployed all the military power in the northern continent. That meant, the Mount Hua members were also sent as the first line of defense. Even though they killed several abyssal kings, in the end, the whole Mount Hua was demolished along with the northern defense force. The whole North Continent fell. I wonder, was Trish a participant in that battle? If yes, then was she really the cause of all that destruction like the elders of the sect said? No, that's nonsense. The cause were those vicious bloodsuckers, not Trish. As I was stroking my chin, in the middle of such thoughts, the old man spoke up again and shook me out of my stupor. The old man paused, and then his face softened with a touch of nostalgia. The reason I agreed to teach you is because I can see the same potential in you that I once saw in Leo, but it's also because I believe you can have a positive influence on Trish. I could see his point. The last time I faced Trish in the tournament, her lack of experience was painfully evident. That's why my traps worked so easily on her. However, in just a few weeks after the tournament, she adapted and went on the aggressive when we spared today, luring me into the traps instead. Her rapid learning speed was almost scary. I could only imagine what she would become with more experience. At that moment, a furrow formed on my brow as a question suddenly crossed my mind. Wait, why can't you spar with her? You're already training her, aren't you? I inquired. Well, yes. The old man hesitated, but I can't go against her father. No one in the clan can, except Selena. It's already a miracle that he's letting me teach her the weapon arts. The tension in my expression eased as I calmly asked, who is her father? After a brief pause, the old man responded, the Crimson Tyrant, John Zenith. The Crimson Tyrant. I was obviously familiar with that name. It belonged to one of the greatest soldiers of the world, John Zenith, Xavier Sinclair, Selena Zenith, Leo Kurogami, and Sasha Neto Iva. These were the 5 people who stood at the top of the world currently. Each one of them were capable of wiping out cities from the face of the earth with a mere swipe of their fingers. It was also the exact reason why the central government was having trouble displacing the Neto Ive family as the head overlords of the South, since the head of their family, Sasha Neto Ive, was one of the greatest names in today's history. And for the same reason, I understood why the old man couldn't go against John Zenith. I see, I said. I had no problem going along with the old man's plan. Becoming Trish's sparring partner was a good thing. After all, it meant we would get to be close, and in the end I would emerge with one more ally under my rule. I nodded. Thank you for being honest, Grandmaster. The old man smiled. No problem, Little. Before the old man could finish speaking, Trish stormed inside the training hall and exclaimed, "How long will it take for you two to come outside?" Yesterday was incredibly exhausting. After discussing the mistakes we made while our duel, the old man made us spar with each other 5 more times. I lost once, won thrice, while the last one ended in a draw once again. Trish was obviously thrilled, for she finally had a chance to hone her already flawless technique. But I, on the other hand, couldn't have been more tired by the end of it all. After returning to the manor, I fell asleep almost instantly. I slept soundly until the old man summoned both Trish and me for our morning training. He led us to the gates of Mount Huan and instructed us to run up and down the entire mountain 5 times. 5 rounds of trekking. Is he serious? Was what I thought. And, apparently, he was indeed dead serious. Currently, I was wearily trudging uphill, my snow-covered boots weighing me down as I used every last ounce of strength I had in me. Trish had long since completed her 5 laps while I was still struggling to finish my final one. It was only around 4:57 a.m., and I was both fatigued from the training and extremely lethargic. If that wasn't enough already, the old man told us that we would have to do this every day. He said that I looked too delicate and needed to appear more masculine, bulk up some muscles. The blasphemy. Delicate looking? I had flipped a guy twice my size like a ragdoll. What did he know? HMPH. Are you a broken bar, Lucas Morningstar? While I was jogging past a training hall to get to the one that belonged to the old man, a crisp voice called out to me. The sudden mention of my name caused me to come to a stop, and I turned to look at the source of the voice. There, standing a few meters away from me, leaning against the doorframe of a training hall, stood a tall and captivating woman. She was, by far, the most beautiful person I had ever laid eyes upon, whether male or female. Her face was what one would call near perfect, with high cheekbones, a straight nose, full lips, and captivating silver eyes that accentuated her enthralling beauty. Draped in a luxurious robe of red and black that only emphasized her arresting svelte figure, she carried herself with grace. The silken strands of her silver hair fell down like trails of radiant light, reaching her waist, with a few locks resting gently on her shoulders, looking slightly curl. She was like a celestial beauty, unsullied and untainted by the impurities of the mundane world. She exuded an air of haughty superiority, as though she believed that the entire world existed beneath her foot. I needed no introduction to know who she was. A broken bar. I'm Selena Zenith. I stood there in surprised silence for a few seconds before finally coming to my senses and nodding quickly. Yes, I said, frowning. I'm indeed Lucas Morningstar. How do you know me? A bright smile bloomed on the beautiful silver-haired woman's face, but the touch of arrogance never left her eyes. She put her hands inside the sleeves of her red and black robe and walked toward me with slow steps. Under her watchful gaze and enthralling beauty, I stood motionless, scared to even take a breath. I had met plenty of beautiful people after coming to this world. In fact, I was in the body of one myself. However, never in my 2 lives had I ever seen someone so broken bar flawless, a broken bar so perfect, a broken bar so bewitching. It was almost hard to imagine that someone like her was actually the worst criminal in the history of this world. Yeah, it was here. A broken bar. Selena Zenith didn't appear much in the novel. It was always known that she was one of the strongest individuals on the planet. However, neither was she active in the military nor did she have much of a presence in the media. The world knew her name, but she wasn't as famous as other strongest warriors of her generation. It was actually her other persona that became more famous by the second half of the novel. Yes, she had a secret identity. Selena Zenith was also known to the world as the Queen of Webs. She was in command of an extremely large network of worker cells and spies, all part of a covered elite society. The people even believed that she had ears and eyes in every corner of the world, since the sleeper cells of her organization were said to be everywhere. It could be anyone working under her, the guy you sat beside on the train, the guy you passed by a few seconds ago, or even your weapon arts instructor. The description sounded familiar? Well, of course, it did. It was because she was the leader of Spider and the perpetrator behind the start of the War of Union. I'm a close friend of your master. Leo Kurogami told me about you, Selena said as she came to stand before me. She oozed off a faint, intoxicating scent of blooming plum blossoms, as if she was carrying the spring with her everywhere she went, even in this cold winter mountain. Really? I asked as my eyebrows shot up, feigning surprise. Master never talked about you, though. I could almost swear I saw Selena's brow twitch when I made that statement, but in the end, she maintained her graceful and slightly arrogant expression. Well, people make mistakes, she said, and then added in an almost inaudible whisper, and your master is especially clumsy, is he not? Before I could even affirm or refute that statement, most probably affirm, Selena spoke up again. Well, the point is, I've heard many things about you, she said. I must say, he wasn't exaggerating when he said you're talented, and you are such a pretty package too. A broken bar, huh? Sorry, I'm what now? Is this what people call harassment? Deciding to ignore that last part, I asked a question instead. You can already tell I'm talented? I thought this was the first time we met. I think you should take a look at. Selena scoffed. If you weren't, that old geezer would never have agreed to train you, even if the request had come from Leo himself. And no matter how much I dislike that guy, he's a good teacher. You'll do very well under him. I put my hands in my pockets, but then abruptly took them out. By this point, the old man had literally bashed into me the need to stay alert and ready for a fight at any given moment. You don't like the old man? Isn't he your father? I asked, genuinely curious. Selena visibly suppressed an urge to roll her eyes. It's not that I don't like him, but he's way too much of a romantic. What's wrong with being a romantic? I asked, frowning. Selena sighed lightly before offering a smile. Walk with me. She turned around and started walking away. I had to return to the old man's class, but I couldn't just deny the sect leader now, could I? Shrugging, I took a few quick steps and caught up to her before walking beside her. We strolled in silence for a few minutes before Selena struck up the conversation, resuming from where she had left off. Do you know why the soldiers who complete service time go on to stay in the military or join a sect to pursue the path of strength? I cocked my head slightly, confused where this was going. Most of those who stay in the military have no viable career option available to them, right? All they've known in their life is fighting. Yes, but I'm talking about those who do have a way out but still decide to stay in that hell. I squinted my eyes in thought, but even after a few minutes, I couldn't come up with a proper answer, prompting me to shrug. I don't know. Selena's smile grew a little at my clueless expression. Power, Lucas. It's because they all desire power. The founders of the 4 ruling families rose to their positions because they yearned for power. They stayed in the military, became the pillars of the world, and achieved power. Selena took a brief pause as if to add to the dramatics, then continued. Those who stay in the military do that to climb through the ranks and gain power. Those who join the martial sects do that because they want to grow stronger. And what does strength give you? Power. In this world, everything is about power, whether it be personal, influential, political, sexual, monetary, or any other kind. It's all one big game and only one can win. I let out a sigh and nodded. Of course, what else was I expecting from the leader of a secret organization if not a long and edgy monologue? After a short moment of silence, Selena posed a question. Do you know why your master lost to your father during the battle for the West? I furrowed my brow, stumped for a split second before instantly presenting an answer. I suppose because my father used the most destructive Polium weapon art, Dawnbreaker. Selena gave me a sidelong look and loudly snickered as if she had heard a funny joke in place of my honest answer. Do you really think that the god of war lost a head-on battle because your father deployed Dawnbreaker? No, Lucas, there is not a weapon art in existence that could have stopped Leo fucking Kurogami in the peak of his prime. The frown on my face turned deeper as I inquired, then why did he lose? Why else? Selena shrugged. Because he was in love. He held back because he felt guilty. Your father knew that and used it against him to win. Selena heaved a deep breath as she carried on, and to be honest, I can't blame him. I would have done the same if I was facing Leo. No one in this world, not even the vampire kings, can hope to fight Leo head-on and emerge victorious. He only had one weakness, and it was love. Right as she said that, Selena stepped in front of me, blocking my way. I stopped and looked back at her. Leo lost because he wasn't focused and his mind was clouded, Selena said as she put a finger on my chest. Achieve clarity and protect your heart. Always be ready to make the necessary choices because those are the hardest ones to make. Do that and you'll always win. After our conversation, Selena and I split up. She had some disciples to train while I had to return to the old man's training hall and hope that he wouldn't break too many of my bones for being late. My mind, however, was elsewhere. I was still thinking about the talk I had with the Queen of Webs. I felt like when I had come to this world, I was more indifferent than I thought. I was ready to make tough decisions for the sake of winning. Even after all the time I had spent in this world, I was the same. My track record was enough to prove my callous mental state. The choices I made in Silversrine and then what I did to Liz Snyder during the King's Tournament. Up until this point in time, I had been able to achieve whatever was necessary for the sake of a future where my survival was ensured. But a broken bar, would I be able to continue doing so in the future too? Lately, I had been thinking about what that bloodsucker said in the Hideout Cafe. She said that I shouldn't trust Amelia. Obviously, I thought about why I should trust her. However, on the off chance that she was right, what was I going to do? Would I be able to kill her? Although, my gut says that I shouldn't be concerned about Amelia. I could tell that she wasn't the kind of person to betray a friend. So, yeah, I could be at ease around her because my gut is usually right, and if not then at least I knew I could trust my own logical judgment of her. However, it was not just about her. I knew how twisted this strife-ridden world was. I did not have many friends and allies now, but what if in the future I would have to fight one? Would I then be able to make the right call? And what about in the future, when I achieve my goal of reaching a commanding position in the military? If I become a strategist or a commander, I would have to send the people I know into hopeless situations. Many units would go dark under my command. Would I break? No, I won't, I exclaimed with a shake of my head as if telling myself that. I won't break. Of course, it wasn't like I had a choice in the matter anyway. If I break, it will be over. I'm the chosen one. I'm one of the 3 prophesied heroes. I will save the world and fulfill my destiny. No matter what I had to do. Broken bar. I will do it. Right before I could finish my resolute declaration, I crashed into someone. The person I collided with reeled back and fell to the ground because of my speed. Ah, my bad. I immediately shouted an apology. Sorry, I didn't see you there. Broken bar. Wait, have I seen you somewhere? Ouch, ouch, ouch. The individual on the ground was actually a boy around the age of 12 to 13. I think you should take a look at. He had neck-long black hair and eyes of matching shade that were narrowed right now because of pain. The boy looked as if he was extremely malnourished until now and had just started to get in shape. His thin, slender frame was draped in the distinctive red and black robes belonging to Mount Huan. Currently, he was running his back. After a moment of groaning, the boy heard my voice and a look of recognition crossed his face. He instantly whipped his head up and cast a scrutinizing glance at me. Almost instantly, his eyes widened and sparkled as if he had met his god. Sir Lucas, it's you. You know me? I inquired with a frown on my puzzled face, still trying to recall where I had seen this boy. The boy in question jumped back to his feet and patted his chest vigorously. It's me, Sir Lucas. Rowan. I'm Rowan. I'm the boy you met. Before he could even finish his sentence, something clicked in my head and a smile flickered on my lips as I interjected. Yes, I remember. You're the weak, pitiful, scrawny, and pathetic boy I met in the slums of Silversrine. Rowan. Rowan looked at me with a deadpan expression plastered on his slightly skinny face before correcting me. Rowan. He let out a sigh of resignation and then added, also, I wouldn't exactly describe myself as you did, but fine. A broken bar. Whatever helps you remember me, I guess. I threw my head back a little as a guilty smile tugged at my lips. I took a long breath before slowly raising my voice with each word until I was practically yelling, sorry, I tend to forget people who don't fucking reply to my texts. Yes, Rowan and I had been texting after I came back from Silversrine. It was mostly him giving me updates on his life, but one day, he suddenly went offline and stopped texting me. Since I was worried, I sent him several messages but he replied to none. After returning to the academy, I was going to start searching for him using Kai's resources. I'm sorry. Rowan instantly started whimpering with apologies. As you said, I joined a sect, but only after I joined did they tell me that I can't use phones here. They even broke the new phone I bought. I furrowed my brow. Yeah, what's up with them breaking phones and smart bracelets of their disciples? Rowan rolled his eyes. It's their whole thing. They think getting away from all the technology makes us closer to nature. That's a broken bar. I was about to retort but then I recalled how much time I had been spending on my smart bracelet lately before I came here. Since coming here, not only have I been more focused on my training but my mind has been at ease for the most part too. I had even been sighing less. In the end, I had no choice but to shrug and say, okay, I guess that's true. I then turned to Rowan and asked, shall we catch up, then? After catching up with Rowan, I came to know that he had been doing well. The sect actually did charge him a fee after the elders listened to his story. Of course, he didn't tell them everything. Basically, he only told them how a rich young noble took pity on him and decided to fund his enrollment in one of the best military academies in the world. He said he wanted to grow stronger and needed a place to live somewhere until then, and the sect elders happily allotted him their robes. Though, as it turns out, his talent in martial arts is barely average. It's fine, however. In the end, I don't intend to use him for fights. The boy is a genius, and geniuses belong behind the scenes, not on the stage. Oh, that reminds me, I wonder what happened to Spider and the underground auction. I hope Nero was able to secure Petal of Ambrosia. Since I had no way of contacting any of them, I could only hope. I mean, I could try and fix my smart bracelet using my edit pen, but Rowan told me that this place was full of network jammers. So even if I was able to get my smart bracelet up and going, I could still not contact anyone on the outside since I could not access the internet. It's fine. Let's just focus on the training and wait for Master to return. Meanwhile, the same night a broken bar in the heart of the bustling capital of the Eastern continent, the Iron Hand City, an upscale shopping mall was situated by a busy street. Inside, it had the most luxurious brands and boutiques. Below this mall was a hidden and opulent underground chamber accessible only to a select few. Nobles and high society individuals would discreetly enter the underground chamber through disguised doors set in high-end fashion boutiques or exclusive jewelry stores. This entrance was equipped with biometric scanners and secret passcodes to ensure only the invited guests could gain access. The underground chamber itself was designed with lavish decor, filled with antique furnishings, priceless artworks, and ornate chandeliers. It looked like a sophisticated ballroom, with a large staircase leading down from the mall above in the middle of it. Security was tight, with discreet guards dressed as employees, blending in with the shopping mall's atmosphere. High-tech surveillance systems were also in place to ensure the safety of both guests and valuable items up for auction. Nobles and wealthy customers would bid on rare artifacts, exquisite jewelry, fine art, and other unique treasures. But the main event of the show would be slaves, humans, elves, dwarves, even some vampires. All these items would be displayed on rotating platforms or behind armored glass cases. To maintain the guise of a high-end shopping experience, there could be live music, maid dining, and champagne bars. Guests would be expected to not talk about the underground auction to any living soul. One could only be invited to the event through word of mouth and very exclusive invitations sent by the esteemed hosts to ensure the event's secrecy. However, none of that mattered anymore. The secrecy of the event was now shattered, the security systems in place had failed, and even the guests attending the event were in handcuffs. The insides of the auction hall, which should have been lavish and opulent, were now in ruins. Even the whole shopping mall was in full lockdown initiated by the military police authorities. The tables and seats were toppled, the food and drinks were spilled, the glass bottles shattered, and the auction stage at the end of the room was splintered and destroyed. Shaolin Sect's official combat unit and the military police's special task force were on the scene, arresting the nobles and some of the hosts of the auction that they had managed to capture. Most of the nobles in the spotlight were simply shouting and wailing like immature brats, threatening their arresters with their family names. I think you should take a look at others. Meanwhile, just tried to bribe the authorities with a hefty sum of credits. Obviously, no matter how tempting or irritating their offerings and threats were, the police authorities and Shaolin officials were ignoring it. Nero, Anastasia, and Chase were also at the scene, dressed in black and white robes of the esteemed Shaolin sect. Nero was conversing with a black uniformed officer, his arms crossed, and a friendly smile playing at the corners of his lips. The officer, dressed in a sleek black uniform, also wore a similar expression while his hands rested on the utility belt around his waist. His name was Raymond and he had short, dark brown, curly hair. He also had a pair of light blue eyes adorning his slightly chubby face, giving him a youthful appearance. He appeared to be only 6 or 7 years older than Nero and the others, around 24 or 25, and he had a sparkle of playful kindness to his eyes. Nero had known this man since arriving in the Eastern continent, and it was actually quite funny how they met. On their way to the Shaolin sect, Nero, Chase, and Anastasia had decided to make a pit stop at a cafe. In today's day and age, Shaolin was no longer within a temple or monastery due to the central government's disapproval. Instead, the Shaolin sect was now a very large complex. While they still had monks, much like the Shaolin sect of the old world, their focus had shifted. The monks now focused on concentration, sought mental clarity, and walked the path of righteousness rather than a spiritual one. In a way, much like Mount Hua, their core principles hadn't changed much. However, their focus on martial arts was now more secular and combat-oriented, which was to be expected from a martial arts sect in this war-filled world. Anyway, While they were idly chatting in the cafe, Anastasia witnessed a kidnapping right outside the window. A man on a bike had snatched the little boy who was strolling with his butler and sped away. She immediately alerted Nero and Chase, and the trio dashed out of the cafe in an attempt to save the kid. Since they couldn't use magic in the streets, it turned into a long and tiring chase before the trio finally caught up to the biker and wrested the kid from his grasp. In a twist, the biker turned out to be a mana user, so the trio did end up casting spells in self-defense when he tried to fight them, but ultimately, the three of them subdued him with relative ease. Poor guy had no idea that he was just a side character in a side quest of the main characters, so the child was saved by the heroes. The kid's rich parents generously showered the trio with money as a token of gratitude, and the whole city read a published news article about their noble deed. Or at least, that's what would have happened. In reality, shortly after they rescued the child, the police arrived at the scene. Nero and the rest assumed the police had come for the kid because someone must have made a kidnapping report. However, to their surprise, the police were there for them. The thing was, in their rush to save the child, they had forgotten to settle their bill at the cafe. The cafe owner quickly contacted law enforcement and almost got the heroes arrested. It was only thanks to Raymond, the sharp-witted police officer on the scene, who quickly understood the situation. Only because he didn't make a lapse in judgment, the trio was saved from ending up behind bars that day. In the end, only the biker was arrested. The police didn't make an error. The cafe owner got his money, and the heroes were showered with rewards. If Lucas had heard about this, he was sure to curse the protagonists and their damned luck. "That's actually a pretty cool badge," Nero excitedly remarked, pointing at Raymond's chest. On his chest gleamed a shiny emblem. Its design was as elegant as it was simple, an upside-down sword in the shape of a cross embedded in a circle. "Right?" Raymond beamed proudly before gloating a little. "This is actually my badge of valor. How do you earn it?" Nero inquired, his curiosity clear in his tone. Raymond's eyes grew a little distant at that question, but he soon replied with a subtle smile playing on his lips. "During my service, I led a charge against 300 vampire troops. We had no backup coming to assist us, and we found ourselves trapped behind enemy lines. Our only path to survival was to break through those vicious bloodsuckers. No one had the courage to lead from the front, but I did, and miraculously, I survived. I brought my soldiers to safety, a broken bar most of them." "Wow," Anastasia chimed in, gasping in awe. "You must be incredibly strong." "I'm a broken bar all right," Raymond replied modestly, his cheeks tinged with a slight blush. It wasn't really the poor guy's fault for blushing. Anastasia looked quite stunning, like a heaven-born graceful beauty, in the black and white robes of Shaolin. Noticing this, Chase squinted his eyes and said, "Yeah, well, I was also awarded a badge. Well, to be precise, he was never really awarded his badge, since he wasn't in the condition to leave his bed during the award ceremony. His badge was unceremoniously delivered to him in his hospital room." A broken bar, but dumb Raymond didn't need to know that. The black uniformed officer raised an eyebrow in surprise and turned to Nero, looking for confirmation. "Is that true?" Chase squinted his eyes even further. Why was Raymond double-checking with Nero? Was he not believable enough? Nero nodded and told Raymond about how he and the cadets from his class handled the dire situation at Silverine. "Oh," Raymond exclaimed, clapping his hands together. "I heard about that. So it was you all. What badges and medals did you receive?" "Well," Nero explained, "Anastasia and I were awarded medals, the Golden Cross medal to be exact. Chase received the Courageous Heart badge." "Impressive," Raymond grinned. "And what about the monetary reward? How many credits did you receive?" "Not much," Nero chuckled in response. Raymond laughed along, then reassured them, "Don't worry. Once this is all over, the military police will generously reward you all for your efforts. Perhaps you'll each receive another badge for your invaluable intel and cooperation." Nero brightly smiled but didn't respond immediately. He didn't need more rewards. What he wished for was already safely stored in the dimensional storage of his smart bracelet. Nero had successfully secured 2 petals of ambrosia during the mayhem and chaos when the official authorities razed this place. Nero wasn't really sure what Lucas' intentions were regarding the 2nd petal of ambrosia, but he was deeply grateful to him. After all, without his help, he had no idea how he should have helped his master. As he pondered this, another thought crossed his mind. "No," he said, shaking his head. "This wouldn't have been possible without your help." Raymond politely smiled. "That's not true." It was partially true. Right after joining the Shaolin sect, Nero had gathered allies and convinced them all to raid this place, but they simply did not have enough manpower because most of their officials were on another mission. He went to Raymond and explained the situation to him. He said he had inside information about the auction, but he couldn't expose his source. No police officer would have believed such a vague and untrustworthy intel source, but Raymond, for some reason, trusted Nero's words. However, as fate would have it, the other mission on which Shaolin's officials were ultimately led them straight to the very location of this underground auction. So, in reality, Nero didn't need to request military police aid. In fact, Nero didn't have any need to be involved in all this mess at all. The world would have followed the novel's plot, and Shaolin would have raided the place in a few days. His involvement only fastened the events. Nero swept his gaze around, his eyes momentarily stopping on the armored glass cages containing trapped slaves, before letting out a sigh. Among the slaves are humans, dwarves, elves, there were even vampires. All of them were malnourished, shackled to the ground, and had thick steel collars around their necks. How did they even manage to get their hands on vampires? Nero wondered aloud with a frown on his rather handsome face. Some soldiers must have supplied them from the border, Raymond replied after some thought. It looks like a trafficking chain. I'll have my full squad thoroughly investigate this case. I think you should take a look at why would soldiers be involved in such a despicable trade? Nero inquired, a hint of disgust clearly present in his voice. Money, Anastasia chimed in. Money is always a driving factor. She's right, Raymond sighed. Everyone attending this auction was a noble, which means they had a lot of money to spare. Nero shook his head, gently massaging his forehead. I don't understand why they'd need to purchase slaves. Raymond shrugged, this time sharing Nero's disgust. Who knows? I can never understand nobles. They're all twisted, in my opinion. Anastasia frowned upon hearing that. The image of a particular silver-haired boy flashed through her mind as she spoke in a low tone. Not all that nobles. Funnily enough, Nero also thought about the same person and nodded. Yeah, some nobles work on themselves and improve in life. Raymond chuckled. Well, I'd like to meet the nobles you both are talking about. Nero tilted his head before Raymond changed the subject. Anyway, I don't care. I'm just glad that I'm getting a bonus from this case. I'll get a vacation package and surprise my mom, he said. You live with your mom? Anastasia asked with a warm smile, seemingly happy for some reason. Raymond nodded. My father passed away when I was young and she never married again, so she only has me. You're a good person, Anastasia complimented, causing the uniformed officer to blush once again. Anyway, he said, clearing his throat. Let me go and check if everyone has been arrested. I'm dying to go home. With that said, Raymond turned around and headed off to check on his fellow officers. Nero turned to Anastasia and asked, we were talking about the same noble, right? Anastasia chuckled. I had no idea you and Lucas had become such close friends. Nero raised his eyebrows and closed his eyes. I told you, he was the one who gave me the information about this auction. But I never imagined the underground auction would actually be held underground. Anastasia placed a hand over her mouth and continued to gracefully chuckle as Nero added, what I'm trying to say is, he's a good guy. I'm genuinely sorry for what I said to him. Yeah, Anastasia agreed. You do have a bit of an anger issue. Nero gave her a long look before erupting. Oh, you don't say? For real? Anastasia playfully pointed a finger at him and quipped. Look, you're getting angry right now. Nero gasped. Yeah no. And just so you know, I'm attending therapy at Shaolin. Yes, before you ask, Lucas suggested it. Anastasia laughed again before adding, he's a good guy, Lucas, I mean, but he seems very desperate for something. Nero frowned. How do you know? Anastasia shrugged. I just do. In truth, Anastasia had seen Lucas's spiritual aura with her own eyes. Spiritual aura was essentially a reflection of a person's true self. One could completely mask their true nature with a well-crafted persona and clever lies. Despite the far section aid, no one could ever hide their spiritual aura. The radiant brilliance of Lucas's spiritual aura was so blinding that when she looked at him, she felt like she was staring into the heart of a star. He was one of the purest souls she had ever seen. Yet, his light was shrouded in a profane darkness so vile that it was almost sickening. It almost felt like he would devour all that was good in this universe, leaving behind only foreboding darkness. Lucas was a walking contradiction. He embodied purity and foulness, kindness and vileness, and he was at ease yet constantly suffering. But she knew he was putting on an act. For some reason, he was concealing his true self. No, he had to hide his true self. He seemed desperate for something. He was fighting, yet a part of him had already resigned. Yeah, he was indeed a walking contradiction. Initially, Anastasia thought that he had a split personality. It checked all the blocks and would explain the sudden shift in his personality. That was why she was slightly interested in him when she first saw him. But after observing him closely, she realized he was mentally stable. But then, why was his spiritual aura in such a paradoxical state? She couldn't fathom it. While his friends were idly conversing, Chase darted his eyes around. Since the start of it all, he had a bad feeling, like a premonition of disaster. Fortunately, their raid was successful and nothing had yet gone wrong. However, the feeling he had been experiencing since the start was still there. It was rather unsettling. Chase looked around and saw nothing but police taking the arrested nobles out of the mall into their cars. The slaves were yet to be freed from their shackles, and the relics and artifacts were also yet to be confiscated by the authorities. He looked out for any possible noble trying to resist or break free from the handcuffs and attack them. He also looked out for any slave vampire trying to break the armored glass. If that wasn't all, he was also looking out for any explosives or security failsafe that might go off at any moment now. His worry and anxiety were only skyrocketing with each passing minute. He wanted to relax and tell himself that everything was all right, but he knew it wasn't. Right then, he felt two pairs of eyes looking at him. Suddenly cold sweat drenched his back as he flicked his head in the direction from where he had felt the gaze. Turns out, it was only Anastasia and Nero who had been looking at him. Normally, he would take a moment or two to appreciate Anastasia's crystal-like golden eyes, but now was not the time. What? He asked, still startled. Nothing, Nero replied. Just that a broken bar. You didn't add anything to the convo. Chase frowned. What convo? You know, Anastasia shrugged. Any time we talk about Lucas, you always have a comment or two to add. Ah, right. Chase rolled his eyes but did not add anything else and went back to scanning his surroundings. Noticing this, both Anastasia and Nero shared a look before the protagonist finally asked, Chase, are you okay? Without turning his gaze back to them, Chase replied, I don't feel so good. The anxiety he had been feeling earlier was now slowly turning into an ominous feeling. He felt as if this whole place was enveloped in a burial shroud. It felt as if he alone was alive among a bunch of already dead walking corpses. Under the weather? Anastasia asked with a frown. No, Chase shook his head. I just have a strong feeling something bad is about to happen. As if waiting for that cue, before Chase could even complete his sentence, the door to the underground chamber entrance exploded in a burst of splinters. Without wasting a breath, several men and women entered the underground auction hall. These people were dressed in black mantles and cloaks, their heads covered by hoods or cowls, while their faces were hidden under full-face metal masks. In an instant, around 20 or so cloaked individuals appeared, carrying unsheathed weapons. Walking in front and leading them all was a man holding two combat axes in his hands. It was Leo Kurogami. Since he had to keep his identity secret for this mission, much like all his other spider missions, he had decided to use something other than a sword as his main weapon. As soon as he entered the scene, Leo swiftly surveyed his surroundings with a single, sweeping gaze. I think you should take a look at his eyes settled on some familiar faces: Nero, Anastasia, and Chase, to be precise. He didn't know why these cadets were even here, but his main focus remained on completing the mission given to him. Try to avoid casualties, he quietly instructed his squad. Retrieve the relics, subdue the police, and get the hell out of here immediately. His squad members nodded in silence. Leo was a man of few words, especially during missions, and their objectives were crystal clear here anyway. However, not everyone in the hall was as calm as they were. Upon seeing several masked individuals barge in just like that, the military police and Shaolin officials drew their weapons, pointing them at the intruders. Military police, freeze. A policeman stepped forward, displaying his badge while aiming his sword at the cloaked figure before him. Lower your weapons and surrender peacefully, he warned. Do so, or we will be broken. But unfortunately, the individual that the policeman was pointing his sword at was none other than the god of war himself. Before the black uniformed officer could complete his warning, Leo swiftly closed the distance. The poor guy didn't even get a chance to react before the blade of Leo's axe fell down on him, severing the hand he was using to hold his sword within an instant. Kaka! Agha! The officer's agonizing scream filled the air as he crumpled to the ground, writhing and convulsing in pain while a pool of his own blood puddled under him. Leo indifferently walked past him, leaving the police and officials to engage the rest of his squad in a fierce melee. As that happened, Nero and the others thought about joining the fray, but before they could act, Raymond from before approached them in a rush. You three! He shouted as he hurried over. Go, get out of here, we can assist, Nero yelled back, his voice barely audible amid the chaos and clashing of steel. Raymond quickly shook his head. Whoever these people are, we outnumber them 2-1, we can handle it here. I want all of you to find safety. Nero was on the verge of arguing when Anastasia firmly grasped his arm and yelled into his ear, ensuring her voice was heard amid the bedlam of screams and battle cries. I think he's right, we should get out of here, Nero, she urged, tugging on his arm. Reluctantly, Nero nodded in agreement. However, before they could even move from their spots, a jarring sound of metal cracking echoed throughout the entire underground auction hall. Instantly after, the whole venue fell into an eerie silence and all eyes turned toward the source of the noise. In the center of the hall, a police officer lay dead, a slender rapier blade biting into his chest and sticking out through his back. Before dying to his killer's fatal thrust, the officer managed to fire an enchanted bullet from his handgun. Although the bullet failed to claim the life of his killer, it did succeed in breaking his mask. The bullet struck the metal mask and shattered it into several fragments. The individual who had killed the officer was a man in his late 30s with short black hair and piercing light blue eyes. Seeing what had happened, Leo's face under his mask contorted in dismay. This was bad. Now, every witness in the hall had seen the man's face. If they were to survive, they would testify to everything that happened here, potentially identifying him. If that happened, the police would link the man back to Spider and the existence of their covert organization would not be a secret anymore. Damn it, Leo cursed under his breath. This was indeed a bad situation. Now, he had no choice but to kill everyone here. Leo closed his eyes and silently cursed in his mind once again. Yes, the situation was bad, but he had to act. He would kill everyone present here and get out of this place with his squad. For a split second, he contemplated using his strongest technique. After all, the sooner he was to deal with everyone here, the faster they would be able to leave this place. However, he couldn't allow himself to use Symphony for two distinct reasons. Firstly, what if the military police possessed a gifted individual who could see the past, a psychometric perception, or some similar ability? Leo had, more than once in his life, come across such troublesome gifts. So, he had to be careful when it came down to how much of his real strength he could display. Even if one of the members of his squad was already compromised to Broken Bar, even if Spider's existence was at risk of being pulled into light to Broken Bar, he could never let the world and the government catch wind of his affiliation with an insurgent organization. No, that would surely mess up all their future plans. That notion alone was more than enough for his second reason. Sighing once again, Leo decided to massacre everyone here in old-fashioned style, with his own two hands, a broken bar and the twin axes in his grasp. The whole underground auction hall was still for a few seconds. No one knew what was going to happen, but by this point, all of them felt the foreboding feeling rippling in the air. The tension in the atmosphere was so palpable that one could choke on it if they tried. The man whose mask had shattered earlier was the first to move in this unsettling silence. He summoned another mask from his dimensional ring as if it wasn't already too late for it. Regardless, he covered his face with the new metal mask, and, almost as if on cue, everyone stirred and started moving, swiftly attacking their enemies. A cacophony of blades clashing against blades deafened all the other sounds in the world as sparks flew and blood was spilled. The cloaked individuals were severely outnumbered 8-1. They could hold back their assailants, but they were not going to win against the task force of Shaolin and the military police officers. Even after their initial clash, the clangor of metal hitting metal continued to fill up the air. No bodies fell, but death was imminent now that the Spider Squad had changed the mission from extraction to annihilation. However, it was them who were going to be annihilated. Yes, they were in a fragile equilibrium right now, but it was about to break. Spider's squad could not hope to get out of this gruesome battle alive given their large number disadvantage. In a head-on battle, they would lose, and in a battle of attrition, they would definitely lose. A smart general would make the call of retreat right now. It was the best strategic choice. All the relics they needed were already secured and their escape path was still completely open. However, Leo was not just a smart strategist, he was also a strong soldier. Yes, their annihilation was definitely set in stone at Broken Bar if the god of war himself wasn't there to grace the puny mortals with his great presence. After all, how could they hope to defeat him in war at Broken Bar when he himself was war? Gripping his twin axes tightly, Leo moved forward with resolute determination. Yes, he knew it wasn't fair, but no one would be spared mercy from his blade now. Cling, clanger! Kaka! Striding forth, as he was taking a leisure stroll in a park, Leo deflected the blade of a Shaolin official, who was about to cut down one of his squadmates, using the axe in his right hand. He then brought his left axe to the Shaolin official's throat and slit it with unnatural ease. Using the now dead body of the official, he blocked an arrow from a police officer before throwing the axe in his hand at him. Thaka! The axe spun in the air, emitting a metallic hum. The police officer deftly raised his bow up and managed to awkwardly block the incoming attack at the cost of his weapon. The bow was split in half, but the axe lost its momentum and fell down along with the broken splinters of the black wooden bow. Kaka! Unfortunately for the black uniformed officer, it was all a distraction. Before the axe even touched the ground, before the police officer could even have a chance to react, another axe descended on him and cracked his skull open. Blood spurted everywhere as if a crimson fountain was turned on as the spark of life in the guard's eyes extinguished. Leo let the first axe fall to the ground and dislodged his second axe from the officer's skull. He then used his free hand to grab the dead body by its throat and hoisted it up. Behind him, several Shaolin sect officials and the military police officers rushed at him in hopes of catching him off guard. Even though they weren't aware of his identity and they couldn't feel much mana emanating pressure from him, most of the experienced warriors could already tell that he was a threat. Obviously, the thumb of the rule in any battle was to take out the threat first and deal with the weaklings later. It's a good rule to keep in mind, given that you have enough strength to take on the strongest. As soon as they witnessed Leo lifting the corpse, all of them knew what was about to happen. so they did what they could do as they readied themselves for an attack. Leo spun on his heel and threw the dead body at the rushing attackers as if he had pitched a baseball. The largest member of the Shaolin officials, a tall and robust bald man with praying beads around his neck and a giant bladed mace in his hands, stepped forward. He raised his bladed mace and batted away the speeding corpse of the fallen officer in one continuous motion while apologizing for disrespecting the dead like that in his heart. Leo, who had once again used this setup as a distraction, lunged forward. He kept his body needlessly close to the ground and pulled both his axes back. He was targeting the bald man now, who was huge. In Leo's vast battle experience, the best and most efficient way to deal with imposingly large enemies is to use speed. Since massive opponents couldn't move fast due to their large bodies, it was better to just rain down a barrage of attacks on them. Eventually, usually under a few seconds, an attack or two would get past their defenses and end them in one fatal strike. From his low position, Leo could either go for the bald man's knees or spring up and target his abdomen, a broken bar, or he could do both. Rushing forward, Leo unnaturally twisted his upper torso as if he was made of rubber and unleashed two separate slashes at his opponent's knees and solar plexus. However, Leo forgot that there were always exceptions. Yes, not all massive enemies could move fast, but the emphasis was on not all. The bald man hopped lightly in his place, the ground under him cracking from the applied pressure of his jump, and bent his knees. Leo's first slash was missed. As for the second, the bald man brought his bladed mace up to swiftly intercept the second axe in time. But instead of stopping his charge from the rebound, he channeled mana into his legs and pressed forward in a burst of speed instead. So what if he failed? The second rule of battle was to never kill your momentum if you're in control, no matter what. So he darted straight up ahead and once again pulled back his axes. The people who were behind the bald man had their vision restricted by his extremely huge body, so they were taken by sudden surprise when their comrade jumped and Leo galloped from under him. That split-second surprise delayed their reaction speed, and that was all the time Leo needed to send a head or two flying. In just under a few short seconds since the moment he joined the crucible of this utter bloodbath, Leo alone managed to take out 5 enemies. It was as if he was moving with the knowledge of the future in mind. He seemed to know what move his opponents were going to make. It also felt as if he had eyes on his back. He literally had 0 openings and no blind spots. He saw everyone and knew everything. Everywhere he went, his axe whispered a silent song of carnage which in turn made the river of crimson flow. He reaped lives as if he was death incarnate, descended on this mortal plane to punish these mundanes for their sins. He was unstoppable. He vanquished the lives of those who could trouble him first and evaded the rest. All everyone could do was just sit back and wait until he'd come to claim their life. Yes, Leo was like a walking hurricane of death and destruction, but there was one way to stop him. Raymond had been watching the cloaked man ruthlessly butchering his fellow police officers with considerable ease. His heart was stirring, struggling to barely keep the tumultuous rage within him from exploding. He couldn't let himself get blinded by the maddening fury, no matter how much he wanted to tear that man's throat apart. He motionlessly stood there on the sidelines, not allowing himself to blink as he saw his friends get mercilessly slaughtered by the axeman. Seeing his dying friends screaming out in agony, getting sacrificed one after another, he wanted to join the bloody fray and help them, but he couldn't. All he could do at the moment was contain the mournful tears of seething rage. He wasn't frozen in place out of fear. No, in fact, he wasn't frozen at all. He was just observing the battlefield and his opponent. Raymond was painfully aware of all his strengths and weaknesses. He knew that his best aspect was observing the situation with a calm mind and thinking of a rapid solution. He had always been good at analyzing things, whether it be the battlefield or living people, and right now, he was doing just that. His opponent was a master martial artist, and from the looks of it, not just an ordinary master either. He couldn't be defeated in hand-to-hand or melee combat. Raymond didn't miss how the axeman was barely deploying any mana at all, strictly using it right before unleashing an attack to either empower his body or reinforce his weapons. That could only mean one of the two things: his mana core was either not very large or he had exhausted most of his reserves before arriving here. Raymond also noticed how this man only started killing when one of his men was mistakenly unmasked. That meant this wasn't a professional group of thieves but an organization that would rather keep its identity hidden. Okay, it was fine. The situation, no matter how morbid, was still salvageable. If they could just thwart this cloaked man's dance of death, then subduing his comrades wouldn't be very difficult. And if Raymond was right, he prayed to the gods that he was then defeating this cloaked figure was easy. They merely had to rain down a salvo of mid to high-grade artillery spells on him. Either that, or they could simply unleash one super destructive spell. Since the man seemed to possess a small mana core, he would not be able to shield himself against a barrage of obliterating spells. The problem was that none of those solutions were applicable since they were inside a very compact space right now. Also, not to mention, they were under a freaking building. If they were to mess up and misfire, the whole thing could crumble down and crush them to death. A broken bar. No, to be honest, even if none of them mess up, the rain of artillery spells would surely be destructive enough to pulverize this whole underground chamber. Mond. Yeah, employing either of those two options was just courting death. But then, what other choice did they have? Raymond. His thoughts came to an abrupt halt as a couple of voices called out his name, pulling him out of his daze. It was only then did Raymond notice Nero and Anastasia had been constantly shouting his name all this time. As a semblance of focus slowly returned to his gaze, Nero summoned his sword and yelled at the black-uniformed officer, "Raymond, we can help." Anastasia, who was initially hesitant to interfere with law enforcement matters, now nodded vigorously in agreement. They all understood the gravity of the situation. If they did nothing, all of them would die. Raymond gritted his teeth and reluctantly accepted the three cadets' offer to help. They were closer to him than his fellow officers, making it easier to discuss his plan with them. And besides, Raymond had a plan that could hopefully keep them out of harm's way. "Listen," he began, pointing to the distant figure of Leo, who was leaving a trail of death and chaos in his wake. "Our priority is that man." Nero concurred. Yeah, the balance was tipped to their favor as soon as that man joined the battle. Raymond nodded and continued, "Dealing with him is relatively simple. If we can lure him outside, we can ambush him with a barrage of artillery spells." Chase voiced his concerns. "That won't be easy," Raymond clarified. "I never said easy, I said simple." With cold sweat drenching his forehead, he asked, "How many area of effect and artillery spells do you all know?" "I know 2, Chase replied. "One of them is an imprisonment spell." "I know 5, Nero stated. "All of them are destructive." "I can use a bow," Anastasia concluded. Raymond sighed in relief. "Okay, that should be more than enough," Nero inquired. "So, do you have a plan?" Raymond nodded, casting a quick glance around to scan their entire surroundings with eyes that held back panic and fear. All around them, people were still fighting. Shaolin officials and Raymond's fellow uniformed officers clashed in a gruesome struggle against the cloaked figures. Meanwhile, only one man remained standing alone against Leo. It was the same tall, robust bald individual with prayer beads around his neck and a bladed mace in his hands from earlier. Out of the 10 men who had bravely decided to confront the god of war, he was the only one left alive. A broken bar, but not for long. His colossal bladed mace was dented and caved inward in several places, while his massive body had numerous lacerations. Blood was seeping out of the countless cuts and wounds littering his body, but he refused to back down. However, his weapon didn't look as resilient as him. Soon, his mace would break and that would be the end of him. He only survived until now because of his unnatural agility and recklessly swinging his colossal mace. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, Raymond didn't have enough time to witness the bald man's impending death. Instead, his attention was elsewhere as he scanned his surroundings, looking for something in particular. Raymond's eyes locked onto a cloaked figure, and he urgently pointed in its direction, alerting the 3 cadets around him. "There, look at that man. He was the one who collected the relics earlier." A spark of understanding lit up in Nero's dark eyes. "So if we take his dimensional ring and make a run for it, their leader will have no choice but to follow us outside the building." Raymond nodded. "So, who among you is the fastest?" Without letting anything distract him, neither the cowardly cries of his victims nor the distant clangor of the battle between his squad and the rest of the authorities, Leo continued to crack open one skull after another. In the end, only the huge man who looked more like a monk than a warrior was left standing before him. Leo was sure he was a kind guy. In fact, everyone in Shaolin was kind. He really didn't want to kill him or the others, but he had no choice. So he took a deep breath and pressed on. He unloaded relentless fury of slashes on the bald man, his arms moving in a blur. It was as if Leo was attacking from several different directions at once. If that wasn't bad enough, each one of his strikes seemed to contain the weight of a small hill. The bald man desperately tried to block the unending assault, using his giant mace to shield his massive body from the chaotic hurricane of axe slashes, but in the end, his reliable weapon gave out. The sturdy shaft of his mace finally succumbed to the assault and shattered. The bald man was obviously ready for such an outcome, so as soon as his bladed mace broke, he went back on the offensive. He couldn't play defense anymore. He was all out of options. If he was going to die, he would rather go in a blaze of glory while fighting. He took a step forward and raised his right arm, enveloping it in a thick layer of mana. Then, as if his arm itself was a sword, he brought it down on Leo. Kaku! But as if his limb was made of paper, Leo swung his axe up and cleaved off the bald man's arm. Instead of panicking or trying to run away, the bald man closed his eyes and resigned himself to his fate, his lips quietly moving to produce a silent whisper. "Why did I lose?" he asked. Leo swung his second axe at the bald man's neck and responded in a low tone before cutting off his head. "You cared too much about your comrades." Kaku! The severed head flew and blood gushed from the decapitated body of the bald man. For the first time in a long while, Leo found himself disgusted by the repulsive sight of his kill. However, he sternly focused his mind and a Kawara! Leo's next thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a deafening blast that resounded from somewhere inside the underground chamber. Startled by the ear-piercing noise, Leo scanned his surroundings, his thoughts racing. These fools, did they really cast magic in such a tight space? Are they really idiots? But Leo couldn't entirely blame them either. They were facing certain deaths. Perhaps they had considered making the entire building collapse, taking their killers down with them. However, innocent slaves and countless nobles were still inside the building. Surely, the military police and Shaolin officials wouldn't condemn the innocent to their doom alongside the criminals, would they? And as it turned out, Leo was correct. They didn't take such an extreme measure. Instead, it was someone quite familiar who had caused the explosive noise. Ethereal sparks enveloped Nero's body, revealing that he had not cast magic but had unleashed his elemental aura. He was holding a sword in his hand, its blade glowing in an azure hue. That sharp sound earlier was probably him breaking the sound barrier with his sword slash. However, still, it was far too dangerous to use such a destructive aspect of his aura in a tight space like this. Did that damned Liz Snyder teach him nothing? In front of Nero lay a dead figure of one of his squad mates. It was the same man who had been assigned the duty of collecting the relics. In Nero's hands was a dimensional that belonged to his fallen squad mate. Inside of it most likely were the relics they were here to secure. Nero looked up, his gaze meeting Leo's, or so he felt. The cloaked individual in front of him had his face covered with a mask. However, as soon as Nero felt it, he turned around and moved toward the exit in a blur of flash, leaving behind a faint azure ray of light. TSK, Leo clicked his tongue under the mask. "It's probably a trap, isn't it?" With a shake of his head, he headed toward the underground auction hall's exit. He followed Nero's trail and left the shopping mall. and as soon as he stepped outside Broken Bar, all hell broke loose on him. Chapter 360 The Protagonist. 360 The Protagonist. Wushaw! The moment Leo stepped out of the shopping mall and into the street, a javelin made of turbulent wind shot toward him from his right. Clicking his tongue in frustration, Leo swiftly thwarted the wind javelin with a downward slash of his axe. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed faintly glowing sparkles of light at the street's turn. Since this was a business district, the street was brilliantly illuminated by side lamps and neon signs. But despite all that, the light sparks shone just brightly enough to be noticeable amidst the dazzling cityscape. Yeah, the fact that this was an ambush became painfully clear. However, instead of retreating, Leo boldly rushed toward the glowing sparks. Taking the right turn upon reaching the street's end, he spotted Nero standing a few feet away, fearlessly facing him. Nero swiftly raised both of his hands, curling his fingers into the shape of guns, and aimed them at Leo. In the blink of an eye, a river of ethereal white sparks of radiant light began to converge into two blinding orbs right in front of his gun barrels. At the same time, the hard concrete road under Leo's feet quickly turned malleable. The ground shifted and rose, grabbing his legs and immobilizing him. Also at the same time, Leo sensed a vast amount of mana stirring in the atmosphere behind him like a large whirlpool in an ocean. Since this street was in a T-shape, Leo had taken the right turn without checking the left. Far behind him right now, Anastasia stood atop a street pole, her long, slender fingers pulling on a taut bowstring. A cascade of radiant mana particles was flowing toward her and accumulated on her bowstring, quickly materializing into an incandescent arrow. Chase was also hidden behind the same pole and had completed his mission by binding Leo in place. As for Raymond, he had communicated with all the nearby police precincts using his radio and evacuated the entire area beforehand. He was also the one who launched the wind javelin at Leo earlier, helping lure him to this exact spot. Right now, he was airborne several meters above the ground, right over Leo's head. It was an application of one of his spells that granted him the ability to fly. While floating up there, he had both his hands stretched out. The wind was howling all around him, flowing toward his palms and compressing into the shape of two long javelins. As Leo sensed that, he couldn't help but be impressed. It was actually a near-perfect death trap. Chase had immobilized him. Anastasia and Nero were launching two separate attacks from two opposite directions, and at last, Raymond was targeting him from above. Truly, even the most dangerous masters of martial arts, no matter how extraordinary they might be, would not get out of this one alive. A broken bar. Unfortunately for Nero and the group, however, they weren't facing a dangerous master. They were facing a god. They thought they were doing something original, and they sort of were doing that by forcing him into a 4 versus 1 situation. However, Leo had been fighting while being outnumbered and overpowered all his life. At the border, the enemy would always try to isolate the fight with him, lead him into a trap, or force him into an unfavorable situation. Even before he went to the border, he was always a linear broken bar fighting. All his life he had been fighting. They thought they could win just by luring him into a death trap. Well, news flash for Thema Broken Bar: he is death. He is victory. I think you should take a look at He Isa Broken Bar War. Gritting his teeth, Leo bent his knees and crouched slightly while pulling back both of his axes. As if waiting for that cue, Anastasia let her incandescent arrow loose. Nero followed suit by launching his own spell at the exact same moment, the light orbs in front of him erupting in radiant white beams. However, Raymond, who had chanted his spell only a split second later, had to wait a moment longer before he pitched both of his wind javelins down at Leo. Right there was a small disharmony in their coordination. That slight delay in Raymond's spellcasting was a mistake, and even the tiniest mistake was all Leo needed at that critical moment. He almost smirked under his mask. Infusing mana into both axes, Leo swiftly extended his arms and sliced through the air, unleashing one of the hundreds of weapon arts in his arsenal. 2 crescent arcs of azure energy shot forth from his blades at breakneck speed, leaving behind a luminous blue trail. But he didn't stop there. Leo continued the motion of his arms, with his left axe sweeping behind his back. Meanwhile, he changed the direction of his right arm, raising the right axe above his head. As soon as that happened, he released his grip on the axes, sending them hurtling forward. The axes spun and sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, following the precise trajectory on which Leo had thrown them. The crescent energy slashes he had sent forward intercepted Nero's light cannon spell, and a blinding explosion of light erupted. One of the 2 axes he had thrown hit Anastasia's arrow, while the other clashed against one of Raymond's wind javelins. His axes instantly shattered, but they had achieved their objectives of thwarting all of the enemy's artillery spells. A broken bar except one. One of the 2 Raymond's turbulent wind javelin was still set on its trajectory, about to make contact with Leo in the blink of an eye. A broken bar, and it was all according to Leo's plan. Once again, as though his body was made of nothing but rubber, Leo unnaturally twisted his upper torso in a way that allowed the wind javelin to harmlessly brush past him and hit the ground. To be precise, it hit the exact same spot on the ground where his legs were ensnared. Quasha! The part of the road instantly shattered upon impact. Chunks of concrete flew in an explosive outburst, and Leo was free to move his legs again. As soon as the god of war was capable of moving again, he lunged forward in Nero's direction. Nero was young and inexperienced, but not even for a second did Leo dare to underestimate the young cadet. In fact, he recognized that Liz Snyder's disciple was the only real threat on this battlefield. Obviously, he moved with the intention of routing out this threat, but Nero was more than prepared for it. Yes, much like his friends, Nero was startled when the cloaked figure in front of them not only stopped their attacks, but he also used their own spells against them to free himself. However, Nero knew better than to let the shock paralyze him in the middle of a life-or-death battle. As soon as their attempt at ambush failed, he summoned out his bastard sword. While rushing toward him, Leo also took out a halberd and a short spear from his dimensional ring. A split second later, the protagonist and the strongest character engaged in a murderous clash of blades.